In this world, the potential to become a hunter. Awakening test. Using advanced technology to analyze potential. The physical capabilities of humans. Lee Chong-hyun woke up and looked at the palm of his hand. However, there is one thing that the test cannot determine. Skills. He was restraining his hands from unleashing their power. And in his subconscious, he was thinking, normally, awakened individuals can only speculate about what their skills are, or how to use them. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a blazing red light. But I'm different because I have supervision. With his legs crossed, he lay down, resting his hand while looking at the data screen flashing before him. Lee Chong-hyun hesitated as he examined the system's listings. Mystery weapon conversion, B. Superhuman ability. Insight into the essence of targets. Peak level, unactivated. He glanced at the E-rank panel and thought to himself. As expected, all my top-tier information has been reduced to E-rank. After that, he closed the data screen and turned to his side. Skills can be leveled up. Benefits can also be reclaimed. A realization struck him, and he immediately sat up. The most important thing right now is. Lee Chong-hyun looked at himself in the mirror. Feeling the firmness of his muscles. Getting used to his current body and skills. It's pretty rough. Outside, a loud voice echoed. That's why I said, just observe him for now. Give him a year. Hearing this, Hyun was startled. Huh? Curious. He slightly opened the door and peeked inside to gauge the situation. A couple was sitting at the table, discussing intensely. Their conversation tinged with disagreement. This is his life. Let him do what he wants. Our son is only in middle school. We can't let him decide everything on his own. That would be irresponsible. That's why I said, give him just 1 year. If it doesn't work out, he can still take another path, right? The woman, still trying to insist on her way, explained further. Do you even realize how important a single year is at his age? What will you do if Chong-hyun wastes his time chasing some foolish dream, while his peers are achieving high results? Because they focused on studying? Behind the door, Chong-hyun stood frozen like a lost soul. Heaven and earth. Of course, Mom is completely against me becoming a hunter. Arguing with her would be a complete waste of time. A loud voice rang out. Right now, so many things can change, even in just 1 year. Hearing that, he froze, unable to say a word. It was as if his mind had been awakened. Asterisk, Mom is right. In just 1 year, a player can participate in dozens of battles, gain experience, and improve their skills with each match. If I had started just 1 year earlier in my past life, my peak rank could have at least reached B rank. Just that alone. At that moment, he immediately took the initiative and opened the door. That alone was enough to change the outcome. Standing at the doorway, Chong-hyun boldly spoke up. Asterisk, I don't need a year. Just give me 6 months. I will prove it to you within 6 months. He firmly declared. I'm serious about this. His mother listened but still seemed unconvinced. In response, he clenched his fist, pressed it against his chest, and made a declaration. You'll see. A few days later, Chong-hyun received a shocking reality check. He wasn't allowed to enter Sao. The cashier girl responded. That's right. Minors need a guardian's permission to enter. He quickly asked. So I just need my guardian's signature, right? She nodded. Yes, that's correct. He bit his lip in frustration. Asterisk, damn it, I completely forgot about this. In my past life, I had already outgrown this age long ago. If I go home now, how am I supposed to train? Is there any other way? Just as he was lost in thought, a hand suddenly rested on his shoulder. A familiar voice, brimming with confidence, greeted him. Hey there. Turning around, Chong-hyun saw Kim Do-jun. Surprised, he instinctively asked, what are you doing here? Then, a realization struck him. Kim Do-jun? In his past life, this guy was a close combat fighter. Always ranked 2nd or 3rd in the 1st division. A hunter's sanctuary explorer. A hunter's top protector. Although he had never been ranked number 1. When performing at his best, he was considered on par with the top-tier players. But of course, in this timeline, Chong-hyun opened his mouth, about to say something, but then scratched his head in confusion. Who are you again? He thought to himself. The me in this life shouldn't know this guy. Do-jun quickly waved both hands, eager to explain. Asterisk, I'm Kim Do-jun. From the class next door. Still don't remember? I'm kind of famous in school for being an awakened one. Chong-hyun feigned surprise. Oh, then, He turned away with an uninterested expression. First time hearing your name. Du Jun's face froze in shock, his confidence shattering in an instant. With an awkward chuckle, he muttered, I guess that's possible. At that moment, Du Jun curiously asked, so, what are you doing here? Applying for the youth club. At the Soul Hunter Academy, Sao. Chong Hyeon stated his reason plainly. I just want to train. But they said I need parental permission. Du Jun's face lit up like a savior had arrived. Oh, need my help? I'm already a member of the youth club, so I can enter freely. Hearing that, Chong Hyeon thought to himself. Oh, so he's already part of the club at this point? Du Jun, excited, immediately set a condition. But in return, I want to see you train. Chong Hyeon internally sighed. Well, nothing comes for free, huh? Without hesitation, he replied. Fine, although he found it slightly annoying. It wasn't really a big deal. The cashier smiled and proceeded with the registration. Asterisk, alright, I'll book a slot for you too. Du Jun from Soul Hunter Academy. Will be your guardian. Please proceed to room BA. As Chong Hyeon was tying his shoelaces, Du Jun casually remarked, didn't expect someone from our school to want to become a hunter. Surprised, Hyeon asked, you mean me? Yeah, Du Jun continued. I mentioned earlier that I'm at the academy. But most members are older than me. And I don't really know anyone. So it's kind of hard to fit in. Curious, Hyeon turned to him. Then why are you here? You said you weren't here to apply. Even though this is a training room. Nobody actually comes here to train. Still training, Hyeon responded without stopping. Asterisk, not necessarily. Maybe they're just busy preparing for the hunter tournament. After all, this is a dedicated training facility. Then he asked, are you really planning to stay and watch? While rotating his shoulder, he added, asterisk, I'm just here to check my abilities and do some basic exercise. Nothing exciting. Du Jun coughed awkwardly. Asterisk, ahem. Well, if you want, I can lend a hand. We're classmates. After all, Hyeon thought to himself. Still likes drawing attention, just like in my past life. Huh? He took a deep breath and let out a sigh. Asterisk, if I count my past life's age, I'd be 10 years older than him. There's no way I need his help. A while later, Chong Hyeon opened up the system data. A notification appeared. System recommendation setup complete. Would you like to continue? Without hesitation, he pressed continue. At that moment, a blinding light filled the entire room. Chong Hyeon focused his gaze, not blinking even once. His ironclad legs stomped firmly on the ground. It was the replica soldier he had summoned. If compared to a video game, these replicas were like ironclad training dummies. Their bodies encased in solid armor, each holding a massive shield. The only difference was their formidable physique. Sturdy, robust, and expressionless, Chong Hyeon remained highly alert. It's so tough that it's almost impossible to leave a scratch on it. The system displayed a selection. Defensive replica soldier. Du Jun, confused, quickly warned him. Asterisk, did you press the wrong button? If you just want to train, you only need to summon a normal replica. Even in training mode, at your current level, you won't even be able to touch that thing. In response, Hyeon relaxed his palm, materializing a long spear. What are you talking about? Gripping the spear tightly, he lifted it, declaring, a punching bag has to be tough, right? With a swift motion, he swung the spear behind him. You're saying I can't do anything to it? Turning back, he scoffed with a smirk. Are you talking about yourself? To take down something that is both strong and sturdy, the easiest way is to use something even stronger and sturdier. Of course, he knew he couldn't do that yet. With explosive speed, he dashed forward, then used his momentum to leap high into the air. But that doesn't mean there's no way. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something. After carefully analyzing the entire structure, he spotted an opening. I need to target the joints. With a firm grip on his spear, he plunged downward, striking precisely at the weak point. A crack spread across the replica's armor, landing softly on the ground. He grinned. Good, I can fully control this body now. Immediately, he activated his ability. Now, with supervision, I can lock onto 5 weak points. Ding, 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 ding. Standing still, he pointed his spear forward. Then, without hesitation, he charged ahead at full speed. In one swift motion, he sliced the replica in half, then drove his spear straight down. The replica soldier was completely severed. collapsing to the ground before fading away. Excitement surged through him. That was even better than I expected. I should have recorded it. Du-jun, having witnessed everything, was stunned. Whoa, that was amazing. Curious, he asked. Did you lower its defense settings to the minimum? If not, you must have been using some kind of special weapon to actually damage it, right? Chong Hyeon felt a strange discomfort he couldn't quite explain. So he's twisting what just happened. Huh? Meanwhile, Du-jun clapped enthusiastically, showering him with praise. Still, those movements were really impressive. You'll definitely pass the recruitment round. Have you trained in swordsmanship or spear combat before? He continued excitedly. I want to train a bit too before my team's practice session. Without turning back, Hyeon simply waved him off. Go ahead. Closing his eyes, he thought to himself. I don't need to explain anything. He'll understand once he tries it himself. Late at night, in the clan training grounds, the air was eerily silent. A sword crashed against the ground. Du-jun, exhausted and panting heavily, stared at the replica soldier, which still hadn't taken a single scratch. Wiping the sweat off his face, he finally made a decision. I should lower the defense setting to the absolute minimum too. Even then, he remained stunned and confused. But if that's the case, why can't I even scratch this thing? Clenching his sword tightly, he put all his strength into one powerful swing. A direct hit. Sweat dripped down his face. Still, no damage at all? The moonlight bathed the city, illuminating the skyscrapers towering above. Inside one of these high-rise buildings, Kim Du-jun stood with his weapon in hand, his face drenched in sweat, his expression filled with uncertainty. Did I mess up somewhere? Suddenly, a voice called out from behind him. Hey, Du-jun, aren't you going to greet your senior? Turning around, he saw Han Jisoo. Startled, Kim Du-jun quickly lowered his head and greeted him. Senior Jisoo. Han Jisoo smirked arrogantly, then asked, Huh? Why are you fighting a replica soldier? Scratching the back of his head, Du-jun replied, I was just warming up and practicing a bit. Finding that amusing, Han Jisoo pressed further. You're warming up against a replica soldier? Even if you lower its defense settings to the lowest level, you still can't do anything to it. You must be an idiot. Kim Du-jun gritted his teeth in frustration. But there was nothing he could do. Meanwhile, on a moving bus, Lee Chong-hyeon sat alone, deep in thought. I'm still too weak. He was heading toward the Public Hunter Center, a facility that provided basic equipment for hunters. After Du-jun left, he finally had a chance to test his skills against the monsters he had previously encountered. In the hunter tournament, he also tried out the 3D AI hunter system, an advanced training feature that acted like a real sparring partner. And then, I concluded that I was still too weak. My supervision was only at grade B, so I couldn't unleash any powerful attacks. My physical stats were just slightly above the average of a healthy person. If I wanted to get stronger, I had to increase my physical training. At the very least, the peak tier ability helped me recover faster. The only way to improve was through training. But I didn't have enough time. Only members of the club were allowed to stay at the Hunter Center in the evening. And my parents didn't always allow me to go train. I had to find a place where I could train alone. While I was deep in thought, a phone call came in. It was Kim Du-jun. Seeing the call, he let out a hum. On the other end, when Kim Du-jun noticed that Lee Chong-hyeon had picked up, he immediately asked, Hello? Have you boarded the train yet? Lee Chong-hyeon responded, Why? Not wanting to waste time on small talk. Kim Du-jun got straight to the point. I want to treat you to dinner. Come over to my place. At that moment, Lee Chong-hyeon was standing in front of a restaurant. Inside, Kim Du-jun was already seated. Seeing him, Kim Du-jun called out, Over here, finding it odd that Kim Du-jun would suddenly invite him to eat. Lee Chong-hyeon sat down and immediately commented, You must have a lot of spare money. Huh? Hearing that, Kim Du-jun grinned and replied, Oh, I have plenty. You know, you can't be a hunter without money. Lee Chong-hyeon listened and scoffed lightly before replying. Yeah, that's true. He thought to himself. The cost of the awakening test and weapons is already expensive. And yet he still has money left over? He's no different from his past self. Always doing things to grab attention. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He slammed his hand on the table and asked, Wait, why did you call me out here? What's your real reason? You're not inviting me to dinner just because you think I can't afford it. Are you? Hearing that, Kim Do-jun awkwardly responded. Yeah, dinner was just an excuse. Actually, I have something I wanted to ask you. As Lee Chong-hyeon raised his hand to order food from the waiter, he asked, is this about cloning? At that moment, Kim Do-jun recalled something and explained. I tried copying exactly what you did, but it didn't work, so I was wondering, did you do something different? Seeing the look of surprise on Kim Do-jun's face, Lee Chong-hyeon turned to look at him as well. So it was Han Jisoo and his gang. Lee Chong-hyeon thought to himself. They're wearing the same uniform as Yo-jun. Are they his teammates? At that moment, Han Jisoo was bragging to his lackeys. I already told you, that damn baboon actually used a midran sword to fight against the clone. Was he trying to test the sword's durability or something? No, he seriously thought he could break the clone with a sword. I didn't even know what to say. Hearing that, Kim Do-jun's face turned red with embarrassment, mixed with anger but also helplessness. The others continued laughing. So, I asked him, why the hell would you do that? And you know what he said? He said he saw his friend do it first. Can you believe that? I should have asked if his friend could shoot lasers from his forehead too. It'd be hilarious to see those two idiots perform a circus act together. Haha, too bad his friend wasn't there. Hearing this, Lee Chong-hyeon remained calm, casually listening as he took a sip of water. Gradually, he started to piece things together. So that's what happened. He must have interrupted Do-jun while he was training seriously. I can't just let this slide. With that thought, he forcefully placed his cup down, loud enough for those idiots at the nearby table to hear. Then, he raised his voice. Adjusting the clone's stats? Nah, you don't need to change anything. If you know a few tricks, it's easy. But hey, at least you had the initiative to experiment. Unlike some dumbasses who assume it's impossible, just because they are incompetent. Wait, does nobody in your academy know how to do it? Oh, is your friend on his way here? Kim Do-jun, now visibly panicked, leaned closer to Lee Chong-hyeon and whispered. Lee Chong-hyeon, stop talking. At that moment, Han Jisoo stepped up to their table. His face twisted in anger. He slammed his foot onto the table and shouted. Shut up, Do-jun. Then, turning to glare at Lee Chong-hyeon, he demanded, who the hell do you think you are? To speak disrespectfully to a student from the academy? If an awakened person like me punched you, you'd probably be meeting your ancestors in an instant. I'll give you 3 seconds to fix your damn attitude. Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon sighed internally. What the hell kind of dialogue is this? Sounds like something straight out of a cheap action movie. Man, I was just looking forward to a free meal. At that moment, Han Jisoo still had the same arrogant expression. A smug, overbearing face that showed he looked down on everyone. Without any wasted movement, Lee Chong-hyeon stood up and delivered a powerful punch straight at Han Jisoo. His two lackeys gasped in panic and shouted, Jisoo. Lee Chong-hyeon glared at him and thought to himself, if someone ever gives me 3 seconds, this is exactly what I'll do. I never pass up the chance to strike first. Han Jisoo's face twisted in fury. You bastard, he cursed. Lee Chong-hyeon casually stuffed his hands into his pockets and said, listen, you might be Do-jun Sr., but to me, you're just some random nobody. So don't start trouble with me. Hearing that, Han Jisoo snapped. What did you just say? He immediately lunged forward to attack. But he missed. Lee Chong-hyeon smirked and continued. Just now, you said something about meeting your ancestors, right? Too bad. That was just your own delusion. Enraged, Han Jisoo charged at him again, yelling, you animal. But just like before, not only did Lee Chong-hyeon dodge, but he also landed another punch right to Han Jisoo's face. Ah! Han Jisoo yelped as he staggered backward. After taking 2 solid hits, his appearance looked rough, but he still managed to stand up. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he glared at Lee Chong-hyeon and sneered, you're finished. Then, suddenly, something changed. Lee Chong-hyeon's eyes widened in surprise. What is he? Han Jisoo was activating his power. A sense of unease washed over Lee Chong-hyeon. Just then, his system notification appeared. Supervision has detected danger and identified a weak point. Warning. Supervision is warning me. Without waiting any longer, Han Jisoo launched a decisive attack. Luckily, Lee Chong-hyeon managed to dodge just in time. He muttered under his breath. A gravity-based attack? Is he seriously using his ability here? We're surrounded by civilians. The restaurant staff, seeing the fight break out, hurriedly began evacuating the customers. Hurry, hurry, everyone, get out. Meanwhile, Han Jisoo continued his relentless barrage of attacks. And Lee Chong-hyun kept dodging. I wasn't planning on making this difficult for him. But then, he stood up straight and called out. Hey, Jisoo, you're finished. As soon as he said that, Han Jisoo smirked and shot back. No, that's my line. He unleashed another strike using his ability, aimed directly at Lee Chong-hyun. After being bombarded with attacks in such a short span of time, Lee Chong-hyun finally snapped. Damn it, I dodged that one thanks to supervision. But I still can't close the distance. After speaking, he picked up a plate from the ground and hurled it toward Han Jisoo. Chong-hyun swiftly flung the plate with a confident gaze. Jisoo was surrounded by a purple aura. He smirked maliciously. The plate stopped midair. He was using some kind of power. From his hand, he controlled the plate. The plate fell straight to the ground and shattered. He let out an excited laugh. There were a few scratches on his face. You think that trick will work on me? Suddenly, a plate flew straight at him. Caught off guard, he let out a surprised grunt. Chong-hyun, amused, kept throwing plates and taunted. You better start dodging. Jisoo's eyes filled with rage. More plates were launched at him one after another by Chong-hyun. Each time he used his ability, he had to wait a moment before using it again. This was called cooldown. The purple energy still lingered, but his face now showed fear. Both hands were raised to block the attacks. The plates fell and shattered. Chong-hyun revealed, if you use a skill without considering the cooldown. He smirked. Then take this. Jisoo's wrist trembled. Frustrated, he thought, damn it, I can't use my ability. A plate struck him square in the face, making him yell out in pain. Chong-hyun continued, if you hesitate, you'll be completely at your opponent's mercy. Jisoo clutched his face with one hand. Furious. Damn it, he cursed. I've had enough of this game. Chong-hyun's figure suddenly vanished, leaving Jisoo in shock. Where did he go? He shouted, looking around. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, clutching his head in pain. A powerful punch came crashing down on him. Caught off guard, he barely managed to let out. Wah! Chong-hyun landed a blow and swiftly dashed past Jisoo, making him cry out in agony. Pain surged through his entire body. He clutched his chest, trembling. You bastard, you said the head? But now, his eyes filled with terror. Where next? He had just taken a devastating punch. This time, his hands instinctively moved to guard his stomach. The stomach too? A punch carrying both wind and force slammed into Jisoo's face. Contorting it, he staggered, repeating over and over, head hurts. Chong-hyun relentlessly pummeled his face and head. Shattered bowls and plates were scattered all over the floor, along with his face, which couldn't look any worse. Chong-hyun stood there, mocking him. Suddenly, he turned his head, looking startled. The pile of broken plates, bowls, and overturned tables and chairs had turned the entire room into chaos. He mumbled to himself, now what? This place is wrecked, and it wasn't even my fault. He raised his fist again but hesitated. But I was the one who threw the first punch. Looking down at the guy lying motionless on the floor, he let out a sigh of boredom. Meanwhile, the other guy was sprawled out like a wreck, while he himself had only a single scratch. Feeling awkward about the situation, he scratched his head, deep in thought. Do-jun and that guy's friends already left. What should I do now? Suddenly, the sound of warning sirens echoed throughout the area. Who? His face paled. The police are here. Chong-hyun panicked, desperately thinking of a way to handle the situation. No choice. It looked like he had to injure himself a little. A few scratches appeared on his face. He grabbed Jisoo's limp body and propped him up into a sitting position. Then, a cup of cold water splashed onto his face. Jisoo woke up in confusion. What the hell? When he came to his senses, he found himself sitting on top of Chong-hyun, who was now lying motionless on the floor. He was completely bewildered, still furious about being beaten. He clenched his fist, ready to strike again, but then he stopped himself, cursing, "You damn bastard." Startled, he turned his head. Officer Kim Do-jun and another policeman had just arrived. Jisoo pointed his finger in a panic. He's right there. He froze on the spot. Meanwhile, with a terrified expression, Chong-hyun clutched his head and dramatically pleaded, "Please stop, don't hit me anymore." The officer assessed the situation, then raised his gun and aimed. at Jisoo. "Hands up! Do not resist!" Jisoo shouted in frustration. A victorious smirk appeared on Chong Hyeon's face. It seemed his brilliant acting had completely fooled the police. Now, he wouldn't face any punishment. Sitting in front of the officers, Jisoo hung his head in silence. Chong Hyeon was certain. There's no way Jisoo would dare tell the truth. Never. There was no way he'd admit to being beaten by a mere newcomer. The broken plates, spilled food, and total mess of the scene only made Chong Hyeon more confident. Even if Jisoo did tell the truth, the fact that he had used gravity manipulation was obvious. That would only make his crime worse. The door swung open. Kim Do-jun's uncertain voice sounded. "Jisoo? Oh, lately, he had been struggling." He sat in front of the door, wiping his face while mumbling to himself. The other members often talked behind his back. Rumor had it that he was about to be expelled. Chong Hyeon nodded slightly. It seemed that justice had prevailed. The guy wiped off some sweat and asked, "Aren't you going to take a break?" Pressing a button on the control panel, Chong Hyeon replied, "I don't have time to rest." A massive holographic statue materialized. Do-jun was utterly confused when he saw Chong Hyeon wielding a long spear. Chong Hyeon smirked mischievously. His hand clenched tightly around the large spear, veins bulging. He silently reveled in his awakening, gaining a new skill after accomplishing a remarkable feat. A notification appeared on the screen. Peak rank, not yet activated. Awakening an ability. Once activated, the peak rank would stop advancing, but all attributes would increase in proportion to its level. A thrill ran through him. In other words, I just unlocked a new ability. The holographic warrior lunged forward. Chong Hyeon stomped on the ground and leapt, swinging his spear with force. Another notification popped up. Peak rank, not yet activated. Verbal command technique. When shouting the skill's name or a predetermined target, your power will increase. Your words don't need to match your actions. A bright blue light flashed. A deep crack appeared on the holographic enemy's head. Do-jun was left speechless. Chong Hyeon gazed at himself in contemplation. I didn't expect beating up Jisoo to count as an achievement. He scratched his head, feeling awkward. I've never seen this skill in my past life either. Recalling how he had fought Jisoo, he let out a smirk. A perfect ability? One that makes people think I'm just some oddball. A full meal was laid out on the table. A voice rang out. You're planning to enter the hunter selection tournament? Chong Hyeon calmly replied. Yes, I'll give it a try. I'll prove myself to you, Mom and Dad. He seemed to be deep in thought. Next Generation Hunters, a reality show dedicated to discovering and training promising new hunters. On his computer screen, a website displayed. Next Generation Hunters, registration now open. Filling out the registration form, he beamed. Finally, I'm in. His mother, worried about him, hesitated. But if it's a TV show, won't the competition be intense? His father, on the other hand, looked at ease. Let him go. You'll never know unless you try. His mother immediately began listing out his past failures. Oh, so this is just another one of your failed business ventures? You always try everything without thinking it through, don't you? Chong Hyeon quickly tried to change the subject. Do we really have to bring that up again? He let out a light laugh, still full of confidence. If I win this competition, the academy will notice me. Or even better, I could be recruited into one of the top 3 elite teams. Not to mention the massive prize money, and they'll even design a custom weapon just for me. His mother rested her chin on her hand, still looking worried. It has to be that way. The competition is just too fierce. Chong Hyeon's eyes sparkled with determination. I'll do my best. His parents exchanged glances, surprised but somewhat reassured. His mother pushed a plate of food toward him and urged. Fine, but if you lose, don't come crying back to me. Here, eat up. The competition stage was grand and imposing. Chong Hyeon pondered. Of course, this tournament was incredibly competitive. They were selecting the most promising candidates from the Hunter Championships held worldwide. A ranking board appeared before him. Deep in thought, he assessed the situation. Because of this, there were countless benefits for those who performed well, even if they didn't take first place. After all, they were choosing the best of the best among amateurs. Smiling, he reassured his parents. Don't worry. Recalling his past achievements, Chong Hyeon felt a surge of pride. I've held countless trophies in my hands already. With a calm voice, he declared, I won't lose to some rookies. Holding 2 guns, He stood on the podium as his name was announced. Next Generation Hunters. Written Exam, Part 3. Clone Battle Challenge, 3 minutes. A smirk formed at the corner of his lips as he heard the results. The scenery around him changed. At a round table, 3 individuals appeared to be engaged in discussion. The application entries are coming in soon, one of them remarked. The first to speak was Amazon, a judge for Next Generation Hunters. Holding a cup in her hand, she smiled as she looked toward the 2 others. Min Sok, I remember you weren't interested in being a judge. What changed your mind? Sitting across from her was Lee Min Sok, another judge for Next Generation Hunters. Smiling back, he responded, well, there are many reasons. Even though I've achieved success internationally, I feel like I haven't contributed enough to my own country. Who knows? There might be a hidden gem among the candidates. The last person was Min Soo Hyuk, another judge for Next Generation Hunters. Arms crossed, he smirked with a hint of disdain. If someone like that really exists, they'd already be competing in a professional league. The academy is always nurturing fresh talent anyway. Min Sok disagreed. That's exactly the problem. Think about it. Those so-called misfits, the truly exceptional ones, if they receive the right guidance, they have the potential to be something great. Era, sounding exasperated, interjected. Misfits, huh? Min Sok, what these kids need is someone to take care of them, not just another tournament. The discussion among the hunters continued, seemingly without an end. Everyone had their own opinions. You say that because you haven't met Ethan yet. Now that is what real talent looks like. Whatever you say, Min Soo Hyuk scoffed. Either way, our votes count the same. The scene shifted slightly. It was still the familiar entrance marked Next Generation Hunters. But there was a certain stillness in the air. A subtle yet unclear change. Inside, the person seated in front of a computer was none other than Lee Chong-hyeon. He stared blankly at the screen, searching for the next rising star. Someone who could shape the future of the Hunter Championship. A faint melody played in the background. Some kind of Hunter's theme song. Not bad, he thought. On the screen, a message appeared. The first round will be conducted as a written exam. Please fill in the blanks and submit your documents. Lee Chong-hyeon groaned. The first round is a written test? Are they kidding me? The clacking of his keyboard echoed as he started typing. Age, height, stats, even personal relationships? Bet the academy students are gonna love this part. His eyes landed on another section. List your previous occupations before pursuing a career as a hunter. Describe the challenges you faced and how you overcame them. As he typed, he thought to himself, in this life, I haven't really faced that many challenges yet. The next question appeared. Describe the difficulties you encountered when working in a team and how you handled them. Teamwork, huh? In my past life, no matter what I said, my teammates just followed along without question. Taking a large gulp of water, he stared at the overwhelming list of questions. This is worse than I expected. I thought the entry stage would be easy. But who knew I'd have to deal with this? Too difficult? Stop overthinking. Just do it and get it over with. I can make up for it in the practical test anyway. Suddenly, something caught his attention. Beneath all the questions, there was a small line of text. To proceed to part 3, please click here. What's this? The word, here, stood out the most, highlighted in bright blue amidst the black text. He clicked it. Suddenly, the world around him shifted. Everything turned into a vast, white void, with only him standing in the center. Awakened abilities are often shaped by one's experiences or unique traits. Chong-hyeon was both surprised and excited. He glanced around. What the hell? How does someone even use a skill like this? He was trapped inside a cube-shaped cage, surrounded by nothing but empty space. Is this some kind of teleportation ability? Or maybe an illusion? Out of nowhere, a voice echoed. This part of the test includes a small practical challenge. You will participate in a 3-minute clone battle to demonstrate your abilities. Defeat the waves of clones within 3 minutes. Chong-hyeon's eyes narrowed as he noticed another line. Your weapon will be based on your imagination. That made him pause, resting his hand on his chin. He pondered over his weapon choice. Seconds later, as if everything had clicked into place, a confident smirk formed on his lips. In an instant, 2 handguns materialized in his grasp. Fully loaded, ready to fire. Taking a step forward, he muttered, a practical test, huh? Let's do this. Examining his guns, he nodded to himself. I'm going with dual pistols. This is the best choice for my weapon transformation ability. But let's see if it actually works with my skills. The system voice rang out. The test will begin when you are ready. Chong Hyeon steadied his stance, waiting for the system's countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. His brown eyes shifted to a glowing red. The program activated. Start. From the walls, humanoid robotic dummies emerged. At a glance, they didn't seem to have high defense like the tank-type clones. Lifting his guns, Chong Hyeon locked onto his targets with a wicked grin. Like a demon unleashed, he unloaded a relentless barrage of bullets. I'll wipe them all out as fast as possible. Bang, 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 bang. Meanwhile, on the other side, a loud slam echoed across the room as someone pounded on the table. Are you kidding me? Amazon shot up from her seat, completely in disbelief. Min Soo-hyuk frowned. Do you think there's been some kind of mistake? Beside him, Min Soo-hyuk also sensed something was off. Yeah, there's definitely something strange here. This wasn't what we intended when we designed this test. On their screens, a live feed showed Lee Chong Hyeon actively participating in the practical exam. Arazo stood up and pointed at the screen. If he's just using guns, then anyone could do this. This is cheating. She picked up the tablet from under the table. Before she could continue, Ara Jozo frowned in frustration as she examined his application file. This is completely unacceptable. The answers given by Chong Hyeon were displayed before them. The contents weren't technically wrong, but something about them felt off. Question 1. Describe in detail the occupations you held before pursuing a career as a hunter. Explain the challenges you faced and how you overcame them. Answer. I was a student. My life has been fairly smooth, so I have never really faced any challenges. Question 2. Describe the difficulties you encountered when working in a team and how you handled them. Answer. I make people follow my orders, so there was never a chance for conflicts to occur. Amazon let out an exasperated sigh. Are you guys seriously not seeing the problem here? She tossed the report onto the table in frustration. The two other judges exchanged glances. Momentarily stunned, Min Sok grabbed the remote and pressed a few buttons. Aya, you might have a point. Era snapped. Might, you think? Min Sok enlarged the screen and turned up the volume. Regardless, guns aren't exactly a practical weapon for hunters. Meanwhile, unaware that he was being observed, Chong Hyeon remained focused on shooting his enemies. Bang, bang. Min Sok tilted his head in thought. In reality, firearms aren't viable in hunter competitions. They're also ineffective against monsters. He analyzed Chong Hyeon's actions and energy levels, comparing them to those of a typical awakened hunter. When a weapon detaches from an awakened individual's body, the mana infused within it disappears. In other words, for a gun to function effectively, mana would have to be transferred into each individual bullet. This is basically an impossible challenge, and it's extremely difficult to store large amounts of mana within ammunition. This is why most hunters opt for swords or spears. Occasionally, we see ranged weapons, but they're usually slow-firing ones like bows or crossbows. Min Sok's mind flashed to a certain individual. Someone who could fire an entire barrage of bullets infused with an enormous amount of mana. Only someone like Ethan could make that work. Min Sok scratched his head and pointed at the screen. Still, I had to say, this guy is really interesting. Amazon shouted from the side. Min Sok. Min Soo-hyuk nodded in agreement. I think so too. Amazon was stunned, unable to believe what she was hearing. Even you, Soo-hyuk? Chong Hyeon's shooting was extremely precise. He aimed directly at the key weak points of the humanoid targets before firing. One could argue, this contestant had demonstrated deep insight by exploiting loopholes in the rules. Whether intentional or not, the final result was what truly mattered. Min Sok smiled and turned to Arazo. Soo-hyuk is right. Besides, this isn't the final selection round, is it? If he doesn't meet the standards, we can always eliminate him later. But, I also noticed something else. Min Sok stared at Chong Hyeon on the screen. He might have a different perspective on firearms than we do. Arazo, resting her chin on her hand, eyed him skeptically. Different? How exactly? Min Sok responded vaguely, with a faint smirk. Who knows? He imagined the two handguns Chong Hyeon was wielding. Does he actually believe firearms are viable in this tournament? Lost in thought, Min Sok shook his head. No, that's not it. His gaze darkened slightly as he studied Chong Hyeon. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chong Hyeon suddenly discarded one of his guns. Maybe I should try using just one this time. Min Sok's lips curled into a smile. I just hope he proves me wrong. The scene shifted. A deep voice echoed in the air. So, that's what happened with Jisoo. Kim Do-jun appeared, casually chatting with someone across from him. Yes, sir. But luckily, my friend didn't suffer any major injuries. Across from him sat Shin Un-tryon. The older man seemed skeptical about Kim Do-jun's words. Strange. On the other side of the room, Jisoo sat with his head down, completely silent. Shin Un-tryon still had many unanswered questions. But for now, he kept them to himself. Jisoo's one-on-one combat ability was never particularly strong. But his skills were undeniably powerful. So how did that brat walk away with barely a scratch? While Jisoo got beaten into the ground? Shin Un-tryon frowned, deep in thought. Jisoo had been completely overpowered. After a moment, Shin Un-tryon turned back to Kim Do-jun. Alright, I understand. Now, let's talk about you. You applied for the Rookie Hunter Championship show, didn't you? Kim Do-jun nodded. Yes, sir. That's actually what I wanted to tell you. I might get busy soon with filming for the show. Shin Un-tryon stepped closer, speaking with enthusiasm. So, the guy who fought Jisoo, was it Chong Hyeon? Is he competing in the tournament as well? Kim Do-jun stroked his chin, thinking for a moment. I'm not sure. The next time I see him, I'll ask. Shin Un-tryon didn't press further. Alright then, you must be busy preparing for the competition as well. You should head home early. Kim Do-jun smiled and stood up. Yes, coach. He bowed slightly at the door. I'll be leaving now, sir. Shin Un-tryon returned the smile. As he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. This is getting more and more interesting. As Kim Do-jun walked out, he suddenly halted, glancing to the side. Through the glass window, he spotted Jisoo sitting inside a room. Jisoo was also going to participate in the competition. A smirk formed on his lips. A cold shiver ran down his spine. This is going to be fun. The sun shone brightly on the grand arena. Next Generation Hunters. Main tournament arena. The sound of footsteps echoed as someone approached. Chong Hyeon spoke to himself. It's been a while since I last stood here. This place was where it all began for me. His expression carried a hint of anticipation. With steady steps, he strode through the grand entrance hall of the arena. A triangular structure, divided into 3 sections, loomed ahead. The Hunter Championship was structured into 3 divisions. Division 1 took place in a tower. Divisions 2 and 3 were held in a virtual battlefield. Chong Hyeon's gaze sharpened as he let out a small smile. I never understood why they built such massive arenas. Not many people actually used them. But as he looked down at the crowds below, realization dawned upon him. Now I get it. They built it for occasions like this. On the giant screens, a cold and composed face appeared. His sharp features and imposing presence caught the audience's attention. Next Generation Hunters. Candidate Jun Han Jeon. A short-haired blonde girl was introduced next. Next Generation Hunters. Candidate IU Hyu. Then, a rugged-looking man with a thick beard leaned against the glass barrier. His gaze shifting as his name was called. Next Generation Hunters. Candidate Jang Min Sol. Chong Hyeon watched the introductions with quiet contemplation. This tournament took place long before I made my debut in my past life. So I wasn't expecting to see any familiar faces. Jun Han Jeol, with dozens of swords behind him, made Chong Hyeon ponder deeply. But in reality, there were quite a few people he was paying attention to. He even considered Yuhizu and some other promising individuals. When Young Min Son was interviewed, he laughed, ruffled his hair, and said, I wonder who the winner will be. Han Jeol smirked with disdain and thought to himself. Regardless, this time, that person will be me. A voice suddenly called out. It turned out to be Kim Do-jun, waving enthusiastically from the audience section, causing Chong Hyeon to be surprised. Chong Hyeon tilted his head and asked, How have you been lately? Do-jun responded cheerfully. I'm still doing well. What about you? I thought you'd be in the hospital longer. Chong Hyeon smiled with squinting eyes and thought. Right, Do-jun still thinks I was seriously injured. Do-jun leaned closer to Chong Hyeon's ear and whispered. Jisoo is under restriction, and according to the diagnosis, it will take another 3 weeks for a full recovery. Chong Hyeon looked doubtful and repeated, 3 weeks? He turned his head and saw that person appearing here. So he asked, then why is he here? Kim Do-jun whispered firmly. Because he has no other choice. The professional teams are scouting for talent among the academy's trainees. So he wants to make an impression on them. Jisoo's eyes were filled with unease. As if afraid of being discovered. The cameraman was adjusting his equipment, while white smoke spread across the stage, creating a mesmerizing scene under the gaze of thousands of candidates. Through the magical mist, the announcer spoke loudly into the mic. New players and fresh faces are always the most sought after. He continued with excitement. Who will carry the future of the Hunter Federation? Welcome to the next generation Hunters, where legends begin. Flashlights flickered across the stadium. Cheers erupted from the crowd. The big screen lit up, displaying an enchanting image. A magnificent tower gradually taking shape, glowing brilliantly as it reached completion. A grand voice echoed, welcome to the greatest competition on Earth, where we find the finest hunter of the next generation. Do-jun's eyes widened in excitement. His hands clenched tightly as he spoke with enthusiasm. Everyone present here today has defeated countless awakened individuals across the nation. Min Son, on the other hand, seemed slightly anxious. The organizers continued the announcement, surpassing an acceptance rate of only 2%. These individuals stand as representatives of the new era of Korean hunters. Let's give them a warm round of applause. Golden lights illuminated a room where 3 individuals were seated. The MC raised his voice once more. Allow me to introduce our 3 judges. The first was a woman with short hair and large, round eyes, her striking appearance causing many to take a second glance. She was introduced as Yora, a powerful figure within the Korean Hunter Federation, and a 3-time national champion, with a tournament named after her. She sat upright, raising a hand in greeting with a composed smile. Next was the most outstanding representative of Korea on the international stage, the World Hunter Championship runner-up, Lee Min-sok. He maintained a serious posture, offering a small nod upon introduction. And finally, Min Soo-yuk, a prominent figure among Korea's national competitors. The crowd below burst into excited chatter. Do-jun, seemingly in disbelief, exclaimed, huh? That's really Lee Min-sok? Isn't he supposed to be competing overseas? Chong Hyeon's gaze shifted toward the 2 judges on stage. His expression contemplative. There really are some big names here. In his past life, they had all been on par with him. He smiled slightly, a calm, confident smile, as he thought to himself. But still, none of them are better than me. The MC suddenly pointed toward the contestants and declared, our challengers will now face the trials set forth by these judges. And for the individual who claims the top position, he deliberately paused, letting anticipation build, before unveiling the grand prize. A shimmering golden trophy, and more importantly, 500.000.0001, along with a custom-made weapon from the More's workshop. At this moment, Chong Hyeon was utterly shocked. His hands clenched tightly as he thought, More's workshop? An image of More's appeared, its name shining brilliantly against a black backdrop. As the flashlights faded, the announcement continued. The standard items from More's workshop are valued in the hundreds of millions of won. A custom-crafted weapon is reserved only for those deemed truly worthy, with a price reaching the billions. I never expected the prize to be this grand. Chong Hyeon's face exuded an overwhelming confidence. There was one thing he was absolutely certain of. He would regain the strength from his past life even sooner than expected. Judge Yo Era took the microphone and announced the first trial. Now, I will introduce the first mission. The hundreds of hunters here today have surpassed 4.350 other contestants to earn their place in the next round. However, there are still too many of you. We need to find a true hunter. Therefore, the first task will be. She suddenly furrowed her brows, raised her hand, and pointed straight ahead, her voice ringing through the mic. A majestic blue tower radiated a dazzling sapphire glow as she spoke. A survival game will take place inside the dungeon, the same battleground where real hunters have fought. Along with her words, a vision of a raging waterfall and an endless wilderness appeared. You must survive until only 20 contestants remain in the land of the lost souls. Additionally, the top 5 participants, who eliminate the most opponents, will gain an advantage in the next stage. As Era finished speaking, Beams of blue light began pulling the contestants away. And now, the mission begins. With that final statement, the blue light engulfed them. Chong Hyeon grinned in excitement. Finally, it begins. A flash of light transported him into a dense forest. He turned his head, scanning his surroundings. A thunderous waterfall crashed down violently, making him pause in thought. The land of the lost souls. In his past life, this place had been used for the final match. Before joining the competition, he had researched the area thoroughly. I know every inch of this place like the back of my hand. The dungeon's structure, core mechanisms, ecosystem. He recalled every detail with ease. He smirked confidently. Even the hidden dungeon, I know where it is. A slight smile crossed his lips. Chong Hyeon stepped closer to the waterfall, muttering to himself, "Alright, what should I do first?" It seemed the survival game had truly begun. In the distance, Amazon smirked mysteriously as he looked in Chong Hyeon's direction. Here, he won't be able to bend the rules anymore. A vision of Chong Hyeon in a white hoodie, firing his weapon relentlessly, flashed before Arnwo's eyes. She frowned deeply, thinking to herself, he passed the qualifiers, without even showcasing his individual skills. They might see it as proof of his intelligence. But I don't. Her gaze sharpened, and her frown grew even more ominous. A long-haired woman with 4 arms appeared before Chong Hyeon, and declared, "In this survival game, we can accurately assess the essential skills of a hunter. Combat ability, adaptability, reconnaissance, and survival skills. There is no place for a fraud here." Arazo smirked arrogantly, brimming with confidence, as if to say, "Don't underestimate the Hunter Federation." Meanwhile, 2 of the judges sat conversing. Min Soo-hyuk pointed at the screen with a grin. "The overall skill level of this batch is quite impressive." Huh? The other judge crossed his arms and chuckled. "Yeah, especially the survival game. It looks like ERA has prepared something interesting. It's a brilliant way to eliminate inexperienced hunters, or those lacking essential skills." But suddenly, both of them froze and turned sharply in one direction. A voice shouted, "Wait, hold on." Beep, beep, beep. A rapid alarm sounded. A blue light had crossed the red boundary line. Something was wrong. A contestant was leaving the designated competition area. Soo-hyuk slammed the table and stood up abruptly. "Show us what's happening over there." The spotlight shone, revealing Chong Hyeon, standing before a strange yet beautifully patterned door. His crimson eyes glowed ominously, a sinister smirk forming on his lips. He was undoubtedly up to something. At this moment, Eridu's face turned pale. She shot up from her seat, internally panicking. How does he know about that place? That's where the artifact of the Land of the Lost Souls is hidden. The main relic, a secret treasure of the dungeon, which could take many forms. Sometimes, simply obtaining the relic guaranteed victory. Arazo clenched her fists in anger. This dungeon has never been used for a competition before. Even the Elite Unit 1 competitors don't know about this location, let alone a regular contestant. There's no way he should know about it, asterisk. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sok turned toward Arazo, his tone grave as he whispered, "Era, what's going on? If this is some kind of mistake, we need to find a way to handle it. So tell us, what exactly is happening?" Arazo hesitated before responding. "This isn't a mistake. This virtual reality dungeon is an exact simulation of a real one. And Chong Hyeon is currently entering a hidden zone. A place that no one should know about. Not even the Hunter Federation's elite contestants. That's why it doesn't appear on the map, asterisk." Upon hearing this, Lee Min-sok immediately pressed on. "So you're saying, this game map is based on a real-life dungeon, including the hidden zone, which is exactly where that contestant is heading. Then tell me, what's inside that secret dungeon?" Eridu remained silent for a long moment, deep in thought. Then, she finally answered, "Angel. A relic so powerful that it's banned from competitions, asterisk." The moment Arazo finished speaking, both Lee Min-sok and Min Soo-hyuk were stunned. Their mouths hung open in disbelief. "Wait, what?" she continued. "We can still remove the relic. If we halt the match, we can prevent him from obtaining it. But since this is virtual reality, he can't take it out into the real world. However, he can still use it in this match." At this moment, something seemed to click for Lee Min-sok. He suddenly exclaimed, "I see. But wait, shouldn't an artifact that powerful be heavily guarded?" Arazo nodded. "It is. Every relic is protected by a guardian. The stronger the relic, the more powerful its guardian becomes. Asterisk. A realization dawned on Amazon. And he suddenly smirked. You're right, let me check something. At that moment, deep within a stone passageway, a glowing cube pulsed ominously. The guardian of R. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon clutched onto a protruding stone on the wall, his expression brimming with confidence as he advanced. As he walked, he exhaled deeply, murmuring to himself, "It's been a long time, so I don't remember everything perfectly. But this is definitely the right spot. If I defeat the guardian here and obtain R, this round will be as easy as eating cake." Hey! Asterisk. With a fearless stride, he stepped forward without hesitation. A short distance in, his gaze locked onto the glowing guardian cube, R. His eyes widened in anticipation. But the moment the guardian of Angel detected an intruder, it rose into the air and instantly launched a powerful energy blast toward Lee Chong-hyeon. TCH. With blinding agility, he dodged at the last second, barely avoiding the devastating attack. He exhaled sharply, thinking to himself, "Damn, if I hadn't been here before, I would have been dead already." This guardian cube, it was actually a piece of advanced technology, discovered in the ruins of an ancient tower. He had faced it before, during the final battle of his past life. By defeating it, he had claimed R and secured his victory. And now, he had found it midway through the match. Meaning, I can use it, even if it's a forbidden artifact. As he thought, Lee Chong-hyeon swiftly drew a weapon. At that moment, the system interface appeared. Mysterious weapon transformation. Transform the weapon into any shape you desire. Lee Chong-hyeon looked up and thought to himself, I'll just do it again. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, raising his weapon and slashing ahead. He moved quickly, prying a block from the guardian's body and clutching it tightly to himself. However, his landing was off. He crashed onto the ground, tumbling over, his face twisted in pain like a monkey's grimace as he mumbled, "Got one. With my current stats, defeating that guardian monster is nearly impossible. But this cube, it's a machine designed to protect ancient relics." Just then, the cube he had seized shattered into floating fragments. Hovering in midair, Lee Chong-hyeon observed and muttered, "If I can figure out its attack mechanism, I can counter it." The fragmented cubes suddenly reassembled into two enormous hands that lunged toward him. He barely dodged the strike and let out a relieved sigh. Phew, that was close. Although he had anticipated the attack, the timing was still tight. As he drew his blade again, the massive hands made of cubes suddenly collapsed into separate pieces. A sly smirk crept onto his face. I threw a fragment right into its hand. No matter how tough those cubes are, its own broken pieces are just as hard. It was bound to break apart. He then grabbed a fragment of the shattered cube. Standing up proudly, he strode further inside. As he walked, he murmured, "Nice. Time to retrieve R and get to the treasure." The moment he stepped inside, treasure chests illuminated the entire cavern with a dazzling glow. Approaching one at random, he opened it and looked inside. "It's been a long time since I last saw R. Not that it's anything too grand. Everything is going according to plan." Inside the chest lay artifact R. Let's equip it as a weapon. But suddenly, something caught his attention, making him look up. Huh? Is this what I think it is? At that moment, the system interface appeared again. Supreme Awakening of Ability R. You can now use your mana to create an exact replica of R. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyeon exclaimed, "Defeating the Guardian is considered a miracle. And I even got a new skill. Damn, with this, things are going to get interesting." He picked up two guns and immediately started firing. Bang, 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 bang. His face lit up with excitement as he thought, "Thanks to this, I can use firearms earlier than I expected. In my past life, the reason I could wield guns was because of my enormous mana reserves. It allowed me to fire bullets made from mana." At that moment, the system notification popped up. Supreme rank not yet activated. Awakening ability in progress. Once activated, the supreme rank will cease leveling up, but all stats will increase according to its tier. Before activation, it will instead accelerate the development of the awakened individual. Muttering to himself, Lee Chong-hyeon thought, "Since I haven't activated the supreme rank yet, I don't have as much mana as I did back then." He fired another volley of shots, bang, 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 and continued, "But I can still manage with R." Lee Chong-hyeon then examined the areas where the bullets had hit. After a moment, He reached out to touch the impact marks, trying to gauge their effectiveness. Good enough for suppressive fire, but hitting precise targets will be tricky. There has to be a way. As he said this, a confident smirk appeared on his face. Inside the room, everyone watched Lee Chong-hyun's every move, confused and uncertain about what he was doing. Amazon, in shock, blurted out, "Oh my god, he's using guns again. Is this how he utilizes Angel Sao?" Lee Min-sok narrowed his eyes and spoke. "Wait, how did he dodge that explosion from the laser?" Another person chimed in. "I was wondering the same thing. That cube isn't a living entity. I think it moves according to a set mechanism. But how the hell does he know that?" Amazon added. "No way a mere examinee could figure that out. Even professional hunters like us would struggle. Unless, he has a skill like clairvoyance, allowing him to predict his opponent's movements." She placed a hand on her chin, closed her eyes, and pondered deeply. "Forget that. But how did he even come up with the idea of defeating it using a fragment of itself?" At that moment, Lee Min-sok spoke again. "That's exactly the issue here. You see, people like him, those so-called eccentrics, are the truly exceptional ones. If they are guided properly, they hold immense potential." Meanwhile, Yo gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling completely powerless. In the middle of a dense forest, Jun Han Jial leapt down from a tree branch, landing gracefully on the lower branches. Now standing firmly on one of them, he looked up and activated the system. Checking the ranking leaderboard, the system screen displayed, Han Jial Jun 17 kills. Aigu 10 kills. Jisoo Han 8 kills. Han Jin 8 kills. Jin Sol Kim 7 kills. After scanning the leaderboard, he smirked to himself. Everything is going smoothly, just as the academy team predicted. With 60 more eliminations, this round will be over soon. Jun Han Jial then jumped down to the ground, walking forward as he thought. Seems like no one can win a solo fight against me. Suddenly, bang, 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 hearing the sound of gunfire, he flinched and turned around sharply. "Gunshots?" he exclaimed. Elsewhere in the same forest, Lee Chong-hyun was also on the move. Muttering to himself, he thought, "I might have wasted too much time. 60 players have already been eliminated. I can only take first place if I eliminate all the remaining contestants. But I'm not going to waste time actively searching for them. 5th place is fine for now. I'll just eliminate as many as I can along the way." As he continued walking, he suddenly spotted a man standing ahead with his back turned toward him. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyun thought to himself, "Is that Jisoo?" Meanwhile, inside a bush, Han Jisoo was hiding, watching the scene unfold. Noticing someone standing in front of him, he clenched his fists tightly and punched the ground. The sudden movement startled the unidentified man, causing him to scream, "Wah, wah!" Watching from his hiding spot, Han Jisoo grinned triumphantly. But then, the man let out another startled scream. Han Jisoo quickly scrambled out of the bush to check what had happened. As he ran forward, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder from behind, making his heart skip a beat in terror. Standing right behind him was Lee Chong-hyun. With a wide grin, he asked, being sneaky again, "Jisoo, how have you been lately?" Hearing Lee Chong-hyun's voice right behind him, Han Jisoo's eyes widened in shock. His legs gave out, and he fell to the ground in fear. Panicking, he stammered, "Why you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Lee Chong-hyun cut him off. "I'm having a bit of a problem. I hope you can help me." Hearing that, Han Jisoo snorted and replied mockingly, "Me? Help you? Go to hell, you beast." Hearing himself being insulted, Lee Chong-hyun's face darkened. With a cold voice, he asked, "What did you just call me?" But the next moment, he changed his expression, replacing it with a friendly smile. Then, in a calm and pleasant tone, he continued, "I'm just here to ask for a little favor. No need to be so rude." However, Han Jisoo clenched his fists, let out a loud "ha," and attacked. His punch sent Lee Chong-hyun flying backward. As he tumbled, Lee Chong-hyun thought to himself, "If I force him to use his skill over a wide area, it'll weaken his power. Then, I can jump in and finish the job, taking all the kills for myself. He clearly has no intention of helping me. No problem, I'll make him change his mind." With that thought, Lee Chong-hyun sprinted toward Han Jisoo. He leapt into the air, preparing to strike, and shouted, "Headbutt!" Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Han Jisoo flinched and let out a startled cry. But Lee Chong-hyeon didn't stop. Headbutt, he shouted again, relentlessly slamming his head against Han Jisu's forehead and stomach. After a relentless beating, Han Jisu's face was swollen and bruised. Breathing heavily, he gritted his teeth and asked, "What the hell do you want?" Lee Chong-hyeon smirked and answered, "Let's work together." Han Jisu turned his head away and scoffed. "Huh? Work together? No way in hell I'm teaming up with you." Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon let out a dramatic sigh. "Oh, so that's how it's gonna be." Without hesitation, he pulled out his gun and fired a shot into the ground near Han Jisu's feet. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the forest. Then, Lee Chong-hyeon aimed the gun at Han Jisu's head and said, "In that case, I'll have to eliminate you. Or, you can help me and live." With the barrel of the gun still pressed against his forehead, Han Jisu had no choice. His face filled with frustration and helplessness. He sighed and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Seeing that Jisu had given in, Lee Chong-hyeon smirked to himself. Mission accomplished. Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, two players were engaged in a fierce battle. Suddenly, Han Jisu used his power to disrupt the fight, causing both of them to panic. A blue-haired girl gasped. "What the?" The young man next to her cursed angrily. "What the hell?" From a distance, Lee Chong-hyeon took aim and fired his gun. Bang! Bang! As soon as both targets fell, his face lit up with joy. "Double kill," he cheered. "Perfect, 2 clean shots." Realizing that the previous gunshots were fired by Lee Chong-hyeon, he grinned with excitement and shouted, "Double kills, hell yeah." However, the man standing behind him didn't seem pleased at all. As the two of them continued walking, a sharp sliding sound suddenly came from behind. A long silver-white sword shot forward at an incredible speed, almost as fast as light. Both Chong-hyeon and Jisu were startled, whipping their heads around in shock, their eyes widening in fear. However, a terrifying gravitational force suddenly took effect, pulling the incoming sword straight down to the ground with a loud clang. Chong-hyeon's expression shifted, he was intrigued. With a smirk, he muttered, "Seems like my gunfire was a bit too loud. We've got some uninvited guests." Before them stood 3 figures, one wielding a spear, another holding a sword, and the last floating in midair with a glowing blade. The leader was Aran Han Jeol, a man with long black hair, sharp eyes, and well-defined features. It turned out that they were members of the Hunter Federation, an elite combat team. Of course, not every competitor was trained for direct combat. With a cold voice, Aran Han Jeol spoke. Even though Han Jisu eliminated 8 players and ranked 3rd, his gravity ability is actually most effective as battlefield support. Without a doubt, gravity plays a crucial role for them. Surrounding Jisu, fragments of debris floated weightlessly in a mystical purple aura. Meanwhile, standing a short distance away, a young man with brown hair and a refined face was observing Chong-hyeon closely. This was Lee Min-sok, and he appeared to be deep in thought. Lightly stroking his chin, he murmured, "He's performing quite well. I wonder, will Chong-hyeon break his streak?" "No," a firm female voice interrupted. It was Yo, a beautiful woman who clearly disagreed with his speculation. If he wanted to eliminate him, he would have already shot him. With a frustrated and suspicious expression, she waved her hand and asked, "Why did Chong-hyeon point his gun at Jisu earlier? Could they have made some kind of deal?" Her tone was full of doubt. Is he really thinking about making Jisu his support? Lee Min-sok, still contemplative, nodded slightly. It's possible. But how did he even know where to find Jisu in the first place? I don't think they knew each other beforehand. He paused, then added, unless he has some kind of skill that lets him identify other people's abilities? After a brief moment, he shook his head and muttered, "No, maybe I'm just overthinking it." Then, Yo spoke with certainty. If they work together, they'll be an unstoppable duo. Jisu restrains enemies with gravity, while Chong-hyeon takes them out with his gun. Slender fingers once again denied the words just spoken. Era had just refuted the theory, it sounded convincing. Sure, but in reality, not necessarily. Min-sok smiled deeply and mysteriously, as if he were plotting something. He was calculating. His opponent, facing those two, was also a formidable adversary. His rival wouldn't be an easy target. Under the sunlight illuminating the entire forest, 4 figures strode forward with confidence. Without a hint of hesitation, Chong-hyeon asked Jisu, while his gaze remained locked onto the approaching figures. What's the simplest way to gain an advantage in combat? It seemed he already had the answer in mind. Yet he still asked Jisoo. Who hesitated? A powerful weapon. 2 well-coordinated teammates. Jisoo replied firmly. No. The easiest and most effective way is to outnumber the opponent. He appeared uneasy, thinking about Jisoo's gravity abilities on his side. But Jisoo was still just a support. Chong Hyeon lowered his voice. No matter how hard we try, the two of us can't take them on. Then suddenly, a sinister grin, tinged with amusement, crept onto his face. Worry? That's probably what they're thinking. Before they could even assume a battle stance. 2 hands, 2 guns. He had to leap high into the air to dodge the razor-sharp sword that had just been hurled toward him. The blade embedded itself straight into the ground, right where Chong Hyeon had just stood. How fast did it have to be to make the trees tremble and drive itself so deeply into the earth? Chong Hyeon's eyes gleamed with excitement, his grin widening. It's been a long time since I felt this way. And for you, this must be the first time, right? Hanyeon continued controlling his sword. It seemed he didn't have just one. He didn't underestimate his opponent as he declared. I don't know what you did, but those weapons in your hands are quite unusual. That's exactly why I had to take you down. With a swift flick of his hand, a gust of wind carried a sleek, pitch-black blade, its tip razor-sharp, spiraling toward Chong Hyeon, without a shred of mercy. Dodging, he fired back. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rang out, among the sounds of praise. His voice carried a hint of mockery toward Han Jian. Not bad. Unwilling to be outdone, 7 swords rose one by one into the air, guided by his power, his hand lifting to command their movements. Chong Hyeon recalled. In his previous life, Han Jial had the ability to control multiple swords using his sword manipulation skill. But why wasn't he using it now? Gunshots continued to echo. With wide open eyes and a smirk of amusement, he thought, this will be tough for him, having to defend against this barrage of bullets. Bang, bang, the bullets kept firing relentlessly, heading straight toward Han Jian. Thump, thump, thump. Each bullet embedded itself into the massive, moss-covered ancient tree where Han Jial was taking cover, dodging the deadly rain of bullets. While Jisoo turned and ran in the opposite direction, Chong Hyeon remained confident. Arrogantly, he thought, he'll definitely hide behind a tree. It was obvious, Han Jial never used such tactics before. At that moment, a man in a yellow robe, wielding a massive sword, lunged toward Chong Hyeon. His grip tightened around the sword, swinging it forcefully in Chong Hyeon's direction. For a brief moment, surprise flickered in Chong Hyeon's eyes. His expression wavered with slight panic, but nothing could truly faze him. With a swift motion, he slammed his gun against the yellow-robed man's wrist, making him lose grip on his sword. The weapon fell to the ground with a clatter. You still have a lot to learn. He smirked and continued. If you get this close to someone with a gun, there's no way the shot will miss. Before he could finish his sentence, the yellow-robed man suddenly turned and fled. Even Chong Hyeon was caught off guard. Huh? The man in yellow muttered, as if sensing something was about to unfold. Bang! A gunshot rang out unexpectedly. Chong Hyeon immediately stomped the ground, launching himself forward at incredible speed. He took cover behind a large tree just as a gleaming, razor-sharp sword came hurtling toward him. His amusement vanished. His expression grew serious, his gaze turning sharp. It was time to use another special ability, one he had yet to reveal. Hypervision. The darkness around him seemed to brighten, allowing him to see everything clearly, including the girl with the bow. He smirked to himself. I'll take care of all of them. While Han Jian focused on defense, Chong Hyeon leapt high into the air. Each powerful step sent shockwaves through the ground, making him look formidable against the vast blue sky. Finally, the last member of Han Jial's team was found, black. His face twisted in fear. Bang! A single gunshot ended his life. The demon eye of execution remained active. Another target was spotted, a female archer hiding behind a large boulder, her bow drawn and ready to fire at Chong Hyeon. Her eyes widened in terror and shock. Bang! The execution shot ended her life. Chong Hyeon landed lightly on the ground, his thoughts racing. 7 down. His sharp eyes followed the direction of his gun barrel. 1 left. He pulled the trigger. A jade-green bullet shot forward, streaking through the air with a dazzling glow. It hurtled straight toward Han Jiol's sword. Cling! The sword fell, landing with a sharp thud on the lush green grass. Han Jiol gritted his teeth, his gaze growing more determined. With a swift motion, the sword returned to his grasp. Chong Hyeon shouted, "Is that you, Han Jion?" With a flick of his wrist, he fired. Bang! 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 Han Jiol raised both swords. Clang! 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 He deflected every bullet. A smirk formed on his lips, as if impressed. "Your ability to deflect each shot is commendable," he admitted. "You even accounted for the slowing effect on my bullets due to my low mana reserves." But the barrage continued. Each shot packed immense force, growing stronger and faster. Chong Hyeon's excitement only grew. "Unfortunately for you, I'm even better." Bang! 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 The relentless gunfire echoed. Han Jiol's stamina waned. His body screamed with exhaustion as he struggled to block the endless bullets. The sharp sound of metal clashing filled the battlefield. Clang! 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 Clearly, Chong Hyeon had the upper hand. All he had to do was keep firing. A jade-green bullet struck Han Jiol's sword, causing it to veer off course. But Chong Hyeon wasn't done. With hypervision, he adjusted his aim and fired again. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, moving faster than the wind. It raced straight toward Han Jiol. Chong Hyeon smirked, certain of his victory. "Got you." But then, beep! A sharp whistle interrupted the fight. An announcement echoed across the battlefield, introducing the final 20 survivors. Blinding flashlights illuminated the remaining players standing on the podium. And with that, the survival game had come to an end. White smoke billowed across the field, as if celebrating the strongest 20 warriors of the battle. While the others rejoiced in their victory, Chong Hyeon was anything but satisfied. "Damn it, I was just about to finish him off." Meanwhile, 3 figures sat stiffly in their seats, watching the battlefield. The spotlights shifted toward them. It was time for them to speak. Era Zo stood up, addressing the survivors. "Congratulations to you all. From this moment on, you each have the right to call yourselves true hunters." She continued, "Hunters, you represent only a small fraction of the awakened. That alone is truly admirable." Lee Min-sok pointed with a cheerful expression. "What is the fundamental purpose of a hunter? Some might say it's to win battles. However, we seek individuals who embody the spirit of the first generation of hunters, those who protected humanity." He hesitated slightly before continuing. "They bravely stepped onto the front lines, ventured into dungeons, and risked their lives." He then added, "I believe the survival game has given you a glimpse into what it means to be a hunter. Details about the next mission will be revealed here next week. Surely, through this game, you've recognized your own shortcomings. So, use this week to improve yourselves." Chanel listened intently as the man continued his speech. But he wasn't finished yet. "You are free to use the training facilities as much as you like. I highly recommend you check them out at least once." Chong Hyeon frowned, visibly frustrated that the results hadn't turned out as he had hoped. Just then, the final rankings appeared on the large screen. A robotic voice echoed, "Good luck." Lee Chong Hyeon furrowed his brows, his expression serious as he gazed at the screen. The final rankings were displayed. Rank 1. Hang Jaeon Juns, 17 kills. Rank 2. Hai Juju, 10 kills. Rank 3. Jisoo Han and Han Jin, 8 kills each. Rank 5. Lee Chong Hyeon, 7 kills. Lee Chong Hyeon stared at the screen, his face filled with disappointment. "Only 5th place?" he muttered. Just then, something unexpected appeared. Startled, he glanced downward. A system notification popped up. "Mission completed. Peak awakening achieved. You can now use your mana to create an Arthur clone." At that moment, Kim Do-jun casually approached him, throwing an arm around his shoulder. "Hey, Chong Hyeon, I heard you placed 5th. Lee Chong Hyeon responded with a grin. "What about you? Did you make it to the next round?" Kido Run laughed and replied, "Yeah, but, did you really use a gun? Everyone's talking about you. How the hell did you even get a gun?" Lee Chong Hyeon smirked. "I just found a way." "Fine, I'll give you that, but seriously, how did you even shoot it properly?" At that moment, a voice called out from the distance. "Chong Hyeon." It interrupted the conversation between the two. Chong Hyeon turned his head toward the source of the voice. "Please prepare for your interview," the person said. Interview room. The setting shifted to a small interview room. Lee Chong Hyeon sat on a chair and asked, Where should I look? The interviewer replied. You can look at me. Without further delay, the interview began. Alright, first question. Why did you decide to join the next generation of hunters? Lee Chong-hyun smirked arrogantly. I don't see any candidate more promising than myself. The interviewer raised an eyebrow. Surprised. Oh, well, congratulations first, then. Congratulations, Chong-hyun, for successfully advancing to the next round. Can you share your thoughts on the first round? Still smug, Chong-hyun shrugged. I could have done even better. But whatever, I passed, so no surprises there. The interviewer pressed on. You must have faced many contestants during the match. Who do you consider a worthy opponent? Lee Chong-hyun responded nonchalantly. No one at all. Though, in his mind, he admitted that Hanjin had made him a little uneasy. But not enough to call him a rival. The interviewer seemed somewhat annoyed by his arrogance. Without wasting time, he continued. Then why did you only place 5th? Lee Chong-hyun's eyes lit up with excitement. If I dominated the show from the start, where would the fun be? The cameraman and the interviewer fell silent. This kid. Alright, I see. Let's move on to the next question. Cafeteria scene. The setting transitioned to the cafeteria. Lee Chong-hyun and Kim Do-jun sat together, eating at a table. Out of nowhere, Kim Do-jun let out a deep sigh. Lee Chong-hyun glanced at him. What's wrong, Kim Do-jun? Kim Do-jun sighed again before replying. The interview. I just wanted to finish it as quickly as possible. Lee Chong-hyun took a bite of his food and asked. What did they ask you? Kim Do-jun frowned. They kept comparing me to Jisoo. It was so annoying. Lee Chong-hyun kept chewing, thinking to himself, well, that makes sense. Jisoo was always hard on him. But Do-jun, he wasn't the type to badmouth his seniors. The complete opposite of himself. At that moment, Kim Do-jun suddenly raised his spoon and said, so I told them, my rival isn't senior Jisoo, it's you. Hearing this, Lee Chong-hyun was startled. Kim Do-jun chuckled and continued. That made things even worse. I should have just said Jisoo instead. Then he asked, what about you? What did they ask? Lee Chong-hyun replied, just the usual questions, like who I think will win. Kim Do-jun sighed in disappointment. Oh, and what did you say? Obviously, me, Lee Chong-hyun answered nonchalantly. Kim Do-jun thought for a moment and said, I think I answered Junhang Jayan or Juhi Iju. You're good, Chong-hyun, but those two are on a whole different level. Even compared to the first team members of the academy. They stand out. Have you ever seen them in action? You could say they're the pillars of the team, the ace players. I think they could compete in professional tournaments without any issues. Trust me, if you saw them competing at the academy, you'd think the same as I do. At that moment, Lee Chong-hyun suddenly interrupted, his voice filled with irritation. So you've always thought like that? Always believed they were on a completely different level than you? Kim Do-jun was taken aback by the question. Lee Chong-hyun continued, if you keep thinking that way, you'll never achieve anything. You should drop that mindset. After saying that, he stood up and turned to leave. I'm heading to training. Take your time and think about it. Kim Do-jun sat there in shock, unable to respond. As Lee Chong-hyun walked away, he thought to himself, maybe I was a bit harsh on the kid, but it had to be said. Talent is essentially the same for everyone, it just varies in quantity. Except for a rare few. The ones who truly surpass others are those who always set their sights on the highest peak. While drinking some water, he continued his thoughts. What's the point of believing you're inferior to others? Especially at his age. Just then, he felt a hand placed on his shoulder. He turned around. Behind him stood a young man with a friendly smile. Hey, nice to meet you. Then, without hesitation, the guy started talking endlessly. My name is Jin Han. I heard you made it past the first round along with Hang Eon. Right? That must have been tough. Huh? I always go up against him at the academy. And I've never won a single match. I heard you managed to give him a hard time at the end of the match. I've never seen anyone our age go head to head with Hang Eon before. Oh, I think I've been rambling a bit. What's your name? My name? It's Chong-hyun. What do you want? He responded. The guy grinned and said, you know, after the game ended, that guy was seriously pissed off. At that moment, behind him, a young man with a displeased expression stood with his arms crossed. Han, stop talking about unnecessary stuff. Let's go already. The cheerful guy tugged at Han's sleeve and quickly apologized. Sorry for bothering you. Then, As he hurried off, he added, "Next time, make sure to tell me all about it." Lee Chon-hyun stood there, completely dumbfounded. Tell him about what? What the hell just happened? A thought flashed through his mind. They're all from the academy. Huh? They seem really close. At that moment, Lee Chon-hyun decided to use his eyes to scan them. The guy with the annoyed expression was Jun Hang-eon. Skills: sword manipulation, rank S. Acceleration, rank A. Physical stats: strength 8.3, reflexes 7.3, agility 6.6, endurance 7.6, recovery 7.6. The cheerful guy was Jin Han. Skills: physical enhancement, rank B+, physical stats: strength 9.3, reflexes 8.3, agility 8.0, endurance 6.3, recovery 6.3. Lee Chon-hyun tightened his grip on his cup, deep in thought. Since I haven't fully activated my peak level abilities, some of their stats are 50% higher than mine, and in some cases, even double. Arthur gave me an edge in the survival game, but the next round won't be that easy. Scene transition. The stage. The scene shifted to a grand stage. The MC stood at the center of a cheering crowd and announced, "The dream stage of ambitious professional hunters. The next generation of hunters. Let the competition begin." Scene transition. Judges' room. Inside a dimly lit room, 3 judges were conversing. One of them, a male judge named Soo Hee-uk Min, commented, "This guy is from Seoul Private Academy." Huh? The female judge, Ayazo, nodded and said, "The standout contestant this time is Hang Ye-jun." A voice recording played in the background. "Becoming a hunter has been my dream since childhood. However, the path hasn't been easy. I failed the entrance exam for Seoul Private Academy twice." That was his answer when asked, "What challenges did you face on your journey to becoming a hunter? And how did you overcome them?" He continued, "But I never gave up. Every time I failed, I treated it as a lesson. I realized that hard work always pays off. I also learned how to self-evaluate and improve myself. That's why I firmly believe that perseverance and unwavering determination are the keys to overcoming any challenge." At that moment, Lee Chon-hyun walked over to Kim Do-jun and asked, "The broadcast is out already?" Kim Do-jun replied, "Yeah, damn, I didn't expect them to air it this fast. Technology really is something else. The survival game just ended, and they're already showing it on TV." Lee Chon-hyun asked, "What are people saying about it?" Kim Do-jun responded, "Pretty good feedback overall. Many people think Hang-eon's answers were too stiff and boring, but they respect his humility. On the other hand, there was one contestant whose responses stood out the most." Lee Chon-hyun smirked. "That's me, isn't it?" Then he recalled the interview question. "What challenges did you face on your journey to becoming a hunter? And how did you overcome them?" Lee Chon-hyun's response, "I don't know. I don't think I had any challenges." Next question. The interviewer then asked, "The hunter arena is a team-based sport. If you had a conflict with your teammates, how would you resolve it?" Lee Chon-hyun answered, "If they let me make all the decisions, there wouldn't be any conflicts in the first place." Kim Do-jun heard this and was left speechless. Then came another question. "Why did you decide to join the next generation of hunters?" Jun Young-eo answered, "I joined to improve myself and grow as a person." Meanwhile, Lee Chon-hyun said, "Because there's no candidate more outstanding than me. Who do you consider your worthy rival?" Both Jun Young-eo and Lee Chon-hyun gave the same response. No one. Just then, the phone's battery died. Lee Chon-hyun got up and said, "That's enough. Let's get back to training." Kim Do-jun sighed in disappointment. "Come on, the survival game segment hasn't even started yet." Ignoring him, Lee Chon-hyun walked straight to the training area. "We can watch it later." As they arrived, Kim Do-jun suddenly asked, "Wait a sec, I've been meaning to ask, why do you only train your legs?" Lee Chon-hyun smirked and replied, "What do you think my role is?" Kim Do-jun responded, "Long-range combat?" Lee Chon-hyun continued, "Then what's the most important thing for a long-range fighter?" "High damage output?" "Correct. And mobility." He explained further, "You might have noticed it during the survival game. Hang-eon and other elite melee warriors have special mobility skills or some form of long-range attack to threaten ranged fighters. That's why my mobility needs to be on par with theirs, if not better, if I don't want to be overpowered by melee fighters." Hearing this, Kim Do-jun got excited. That's actually a brilliant way of thinking. Just then, a voice echoed from the distance, contradicting his opinion. An elderly man with silver hair and a long beard stepped forward. It's rare for any strategy in the Korean Hunter League to focus solely on taking down opponents as a long-range player. Why do you think that way? Lee Chong-hyeon wondered who this man was. If he was here in this training hall, then he definitely wasn't just some ordinary old man. Because it has always been true. Lee Chong-hyeon replied. If you look at how teams compete, like ICG from England or ALD from France, it's clear that they always prioritize eliminating enemy-ranged fighters first. In other words, everything depends entirely on the long-range fighter of the opposing team. He continued. That alone is more than enough reason for me to focus on training my legs. The old man let out a sigh. So, what you mean is, having the abilities of a long-range fighter automatically makes you the priority target for enemy melee fighters. Then, the old man suddenly clapped his hands and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, bold thinking, quite interesting, but in an instant, his face turned serious. However, overconfidence is one of the biggest reasons for failure. That is wisdom earned through years of experience. I'll be keeping an eye on you, young man. With that, the old man turned and left the room. Kim Do-jun, still puzzled, asked, what was that all about? Who was that guy? Lee Chong-hyeon shrugged. No idea, but he said he'll be watching me. Fine then, I'll prove myself to him. Scene transition. An office. In a dimly lit office, a man sat with his back facing the wall. He spoke in a deep voice. Let me ask you something. What is the most important trait of a long-range fighter? One of his subordinates responded. In my opinion, it's their ability to possess both support skills and propulsion techniques. The boss clicked his tongue and said, wrong. It turned out that this so-called boss was actually the same old man from earlier, none other than Lee Gente, the chairman of the First Generation Hunter Association. The employee stammered. Then, maybe it's accuracy? There are many important factors for a long-range fighter. But no matter how strong their firepower is, it's useless if their accuracy is poor. So, accuracy is. Before he could finish, the chairman cut him off. That's enough. As he sat in deep thought, he recalled a question he had asked before. Why do you always train your legs? His memory drifted back to the past. In that moment, he saw himself talking to an old comrade. Jong, in the end, you'll just use mana like everyone else. His teammate responded. Gente. The most important thing for a long-range warrior is their legs. The young Gente frowned in confusion. What are you talking about? His comrade explained. Do you know why monsters always target long-range fighters first? Because they know our weakness, close combat. Right? We always have to reposition ourselves after firing our first shots. A young Gente looked at him, startled. Oh, is that so? His comrade nodded. If a long-range fighter gets exposed, they're as good as dead. Melee fighters like you wouldn't understand. Back in the present, the chairman reflected on those words. That's right. Mobility is essential for a long-range fighter. This also applies to the Hunter League. Of course, not in the current state of the Korean Hunter League, since most of our best hunters have already perished. He suddenly slammed his hand down on the table. But in higher-level competitions, especially at the World Tournament, this will become a crucial factor. His thoughts drifted again. That kid. He hasn't even entered the Hunter League yet. And he's already thinking about the international stage? Is this arrogance, or true confidence? Scene transition. Training room. At the training facility, Lee Chong-hyeon was reviewing his physical stats. Strength. 5 right pointing arrow 5.6. Reflexes. 6 right pointing arrow 6.10. Agility. 6.6. Endurance. 5 right pointing arrow 5.6. Recovery. 5.6. Mana. 5.6. He thought to himself. My growth rate is much faster than in my previous life. It must be because of peak awakening. It seems like this ability has two primary functions. It grants me new base abilities, which are completely different skills unlocked by achieving certain milestones. And it also significantly boosts my physical growth rate. Once it's fully activated, my stats will continue to increase. Wow, this is truly an insane ability. At that moment, Kim Do-jun had also finished his training. He asked, so, what do you do after training? Can you give me some tips? Lee Chong-hyeon thought for a moment. Do-jun's physical condition is already pretty good since he trained at the academy. He doesn't need to train as much as I do. he replied. Tips? I don't know much about you yet, so I can't really think of anything. Kim Do-jun nodded. Yeah, that's fair. Just then, Lee Chong-hyeon smirked mischievously and asked, Alright then, wanna spar with me? Scene transition. Rooftop. The setting shifted to the rooftop, where Lee Chong-hyeon and Kim Do-jun stood face to face. Both held wooden swords, preparing for a duel. Suddenly, Kim Do-jun asked, Wait, you know how to use a sword? Lee Chong-hyeon responded, A little. Kim Do-jun thought to himself, I wouldn't stand a chance if he used a gun, but if it's a sword fight, I won't lose. Lee Chong-hyeon simply smiled and then lunged forward toward Kim Do-jun. Their swords clashed, echoing loudly across the rooftop. The two engaged in a fierce duel. As their blades met, Kim Do-jun noticed something odd. He glanced downward for a split second, and was suddenly knocked backward. He was stunned. What the hell? It's just a normal sword. Why can't I fight back? At that moment, Lee Chong-hyeon activated his mysterious weapon transformation ability. A white aura enveloped his sword. He gripped it tightly with both hands. A massive surge of power radiated from the blade. Moments later, the sword transformed into a mighty spear. Kim Do-jun's thoughts raced. Is this the difference in our talent levels? A whole tier above mine? Then, Lee Chong-hyeon swung his spear. The spear smashed toward Kim Do-jun. Kim Do-jun couldn't react in time. He failed to block the attack. I can't keep up with him at all, but he can read my moves effortlessly. Damn it. Lee Chong-hyeon tightened his grip on the spear. A blue aura suddenly wrapped around the weapon. Kim Do-jun's eyes widened in shock. What is this? At that moment, Lee Chong-hyeon performed another weapon transformation. He raised his weapon toward the sky. A massive, colossal sword appeared. Kim Do-jun was utterly shocked and exclaimed, A giant sword? Without hesitation, Lee Chong-hyeon swung the enormous blade straight at Kim Do-jun. Kim Do-jun panicked. How the hell am I supposed to block that? Boom! The impact shook the rooftop. When the dust settled, Kim Do-jun was on his knees, panting heavily. So, what do you think about your opponent now? Lee Chong-hyeon asked. Kim Do-jun gasped. Yeah, I guess you're a bit stronger than me. Lee Chong-hyeon raised an eyebrow. A bit? Oh, come on, I just took you down easily. Kim Do-jun blinked in surprise. Huh? Looking at Lee Chong-hyeon's serious expression, he realized, he's not joking. Am I really this much weaker than him? Am I just not talented enough? At that moment, Lee Chong-hyeon asked, Do you know why you lost? As he spoke, he transformed his weapon again, holding his sword straight in front of Kim Do-jun. It's because you're going down the wrong path. He continued. This is the sword you've been using. Now, let's analyze your strengths. Your acceleration ability is impressive. Your ability to make split-second decisions is also very good. So, how do you fully take advantage of your strengths? With a long, heavy sword? The answer is, you can't. But what if you switched to a light, fast weapon? Like a rapier? A rapier? A rapier is a thin, long sword with sharp edges and a pointed tip, designed for quick, precise attacks. Lee Chong-hyeon lifted his sword high and said, Exactly. He then demonstrated the technique, showing how to combine speed-based skills with a rapier to overwhelm opponents with a relentless barrage of fast, precise strikes. Kim Do-jun watched in awe. Can I really do this? Scene transition. Walking back. As the two walked back, Lee Chong-hyeon turned to Kim Do-jun and asked, So, what do you think? Kim Do-jun scratched his head and replied, I'm not sure yet, but I think I have an idea. Suddenly, a mocking voice interrupted them. So you're already acting cocky after barely beating the weakest guy in the academy? A young man with black hair stood by the window, staring at them with a smirk. Lee Chong-hyeon thought to himself, was he watching from the beginning? This guy clearly doesn't like me and just wants to pick a fight. Well, I'm not the type to ignore stuff like this. Then, he spoke. I wonder if you could even beat that so-called weakling yourself? The young man immediately flared up. What the hell did you just say? Lee Chong-hyeon remained calm. You heard me. Got a problem with that? He continued. Then how about we settle this with a match? What, are you scared? The young man with the undercut hairstyle snapped. You bastard. Me? Scared? Let's fight. Lee Chong-hyeon took a moment to think. Wait, this guy was the one who tied with me for 5th place in the survival game. His name is Kim Jin-sung. His skills, Weapon manipulation, A rank. Acceleration, B rank. His physical stats: Strength, 7.0. Reflexes, 6.6. Agility, 7.6. Endurance, 5.6. Recovery, 5.6. Mana, 7.0. Lee Chong-hyeon analyzed the situation. His stats are all solid. My own stats can't compare. Just in strength alone, I'm already at a disadvantage. Still, he smirked and said, I won't even need a gun to beat someone like you. Both of them got into combat stances. Lee Chong-hyeon thought to himself, Jin Sung is an outstanding rookie. On top of that, my gun is useless against him since he already knows about it. Jin Sung smirked arrogantly. Shall we begin? Lee Chong-hyeon grinned. Let's fight. With confidence, he gripped a white sword in his hand. There's a real chance I might lose, but there's no way I'm backing down. He swung his sword, slashing toward Jin Sung. Jin Sung quickly leapt backward, dodging the strike. Then, he threw two daggers straight at Lee Chong-hyeon. Lee Chong-hyeon raised his sword, blocking both blades, so he fights at mid-range. Huh? If that's the case, my plan is to overwhelm him before he can even get the chance to counterattack. Jin Sung's confidence grew as he launched another attack. Moments later, more daggers came flying toward Lee Chong-hyeon. He flinched in surprise. Damn, I can't dodge them all. But suddenly, the daggers were blocked by something invisible. Phew, thank God for Arthur's Peak Awakening. Otherwise, I'd be done for. Looks like he's planning to keep his distance and spam daggers at me. How should I counter this? At that moment, Jin Sung activated his weapon manipulation skill. I was sure those daggers would land. He must have some kind of trump card to deflect them. Then, Lee Chong-hyeon summoned a kunai and threw it straight at Jin Sung. Jin Sung scoffed mockingly. Just one kunai? That's way too easy to block with weapon manipulation. With a smirk, he manipulated the kunai mid-air. Suddenly, Lee Chong-hyeon activated his hypervision. I knew you'd do that. He swiftly pulled out 3 more daggers and hurled them toward Jin Sung. The first dagger was merely a decoy, meant to lure him into focusing on the wrong threat. The real attack came from the remaining daggers. Jin Sung's eyes widened in confusion. He clenched his fist, activating his weapon manipulation to intercept the attack. But Lee Chong-hyeon analyzed the situation in an instant. He can control up to 4 weapons at once with his ability. But, he can't manipulate multiple targets within a short time frame. That means, he's bound to lose. The final dagger was perfectly set up to strike him while he was busy focusing on the others. And just as expected, the dagger shot straight toward Jin Sung. He couldn't react in time. The blade stopped just inches away from his forehead, dangerously close to his face. Lee Chong-hyeon had won. Scene transition. Observation room. The entire fight was being watched on a TV screen by someone. A man scoffed. Is this the guy you're predicting to win the season? What do you think? In the same room, alongside him, was another man. He wore a navy blue suit, had golden hair, and gave off a dangerous aura. Adjusting his tie, he suddenly activated analytical vision. The sharp-eyed man began analyzing the match. His strategic awareness is excellent. He was smart enough to hide those 3 extra daggers. Still using analytical vision, he continued. His raw stats aren't particularly high. Then, suddenly, he had a realization. Turning to his companion, he asked, Min Sok, you know something about this kid, don't you? Min Sok simply let out a small, huh? The man pressed further. Don't play dumb. Tell me what his ability is. His eyes gleamed as he continued. There's no way he came up with that strategy unless he already knew about his opponent's weapon manipulation skill beforehand. Min Sok scratched his cheek awkwardly, visibly uncomfortable. Meanwhile, the golden-haired man continued speaking. In my opinion, he possesses something similar to analytical vision. Like you, or the first-generation hunter. Kim Sol. His eyes, combined with his sharp instincts, are incredibly powerful. Analytical vision is an extremely rare ability. Only 2 cases of it have ever been recorded. Then, the sharp-eyed man adjusted his glasses and questioned. You're putting this much faith in him, just because he predicted his opponent's ability? Min Sok responded. I think we might have underestimated him. He elaborated. He knew the location of a hidden chamber in the survival game. Then, he revealed more. And during the preliminary rounds, he only targeted the integrated circuits of the simulation models. Min Sok slowly looked up at the screen and said, If he debuts in the first division, people might think he's the reincarnation of Kim Sol-nok, the legend. Min Sok chuckled and then asked his friend, "So, do you want him on your team?" The other man responded, "Yes." But deep inside, he was still analyzing the situation. Analytical vision allows me to see stats, but not their skills. Yet that kid, Chong Hyeon, knew his opponent's abilities and devised a strategy to defeat them. The scenes of Chong Hyeon's battle played vividly in his mind. He asked, "Has his team been decided yet?" Min Sok smirked. "Wow, you really like him that much?" Not wanting to keep his friend waiting too long, he added, "The teams sponsored by the program get priority selection." The man clenched his teeth. Determined, "I have to find a way to recruit him." Scene transition. Training room. Thud, thump. The echoes of battle rang through the reinforced training hall. Lee Chong Hyeon sat on the ground. Frustrated. "I really don't get it." Staring at the blue interface in front of him, he gritted his teeth. How exactly does Peak Awakening's achievement system work? He got up while Kim Do-jun was still struggling with his training. "But I won't rush to figure it out now." Kim Do-jun finally let out a relieved sigh, holding out his sword confidently. "All right, I can beat you now." Chong Hyeon walked right past him, barely glancing at him. "Stop joking." Kim Do-jun spun around in disbelief. Hey, didn't you see how much I improved?" He gently ran his fingers along the blade of his sword like he was stroking a pet. "My swordsmanship has never been this sharp before." Chong Hyeon smirked to himself. He really has improved after following my advice. But, he's still nowhere near my level. Behind him, Do-jun hurried to catch up. "Wait up." Both of them left the training hall together. Scene transition. Mysterious classroom. In another room, cameras were set up, fully prepared for recording. Despite looking like a classroom, this place was different. Cameras surrounded the room from every angle. And the people inside were far from ordinary. At that moment, the door was yanked open with force, and someone stepped inside. Lee Chong Hyeon thought to himself, "Why are they calling us here?" He sat down next to Kim Do-jun, wondering, are they going to give us a lecture or something? One by one, people entered the room. When the door fully opened, a sharp-eyed woman walked in and greeted them. "Hello, everyone." She scanned the room before asking, "Did you all enjoy your week off? Or should I say, your week of training?" Her gaze shifted as she continued. "Some of you used it wisely, like Kim Do-jun, who has made significant progress. And some of you, perhaps not as much, like Chong Hyeon. But well, it's hard to predict the main character, right?" She placed her hands on her hips and sighed. "But regardless, I believe all of you still have a lot to learn." This, it seemed, was the reason why she had gathered them all here. The announcement. A man stepped forward and began speaking. "Each of you here is a budding talent full of potential. But, there is still a significant gap between you and professional hunters. That is why." The coordination room doors swung open. The man continued, "We have assembled a team of advisors for you." Footsteps echoed as multiple individuals entered the room. They stepped onto the platform, each one assuming a different stance. Though their appearances were underwhelming. These three individuals, however, each of them had competed in first division tournaments before. Each of them had notable achievements and victories to their name. They would now serve as both mentors and evaluators for the trainees. The pressure. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura radiated from the three trainers. The sheer intensity of their mana pressure filled the entire room. These trainers, they're going to train us in our assigned roles. And our performance will be evaluated based on a tournament-style format, a Hunter Mini 3 version 3 match. A crushing weight pressed down on everyone. Most of the trainees struggled to stay upright under the mana pressure. However, Lee Chong Hyeon stood firm. He analyzed the situation. Mana manipulation, and it's strong enough to pressure all 20 of us at once. Not bad. While the others trembled under the weight, he remained unfazed. The first mentor, a stern-faced man, took a step forward. He pointed to himself and introduced, "I am Lee Sol-jin. I will be training the melee combatants." His expression was strict, and his voice was filled with authority. "I have no patience for weaklings who lack resilience. Nor do I tolerate arrogance." Then, he paused briefly, his gaze shifting as if looking straight through the crowd, right at Lee Chong Hyeon. The strict mentor then continued, "More than anything, I despise the conceited." His piercing eyes locked onto Lee Chong Hyeon, filled with an intimidating intensity. "So, be humble, and take your training seriously." Arizo held a clipboard in her hands and announced, After evaluating your performance in the preliminary round and the survival game last week, we have assigned each of you a specific role. Please listen carefully and remember your assigned role. The shock. First, Chong Hyeon. Hearing his name, he immediately stood up. Yes. Ayo glanced at him and said, "Melee combat." Chong Hyeon's eyes widened in disbelief. What? For a moment, he stood frozen, utterly confused. The training grounds. The scene shifted to the training field. His mind was still clouded with confusion. How the hell did I end up in the melee combat group? Even now, he still couldn't believe it. He started scanning the people around him. Jun Ham Jeon. Then, his eyes shifted to a girl warming up. IU Haiju and Du Jun. Too many familiar faces. It left him completely speechless. The harsh trainer arrives. Their strict mentor arrived shortly after. He shouted loudly, "From this moment on, forget everything you were taught before. I don't care which academy you came from, because everyone here is weaker than a 3rd division hunter." He continued, "You've all watched professional hunter tournaments. You've seen hunters use skills and equipment for mobility. For example, mana-activated devices like air anchors and air blocks." Seoul Jin got straight to the point. While you struggle on the ground, 3rd division professionals have already adapted to aerial combat. Chong Hyeon's quick thinking. Chong Hyeon quickly analyzed the situation. Mana-powered devices allow hunters to engage in fast-paced and dynamic combat. The instructor continued, "I will teach you how to use air anchors and air blocks. If you're a melee fighter and can't use them, you're useless." His voice grew louder. "Now, let's begin." The harsh training. The brutal training session immediately kicked off. Some trainees got their legs tangled in the cables, struggling to balance. Chong Hyeon glanced at another student, thinking, "Everyone struggles the first time they try this." He stepped onto the air platform, feeling its solid texture beneath him. "I used to be so proficient at this, like it was part of my own body." Then, with confidence, he swung his air cables skillfully. Let's see if muscle memory still works. Main character moment. Chong Hyeon took his stance. Time to show everyone who the real protagonist is. But suddenly, something caught his attention. The strict instructor sneered at one of the trainees lying flat on the ground. "So these are the future superstars of the Korean hunter arena? Is this all you've got? Stand up, now." He then pointed at another struggling trainee, still floating awkwardly in the air. "What, did someone tell you that the 3rd division is a playground for rookies? No, it's a graveyard for useless fools like you." His booming voice continued to echo across the training ground as he scolded those who couldn't properly use air anchors and air blocks. Chong Hyeon's thoughts. He's so loud, I can't concentrate." Annoyed, Chong Hyeon looked up. Kim Do-jun was still struggling with his air anchor and air block techniques. He wasn't doing any better than the others. Chong Hyeon crossed his arms. Frustrated. How does he expect us to figure this out when he isn't even teaching properly? He raised a hand and waved at Do-jun. "Do-jun, you're doing it wrong. Come down here. The lesson begins." Kim Do-jun looked down, surprised, but quickly descended to the ground. "Wait, you're not training? The instructor said he's going to test us." Chong Hyeon shrugged. "Worry about yourself first. At this rate, you'll never get it right." Do-jun sighed and asked, "Then what do you want me to do?" Chong Hyeon's explanation. Chong Hyeon began to explain patiently. "First, you need to determine the correct length for your mana tether. Then, you have to maintain a stable flow of mana. If you don't, the length of your tether will fluctuate, which is why you keep losing your balance." He pointed at Do-jun's posture. "Also, focus on your center of gravity." The demonstration. With expert knowledge, Chong Hyeon continued his explanation. When you're airborne, your core muscles act as your center of balance. At that moment, he activated his air anchor, attaching it perfectly to an air-based surface near a wall. He gripped the mana rope and gave it a slight pull. Then, with a flawless movement, he swung effortlessly through the air, performing a fluid mid-air rotation. No wasted motion. Finally, he landed smoothly, both feet touching the ground lightly. He turned to Do-jun and said, "Like this, it helps you stay balanced and move efficiently. Always pay attention to your mana flow. The first step is maintaining a consistent output." Do-jun's second attempt. Do-jun nodded seriously, taking in every word. He muttered to himself, "Use my core as the balance point. Keep the mana flow steady." Then, he took a deep breath and tried again. This time, He threw his air anchor precisely at a fixed point and gripped the tether firmly. With a strong push, he launched himself into the air, executing a clean, controlled mid-air rotation before landing successfully on solid ground. Du Jun quickly turned around, beaming with excitement. Did you see that? He was overjoyed at succeeding on his first real attempt. I'm a genius. Chong Hyeon replied nonchalantly. Yeah, sure. The instructor's wrath. Just then, the trainer's voice thundered across the training ground. You two, stop right there. Sol Jin, the strict instructor, glared at them, chatting. Huh? Did you come here to play around? He pointed directly at them and sneered. Looks like these two aren't taking training seriously at all. Then, he barked. What's your name? But Chong Hyeon wasn't intimidated at all. Instead, he smirked and teased him back. Lee Seong Jin. That was the instructor's name. Oh, does he want to discipline us? Fine, let's see how this goes. Sol Jin's eyes narrowed, his thick veins bulged, his jaw clenched, and he gritted his teeth as he said, Very well, Chong Hyeon. You're acting so carefree because you're confident in your abilities. Aren't you? Chong Hyeon shrugged, replying bluntly. That's right, but deep down, he was thinking, I could have just apologized and let this slide. But, I'm curious to see how they plan to test us. Besides, if you count my past life, I'm technically his senior. And as a senior, my job is to educate my juniors. The challenge begins. Sol Jin turned his back to them and spoke. Looks like I've been too lenient with all of you. Time for the evaluation, everyone. Get ready. It was clear that he was eager to see Chong Hyeon fail. The observation room. Meanwhile, in another room, Min Sok suddenly asked, Wait, why is he on this list? Arizo glanced at him. Who, Chong Hyeon? Min Sok nodded. Yeah, he stroked his chin, puzzled. He's supposed to be a ranged combatant. Are you sure there's no mistake? Arizo responded calmly. He's also proficient with melee weapons. So he'll be fine. But more importantly, he's too arrogant. That's why I placed him in the melee group under Sol Jin's supervision. Min Sok still found it hard to believe. Wait, you're planning to discipline a cocky rookie by making him fight a first division hunter? Arizo didn't want to argue. I've already made my decision. Besides, education is one of this program's core goals. I believe this is the right approach. She thought to herself. Chong Hyeon needs to be tested properly. She had given the main character his first true challenge. The test, the climb. Back at the training ground, the instructor's voice rang out. Your test is simple. Return to the top of the training hall. Retrieve the air anchor placed up there. That was the challenge. Sol Jin stood with his hands on his hips and gave the order. Begin. His sharp eyes glanced sideways as he sneered. I hope that overconfident and lazy contestant can prove himself. His gaze was locked onto Chong Hyeon. If not, he's unworthy of being a hunter. Chong Hyeon scoffed. Oh, they're trying to use this test to get rid of me? With a confident smirk, he turned to the instructor and said, Of course, I'll do it. But what happens if I succeed? Sol Jin replied. Then you'll have complete freedom in my lessons. He chuckled and added, But only if you succeed. Which is impossible. An unfair test. Sol Jin explained why the challenge was so difficult. The air anchor was positioned 100 meters above the ground. A height impossible for someone using an air anchor for the first time. Even intermediate users can't reach it. One by one, the trainees attempted the challenge. Not a single one succeeded. Sol Jin smirked in satisfaction. See? A surprising feat. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced through the air. The instructor's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the noise. He saw Jun Hang Jian, and for a brief moment, he was impressed, using his sword to propel himself. No, it's something more advanced. Sol Jin smirked. Too bad, though. He's not using an air anchor, he's just climbing normally. The real shock. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the trainees. Sol Jin turned his gaze once more. His eyes widened in surprise. Chong Hyeon had grabbed the mana rope. What? Chong Hyeon flashed a grin. Then, he jumped, and began climbing like a madman, swiftly, smoothly, effortlessly. The instructor stared in disbelief. That brat, he's not even afraid of falling? He was practically gliding through the air. But then, something went wrong. His air block started to destabilize. Losing momentum, his body tilted backward. Sol Jin's face darkened with worry. He's going to fall. Unshaken. But unlike the panicked instructor, Chong Hyeon remained calm and silent. With a swift motion, he threw his air anchor higher, and his hand instinctively caught the mana rope, steadying himself. The final push. As Chong Hyeon's body tilted backward, he yanked the rope hard, slowing his fall. With a powerful kick, his foot pushed off an air block, and once again, he launched himself upward with incredible speed and eerie composure. The air anchor was now right in front of him. With one final glide, he gracefully reached out and detached the anchor with ease. Phew, the view is even cooler up here. Sol Jin's disbelief. Meanwhile, the instructor stood speechless. What the hell? That cocky brat, a student who just so happened to be a reincarnated warrior from another life, was now sitting comfortably in midair. Sol Jin simply couldn't comprehend it. This is his first time using the device. How is this even possible? Back to training. The instructor cleared his throat. Moving on. Now, let's discuss the two main roles of melee combatants. Chong Hyeon yawned lazily. Oh great, now we're doing boring theory after practical training? Ignoring him, Sol Jin continued teaching. The first role is the initiator. They are responsible for starting fights and locking down enemies. Chong Hyeon leaned back in his chair, stretching. Now that he's ignoring me, I can do whatever I want. Everyone around him stared in shock as he completely laid down on his desk. Sol Jin exhaled sharply, but he didn't reprimand him. Instead, he continued. Initiators often have special abilities that allow them to support allies in close combat or immobilize enemies. The second role is the melee combatant. I assume you all understand that much already. Chong Hyeon smirked. Now he really can't say anything to me. He never should have challenged me in the first place. As he recalled himself sitting proudly at the top earlier, he thought to himself, I've been using these devices for so long in my past life. Using them again is like a fish returning to water. The mysterious note. Suddenly, he felt something strange in his pocket. Wait, when did this piece of paper get here? He pulled it out and unfolded it. It read, Meet me after class. Come to the backyard of the training center at 7 p.m. I have something interesting to show you. Who sent this? Who wrote this? And what do they want? Chong Hyeon made his decision. Guess I'll go and find out. The meeting spot. At the designated meeting place. Chong Hyeon still held the note in his hand. He glanced around, looking in every direction. Huh? There's no one here? He waited and waited, but no one showed up. Was I just pranked? He thought. But suddenly, he noticed something strange. Using hypervision, his eyes detected an anomaly. Something feels off about the ground here. The hidden entrance. He crouched down, examining the surface carefully. From a high-angle view, one could see a grid pattern with thin, carved lines. It was an entrance to an underground chamber. Right in front of him, a hidden staircase led downward. Oh, curious. Chong Hyeon touched the wall and stepped cautiously down the secret path. Then, he froze. Something was there. The encounter. Standing before him was the silhouette of a tall man. The man turned around. The president of the Hunter Association. If I remember correctly from what I read online, his name is Lee Ganotek. The man smirked slightly. You've arrived. Inside the underground hall, Chong Hyeon stood in the middle of a massive hall. Meanwhile, Ganotek continued speaking. You found your way here quite well. Chong Hyeon replied. That note was useless. Training center. 7 p.m., that's it? How was I supposed to find this place? Deep down, he already knew. Obviously, this was just a test to see if I could find the way myself. The purpose of the meeting. Chong Hyeon sighed. At the very least, can you tell me why you wanted to meet me? Ganotek simply said. I watched every scene you were in during the program. Though, in his mind, he silently corrected himself. Well, the show has only aired one episode so far. Yet, the president's sharp eyes gleamed with intelligence. Of course, I've been watching him for much longer than that. The president's observations. He recalled the many times he had secretly observed Chong Hyeon's training. From his workouts, to his survival game challenge, where he demonstrated incredible mobility and observational skills. Ganotek's expression softened into a warm smile. This kid really piqued my interest. A bold prediction. He finally spoke. I've been trying to predict who will win the next generation hunter competition. Chong Hyeon, still calm and composed, asked. And, you think it's me? Ganotek smirked and pointed upwards. Not just that. I believe you'll make it to the first division. Maybe even higher. Straight to the point. Chong Hyeon responded casually. Alright then. He decided to cut to the chase. So, what exactly is this interesting thing you wanted to show me? The hidden arsenal. Ganotech turned away. I did say that, didn't I? He pressed his hand against a screen. And suddenly, a hidden wall slid open. Behind it lay a collection of dazzling, high-tier weapons. Chong Hyeon immediately recognized them. S-rank weapons. Among them were exquisite accessories, advanced mana devices, and an array of gleaming armaments. His eyes scanned everything as he asked, "Why are you showing me this?" The offer. Ganotech clasped his hands behind his back and countered. "You don't want them?" Chong Hyeon swallowed hard. "Of course I do." Among them, he spotted a familiar weapon from his past life. A majestic sword with a golden hilt, a pristine white grip, and a mystical purple scabbard. That sword. Memories of the past. He remembered it clearly. It had once been displayed in an exhibition, awarded as a prize for winning a prestigious tournament. And he had won it. That blade was amazing. He recalled its razor-sharp strikes and how it was one of a kind. Not to mention, it could transform into a gun. Negotiation. The Hunter Association president smiled. "If you like them, I'll let you borrow one." Chong Hyeon probed further. "Borrow? Why not just give one to me?" Ganotech casually drew symbols in the air with his finger and replied, "Do you even realize how valuable these weapons are? They're even rarer than the ones crafted by Morish's workshop." A direct question. Chong Hyeon sighed. Weapons are just weapons. Then, his eyes sharpened, and he asked bluntly, "Enough with the small talk. What do you really want from me?" An unexpected reaction. Ganotech stroked his chin. Most people, upon meeting him, would flatter him endlessly. They would grovel, knowing he was a first-generation hunter and the president of the Hunter Association. Yet here was this kid, standing calmly, arms crossed, completely unfazed. "He keeps seeing through me." A spark of amusement flashed in Ganotech's eyes. "This one's different. The real deal." At last, he revealed his offer. Join the Hunter Association. Not as a trainee, but as an official hunter. The bargain. If you accept, I'll let you borrow any weapon in this room. Chong Hyeon remained unfazed. "And what exactly do I gain from this?" The shock. Ganotech raised an eyebrow. "You don't understand what it means to join the Hunter Association?" Chong Hyeon's answer left him speechless. "Of course I do." Then, he delivered a statement that made the president's jaw drop. "But I don't think it's worthy of me." He turned around. "If that's all you're offering, I'll be taking my leave. It's almost New Year's, after all." A bold exit. As Chong Hyeon turned and walked away, Ganotech quickly called out to him. "Wait." He spoke with a firm tone. "It seems you're overestimating yourself. Do you have any idea how many young prodigies I've met? Talents who dominated 2nd Division and 3rd Division tournaments. Even they didn't get the privileges I'm offering you." A cold response. Without stopping, Chong Hyeon turned his head slightly and replied, "I don't know, and I don't care to know." Then, he fully turned back and added, "The only thing that matters to me is whether I can do it or not. I appreciate you showing me those weapons. See you around." With that, he walked up the stairs and gradually disappeared from view. An unexpected visitor. Ganotech let out a quiet, "Oh," in surprise. Just then, the doors swung open. Someone rushed in at an almost impossible speed. Like they were in a great hurry. Back at the academy, Kim Do-jun noticed Lee Chong Hyeon entering the room and curiously asked, "Where'd you go? I thought you were running late." Chong Hyeon pulled out his chair and casually responded, "Come on, I'm not that irresponsible." Kim Do-jun sighed. "You always make me worry, especially after what happened with instructor Sol Jin." Chong Hyeon closed his eyes. Speaking in a calm, confident tone, "They're not going to eliminate contestants just for being late. The show must go on." Curiosity and reflection. Still curious, Do-jun pressed further. "So, where exactly were you?" Chong Hyeon answered nonchalantly, "Just an old man who wanted to meet me." As he spoke, an image of Lee Ganotech flashed through his mind. He thought to himself, "Honestly, I could have accepted his offer." Then, his gaze shifted to Kim Do-jun. "But with all my experience from my past life, even without those weapons, I'll do just fine." Planning ahead, Kim Do-jun scratched his head. Confused. An old man? Who? Meanwhile, Chong Hyeon crossed his arms, deep in thought. "Besides, once I win this competition, I'll get a custom-designed weapon from Murad's workshop. For now, I just have to wait until my value skyrockets. And if things don't work out, I can always form my own team." Feeling pleased with himself, He hummed a tune while lost in thought, which completely baffled Kim Do-jun. The next challenge. A broadcast screen lit up, displaying an image of a futuristic cityscape. The host's voice rang out with excitement. Hopefully, the lessons you've learned from your instructors will prove useful. Now, it's time to apply that knowledge in real combat. You will participate in a 3v3 battle at our aerial urban combat zone. Winning teams will advance to the next stage, while losing teams will be eliminated. Era Joe shouted loudly, stirring up the crowd. Let's wait and see which AI will emerge victorious. The host introduced. We have also prepared a special reward for the winner to increase the excitement of the match. They will receive a mana stone. Sponsored by the Hunter Association. Lee Chong-hyun was intrigued by the mention of a mana stone. He thought to himself, it enhances both the quantity and potency of mana, exactly what I need. I need more mana to use Arthur and also for future skills I'll acquire. A smile formed on his lips as he silently vowed, I must get it at all costs. Lee Min-sok reminded everyone. Since this round marks the official start of the qualifiers, everything will be broadcast live. Even now, the program is being aired. So please keep that in mind. Era Joe raised a finger and announced. Your academic performance in class will determine your team. The student with the highest score will have the privilege of choosing their team first. Lee Min-sok grinned widely and said, Alright, we'll see each other again once the match begins. Head to the waiting room and select your teams. The screen darkened. The studio director firmly called out. Cut, we'll stop here. The contestants began moving towards the waiting room, leaving only the 3 judges in the studio. Era Joe rested her chin on her hand, her expression hesitant. She gazed at the screen displaying Lee Chong-hyun and thought, although he performed quite impressively in the survival game, he's too arrogant. He has talent, but he lacks empathy for others. That will be a major obstacle when it comes to forming a team. Seeing her deep in thought, Lee Min-sok turned to her and asked, Still thinking about Chong-hyun? His words interrupted her train of thought. Era Joe chuckled and replied, What do you think? Then she explained, in a team-based round within an urban aerial combat zone, there are still 20 participants. Since you prefer simplicity, your usual approach emphasizes individual skill. The kids aren't ready for teamwork yet. And you know that. She frowned and added, Honestly, I want Chong-hyun eliminated. Era Joe recalled Lee Chong-hyun's image and mused. No matter how skilled he is at using anchors and air blocks, if he moves alone, he'll become an easy target. The vast battlefield requires competitors to traverse long distances quickly. That puts Chong-hyun at a disadvantage because his stats are low. Lee Min-sok wiped the sweat off his forehead, let out a long sigh, and said, It's been a while since I've seen you care this much about a contestant. Then he added, I know he possesses incredible talent. His voice softened as he continued. But what he needs right now isn't victory. Min-soo Hyuk spoke up. I agree with Era. Overconfidence can kill an inexperienced hunter. Even top-ranked competitors can face defeat just because of a single careless moment in a tournament. Lee Min-sok crossed his arms and explained. You know, I believe that in the most competitive environments, especially in the hunter arena, confidence leads to victory, while arrogance leads to failure. They're just 2 sides of the same coin. Then he flashed a wide grin and said excitedly, Let's see how he handles the strategy you two have set up. Scene transition. Waiting room. The contestants had seemingly formed their teams successfully and were now discussing strategies with their groups. Lee Chong-hyun stood there, stunned and confused. Pointing at himself, he asked, I'm number 1? The organizers responded, That's right, since you have the highest score, you get to pick 2 teammates first. Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyun's eyes lit up. A smirk curled on his lips as he said, All right then. Han Jisoo averted his gaze, pretending not to notice, while Kim Jin-sol shot him a puzzled look as soon as their eyes met. Lee Chong-hyun greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, let's do our best together. Kim Jin-sol pointed at him and shouted, Why did you pick me? Are you messing with me? Lee Chong-hyun silently assessed him. He seems like the arrogant type. Recalling an earlier moment, he thought, I bet he still hasn't accepted the fact that he lost. Then, glancing at Han Jisoo, who was sweating profusely, he mused, Jisoo will behave properly since I've already asserted dominance over him. In the end, he's just a kid, I can handle him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke with a slightly cocky tone. I'm planning to take the top spot in this round. Then, he winked, pointed at Kim Jin-sol, and flattered him. Among everyone here, you're the only one I trust. You're the strongest. I need your help. Kim Jin-sol was so stunned that he nearly fell backward, his face frozen in shock. Meanwhile, Han Jisoo gagged and quickly covered his mouth with his hand, looking like he was about to vomit. After speaking, even Lee Chong-hyeon felt embarrassed. Clenching his trembling fists, he muttered to himself, "Dear gods, I really went this far just for the reward?" Kim Jin-sol then stepped forward and asked, "So, do you have a plan yet?" Lee Chong-hyeon replied confidently, "Of course, I do. Why else would I pick you two?" Then he added, "But you both have to follow my lead." The three of them huddled together, and Lee Chong-hyeon lowered his voice. "If not, I guarantee." But before he could finish, the three just stood there whispering to each other for what felt like forever. Suddenly, an awkward silence fell upon them. The other two looked at him, completely bewildered. Kim Jin-sol shouted, "What?" His face darkened as he clutched his head and groaned. "Are you burying me alive here?" Lee Chong-hyeon let out a deep sigh. Frustrated, "Damn it, I can't exactly tell them I'm from the future." Then he turned to Kim Jin-sol, clapping him hard on the shoulder. He grabbed both of Kim Jin-sol's hands and spoke in a firm tone. "You just need to follow my orders and do not make mistakes. Got it?" His gaze turned sharp as he added in a dangerous voice, "If you screw up, you're basically handing the victory to our opponents. So don't mess this up." Kim Jin-sol quickly nodded and stammered, "Oh okay, I got it." Scene transition. The urban combat zone. The organizers made an announcement. From this moment, the 3 versus 3 hunter battle will officially begin. The battlefield will be an urban aerial combat zone. Anyone who touches the ground or loses their ability to fight will be immediately eliminated. Any contestants who fail this challenge will be eliminated from the program. Best of luck to all participants. Lee Chong-hyeon stood frozen for a moment, staring into the vast space before him. The system had transported him directly into the urban battlefield. Looking down from above, he saw a pillar of light shining directly onto him from the sky. A smirk tugged at his lips as he muttered, "Let's get this started." Sector 16. Standing atop a skyscraper, Lee Chong-hyeon surveyed the battlefield below. This is the high-rise building located at the 7 o'clock position from the center. He pressed his back against a wall, carefully scanning his surroundings. Something felt off. "Wait a second, am I the only one on this building?" Lee Chong-hyeon pressed his earpiece and asked, "Where are you two?" The others responded one after another. "I'm at the southeast side of the battlefield. I'm at the 3 o'clock position from the center. Somewhere between the edge and the middle." As he moved, Lee Chong-hyeon replied, "Got it, stick to the plan." He reminded them, "We'll meet up later. For now, start making your way to the center. Stay hidden. If you run into AI, retreat immediately." The voices on the other end responded clearly. "Understood." Suddenly, a gun materialized in front of him. Carefully, Lee Chong-hyeon leapt up the staircase, thinking, with 3 teams of 3 in a battlefield this huge, the chances of randomly encountering other players are pretty low. Moving silently, he smirked to himself. "That means I'll have to draw the enemies out myself." Just then, swoosh, an arrow shot toward him at supersonic speed. Lee Chong-hyeon immediately sprinted forward, dodging it in time. Hearing the sudden noise, his teammates panicked. "What was that? Are you under attack?" Remaining calm, he reassured them, "I'm fine." He looked up at the tallest building nearby and thought, whoever shot that arrow definitely hasn't regrouped with their team yet. Brushing it off, he reminded himself, "I need to get to the central skyscraper." With a powerful kick against the wall, he launched himself upward. In an instant, he landed on the rooftop of the high-rise building. His teammates' voices came through the earpiece. "I'm here. My position is good, too." Surveying the area, he asked, "Can you guys see outside clearly? Can you spot me?" His teammates replied, "You probably can't see me, but I can see you clearly." "Same here." Lee Chong-hyeon smirked in amusement. "Perfect, let's get started." He raised his gun toward the sky and pulled the trigger. Boom! The gunshot shattered the eerie silence. Lowering his hand, he thought, "Now, we wait." Just then, a voice called out, "Chong-hyeon." Turning toward the source, he saw Jin Han approaching, with a sword slung over his shoulder. Jin Han stared at him and asked, "What are you up to?" Lee Chong-hyeon narrowed his eyes. Sizing him up, Jin Han jumped down, flashing a smug grin as he taunted. All alone, huh? Lucky me. Just what I was hoping for. He smirked. Are you my first opponent? Then, pausing, he added, wait, I should check in with Han Jian first. Through the earpiece, Han Jian's voice came through with slight irritation. Talk less. Your mic is still on, I can hear everything. Then, after a brief pause, Han Jian added, this isn't the time for games. But if you really think you can handle him, then go ahead. Jin Han scratched his head in confusion and muttered, oh, really? Then, he thought to himself, wait, I heard everything too. What's Han Jian even talking about? Han Jian continued over the earpiece. I'm heading your way. Don't do anything reckless. Lee Chong-hyun anxiously glanced toward his teammate's direction, thinking, if I keep wasting time here, I'll end up facing both of them, or maybe even more. Meanwhile, Jin Han took another step forward, smirking as he spoke. So, why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? He chuckled. I heard you ranked first in the close combat test. But I'm pretty confident in one-on-one fights too. I even studied a lot on how to counter mana guns. Lee Chong-hyun felt an immediate headache coming on. His eyes rolled upward in silent frustration. Great, another one who thinks tricks or techniques will magically work. After regaining his composure, he asked, what makes you think I'm alone? Jin Han casually shrugged. Easy, if you weren't, your teammates would have attacked me by now. That's how I know they're not here. Then, suddenly, he lunged forward, smirking confidently. Sorry, but I'll have to ask you about your fight with Han Jian, after we settle things here. Clang. Jin Han's sword clashed against Lee Chong-hyun's mana gun with a powerful force. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened in shock. Just as I thought, he's way stronger than me. I need to keep my distance. Without hesitation, he leapt backward and summoned his air anchor. Grabbing onto it, he soared high into the sky, leaving Jin Han stunned, staring up at him. Jin Han wasted no time. He stepped onto an air platform and sprinted after him, shouting, where do you think you're going? Lee Chong-hyun glanced back briefly, sighing. Damn, he's keeping up well. Jin Han kept rambling. I'm not letting you escape. Do you know how frustrating it is? I couldn't even reach the same height as my seniors. But during the mobility test, I shocked everyone. I'll prove it to you now. He suddenly yelled. Are you heading to the plaza? Stop running. Chong-hyun, fight me fair and square. I know you've got something special, so let's settle this in a real battle. Lee Chong-hyun sighed internally. Damn it, even up here, he won't stop talking. Lee Chong-hyun gripped his air anchor tightly and suddenly arched his body backward. Jin Han's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping as he watched. In an instant, Lee Chong-hyun had already maneuvered behind him. Jin Han frantically turned around, his face filled with confusion. But Lee Chong-hyun, expression cold as ice, had already aimed his gun at him and pulled the trigger. Jin Han swiftly blocked the shot with his sword. As Lee Chong-hyun turned to leave, he thought to himself, this won't work, no matter what, he's still one of the most promising hunters. I can't just distract him with a gun. He glanced down at the firearm in his hands and sighed internally. Arthur, it's not as strong as the real one from the survival game. Of course, this gun isn't powerful enough to deal with him. My mana reserves are just too low. Just then, his eyes flicked upward, catching sight of something. Standing above him was Han Jian, staring down intently. Han Jian raised his sword high and declared firmly, you've lost. Lee Chong-hyun pressed his earpiece and called out, Jin Seol, Jisoo. At that moment, Han Jisoo was hiding behind a wall on the rooftop of a building. Meanwhile, Kim Jin Seol was inside some other building. Suddenly, Lee Chong-hyun smirked and spoke. Ready? Han Jian rushed down to join Jin Han. But just as he did, Lee Chong-hyun whipped his head back and shouted at full volume. Jin Seol, Jisoo. Both Jin Han and Han Jian froze in place. Utterly bewildered, Jin Han frantically looked around, eyes darting left and right. Where are they? Han Jian clenched his teeth, realizing the trick. Damn it, he fooled us. With a surge of frustration, he suddenly hurled 3 swords toward Lee Chong-hyun. As they flew toward him, Lee Chong-hyun bent backward, dodging them with precision. He grinned excitedly and shouted a name. Zuzu. Just seconds before, Han Jian had attacked confidently, thinking, he won't trick me again. But the moment Lee Chong-hyun uttered that word, he hesitated. Wait a second, gravity manipulation? Before he could react, Lee Chong-hyun abruptly let himself free fall downward. Both Jin Han and Han Jian watched in absolute shock. What the hell is he doing? Lee Chong-hyun glanced up mid-fall. Smirking. Han Jian's eyes went wide in panic as he screamed. Is he trying to pull off a suicidal attack? A suicidal attack, or kamikaze-style attack, is a form of combat where the attacker intends to eliminate others while also sacrificing themselves. The most common example is a suicide bombing. Just then, the air platforms beneath Han Jian and Jin Han's feet started to vanish. Their balance wavered, and within seconds, they, too, were free falling down toward the ground alongside Lee Chong-hyun. Kim Jin-sol stood inside the building, performing some sort of enchantment. A blue energy wave surged from the rooftop, and a blue net materialized beneath Lee Chong-hyun, catching him just before impact. At that moment, Han Jian finally realized he had completely fallen into Lee Chong-hyun's trap. System announcement. Team A. Jin Han. Eliminated, fall damage. Team A. Han Jian. Eliminated, fall damage. An air anchor flew toward Lee Chong-hyun, and he grabbed it, propelling himself back into the air. Kim Jin-sol's voice came through the earpiece. You okay? Can you handle the gravity shift? Lee Chong-hyun responded. It feels like my body is being compressed from both sides, not the best feeling. But I can endure it. Nice work, Jin-sol. From inside the building, Kim Jin-sol had been observing everything. He let out a small gasp. I didn't think my control was capable of something like this. This plan wasn't half bad. As Lee Chong-hyun landed, he chuckled and replied, not half bad. If we had fought them directly, this wouldn't have been easy at all. He recalled the plan in his mind. First, I would provoke them. Then, at the moment when everyone was mid-air, Jisoo would strike with a surprise gravity attack, catching them off guard. Thanks to Jin-sol's precise control, I wouldn't fall, but everyone else would. So this was the strategy he had secretly shared with his teammates back in the waiting room. Back to the present, Lee Chong-hyun smirked in satisfaction and reminded his team. The game isn't over yet, stay focused. He continued. The remaining players may have seen my fight or picked up information about us. That means they'll likely be prepared for the same trick. System announcements. Team A. IU Haiju. Eliminated, bled out. Team B. Lee Ha-ein. Eliminated, combat. Team B. Kim Ki-ju. Eliminated, combat. Team B. Cha-int. Eliminated, combat. Hearing this, Lee Chong-hyun narrowed his eyes and thought. She took down all three of them alone? Well, it's Haiju, so I'm not surprised. System announcement. Remaining survivors. Team C. Kim Jin-sol. Team C. Han Jisoo. Lee Chong-hyun stood tall, hands on his hips, gazing up at the battlefield. Hearing his own name announced, a wave of pride swelled within him. System announcement. Team C. Chong-hyun. Inside the waiting room, Jin Han and Han Jian sat in silence as IU Haiju interrogated them. So, let me get this straight. You two were chasing one guy, while I was dealing with all of Team B alone. Then you both ran after him, fell, and died? Her voice was sharp as she continued. Was that your first time fighting or something? I was so dumbfounded back there. I still can't believe it. Jin Han quickly tried to defend himself. No, it's not like that, senior. He explained hurriedly. When we found them hiding, Chong-hyun was the only one left out in the open. He looked like he was about to lose against senior Han Jian. But then, he outplayed us. He analyzed our weaknesses and exploited them. We had no choice but to go after him. He shook his head. Even if we had a strength advantage, senior Han Jian is way stronger than those guys. Right? But even if you had been there with him, senior Haiju, the result wouldn't have changed. He sighed. That's what I meant. Senior Haiju. You don't know how impressive senior Chong-hyun was at that moment. Han Jian, looking embarrassed, spoke up. It was my fault. I should have been more careful. Even though I've experienced their abilities before. Lee Chong-hyun's thoughts. Watching this, Lee Chong-hyun reminisced about his past. Before my regression, I had felt that way too. Instead of sulking over a failed mission or a lost battle, one should reflect on their mistakes and analyze their own performance. Sometimes, being shameless enough to admit your failures is a good thing. He turned to leave when someone suddenly called out, "Hey!" Turning around, he saw Kim Jin-sol walking toward him. Looking slightly flustered, his cheeks were faintly flushed as he scratched his ear and muttered, sorry for saying all those harsh things to you before. Lee Chong-hyeon froze for a second, his face completely blank from surprise. Seeing his reaction, Kim Jin-sol quickly turned away and mumbled, "Never mind, if you forgot about it, then just forget it." Lee Chong-hyeon watched his retreating figure and thought, he's the type of guy who'd rather die than apologize properly. A true tsundere. In the judge's room, Era Jo, visibly shocked, was still processing what had happened. Meanwhile, Amazon looked absolutely stunned. He seriously beat them that easily? Min Soo-hyuk sighed in amazement. This was a victory of pure strategy. The outcome was completely unexpected. Lee Min-sok chuckled, nodding. "I told you, that kid is special," he continued. "From the very start, this wasn't even supposed to be a strategy test." Era Jo, still struggling to believe it, muttered, "Even I didn't see this coming." She reflected, even if he already knew about Han Jisoo and Kim Jin-sol's abilities, coming up with a strategy like that on the spot is no easy feat. And more than that, he managed to convince someone who was once his enemy to work with him. Her eyes sharpened. That is what makes him special. The host confidently stepped onto the smoke-filled stage and announced, "And now, we present to you the next generation of hunters. The first round of the main competition has officially concluded." They continued, "Here is the reward for the winners of this round." Proudly securing the top position, with a total of 3 survival points and 2 elimination points. Team C. Lee Chong-hyeon, Kim Jin-sol, Han Jisoo, please step forward onto the stage. As the host walked toward the 3 young hunters, they announced, "Each of you will receive a mana awakening stone." Lee Chong-hyeon's thoughts. Seeing the brilliant blue mana stone in his hands, Lee Chong-hyeon internally gasped. Did I just clear my first major hurdle since my regression? He stared at the stone and thought, with this, I can finally rank up my top-tier skills. The host's speech. The mana awakening stone enhances your mana reserves, making you stronger than ever. Use it well, and move forward. Carry the future of South Korea's hunting community with you. And beyond that, conquer the tower as a top-ranked hunter. Lee Chong-hyeon muttered to himself. Shouldn't it be becoming a hunter on the global stage instead? The elimination announcement. Suddenly, the host's tone darkened. However, there are those who do not meet the qualifications to become hunters. The losing teams from the 3 versus 3 battle must now face the elimination challenge. Among them, any player deemed unqualified by the judges will be removed from the competition. Lee Chong-hyeon's realization. Hearing this, Lee Chong-hyeon thought to himself, since this is a competition, of course, there's an elimination challenge for the losing players. That means the 13 people who lost in the first match will face elimination. Just then, his eyes landed on the screen, and his heart stopped for a moment. Kim Do-jun. His mind raced as he saw his friend's name appear among the elimination candidates. The host's explanation. Now, let me explain the elimination challenge briefly. This time, it will be a triangular capture battle. 2 players will team up and must work together to complete the task. The rules are simple. To pass the challenge, within 1 minute, the team of 2 must move together and capture a point. If they fail to capture a point, there is still another way to pass. Elimination points. By defeating other hunters, they can collect elimination points and secure their names on the ranking board. The host made an additional announcement. Oh, and one more thing. Since we have an odd number of participants left, you are allowed to invite a teammate from the pool of contestants who have already passed. In that case, even if the previously qualified contestant earns 0 points, they will not be eliminated. The battle will begin in 1 day. In the waiting room, Lee Chong-hyeon stood motionless in front of the food counter. Deep in thought. I see. He glanced over at 2 contestants who had already partnered up and muttered internally. Of course, they teamed up. If it were me, I'd do the same. Pairing up with the strongest person is probably the easiest way to survive. Then, something caught his eye. Wait, Kim Do-jun? He hasn't found a partner yet? Is he going to get eliminated for real this time? Well, who knows what the future holds, but right now, the elimination challenge is a huge risk. Unexpected proposal. Huh? His thoughts were abruptly interrupted when Kim Do-jun came rushing toward him. Beaming with excitement, as he approached, he called out, Hey, Chong-hyeon, we're classmates, right? You'll help me out, won't you? He glanced around frantically before adding, There's literally no one else left. Lee Chong-hyun coldly rejected him. No. Kim Do-jun, however, wasn't giving up. Come on, please. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he suddenly gasped. Ah, right, you taught me how to use a sword. That means we have a master-disciple relationship, right? What kind of master just lets their disciple die without helping them? Huh? Internal struggle. Lee Chong-hyun rubbed his temples in frustration. Since when did I become his master? If I'm his master, does that mean his academy instructor is his grandmaster? He cast a sideways glance at Kim Do-jun, only to see him staring up at him like a helpless kitten. His eyes shimmering with desperation. Lee Chong-hyun sighed in defeat. Fine. His true intentions. Internally, he thought, I'll help him just this once since I've got nothing better to do anyway. Besides, I need a place to test my abilities after using the Mana Awakening Stone. As he turned to leave, he looked over his shoulder and warned. But you must follow my plan exactly. This is the last time I'm helping you. Understood? Kim Do-jun cheered joyfully. I knew I could count on you. Lee Chong-hyun sighed in exasperation. What the hell are you saying? The Awakening. In a brightly lit room, Lee Chong-hyun slowly pulled out the Mana Awakening Stone he had received. His eyes gleamed with excitement. This is it. Should I try it now? System notification. Introduction to the Mana Awakening Stone. When possessed, it is gradually absorbed, significantly increasing mana reserves over time. When consumed, it grants an instant boost to mana. It can upgrade the rank of your skills. Lee Chong-hyun's awakening. Seated on his bed, Lee Chong-hyun stared at the glowing stone in his hand. Just as I thought, the effects are the same as before. Without hesitation, he performed a single decisive motion. Tossing the stone into his mouth, he swallowed it in one gulp. System notifications. Skill rank upgraded. Superhuman. B. Right pointing arrow. A. S plus secret weapon transformation. Right pointing arrow enhanced. Top tier. E. Right pointing arrow. D. Additional growth acceleration. As top tier skill levels increase, overall skill efficiency and new keyword abilities will be enhanced. New awakened ability. Battle cry augmentation. If you shout a skill's name or announce where you will strike before attacking, its destructive power increases. The battle cry does not have to match the actual action. New awakened ability. Arthur reinforcement. You can now indirectly control Arthur using mana. Updated physical attributes. Strength. 5.1. Reflex. 6.10. Agility. 6.6. Stamina. 5.6. Recovery. 5.0. Mana. 66.0. Lee Chong-hyun scanned through the updated stats and murmured. My core skill levels have increased. And my mana has expanded significantly. A follow-up notification appeared. System update. As top-tier skills increase in level, keyword-based skills will also be enhanced. Lee Chong-hyun's thoughts raced. More enhancements? The top-tier keyword skills have been upgraded. Immediately, a wide grin spread across his face. Asterisk. At this level, Arthur, which was originally just a control-type ability, will now have actual destructive power. Just like in the survival game. Satisfied, he closed the system window and muttered. Good. Then, he lay flat on his bed, staring at the ceiling. Asterisk. I've already planned everything for tomorrow. For now, I just need a good night's sleep. Tomorrow's going to be a big day. A mysterious vision. Suddenly, a vivid image appeared before his eyes. A stage. On it, stood a young boy with a sorrowful face. Controlled like a puppet, the boy began his story. Asterisk. It all started with a small club. A club that was on the verge of bankruptcy. Not long after my first awakening, my abilities surfaced. At that time, the one who made an offer to me was director Kim Ah-ji-young. He looked at me and said, "Come with me, I will train you." The image of director Kim Eo-young in his eyes at that moment was like a monster. He said, in exchange, what do you think about unlocking the pinnacle level? With your current skills, you can't participate in competitions. The boy hesitated a little. Unlocking it now seemed a bit. They said the effect is still minimal. But I still want to wait and see. He sat dazed on the chair, thinking, they still accepted me into the team. Because I didn't unlock my skills. I never had a chance to compete. That was the invisible control of the director. A voice echoed in his ears. Hey, Chong-hyun, do you really think you can step out there and compete? Players are just tools to be used. You think you're special, just because you're slightly better in practice matches? He lowered his head, and then, at the very last moment, I chose to unlock the pinnacle level. The director looked very pleased and laughed loudly. After unlocking the pinnacle level, I continued to grow and rise, lifting the championship trophy, and engraving my name into legend. But a flower forced to bloom early. Its crown falls, and its shattered pieces scatter. It will surely wither soon as well. Lee Chong-hyun's eyes widened in fear. He pushed himself up with his hands after experiencing that nightmare. He was stunned, the memory he wanted to forget the most. Now, the past would not repeat itself. With that thought, he steadied himself and got out of bed. Walking forward, he clenched his fists and thought, more than anyone else, the foundation has been laid for me to start my career as an athlete in a way more brilliant than ever. Of course, I can't easily defeat the top rookies of this era. There are still many shortcomings. By refining and unlocking the pinnacle level, he opened the door, looked up at the morning light, and thought, I will reach somewhere else. Beyond that past. Die already. The scene shifted to the waiting room. Kim Do-jun sat cross-legged on a chair, adjusting his shoes when a voice asked, Are you ready? Kim Do-jun turned his head lazily and confidently replied, Me? Of course. From warm-ups to tactics. Even my mentality is fully prepared. Lee Chong-hyun walked up beside him and asked, Tactics? You already have your own tactics? Excitedly, Kim Do-jun explained, I'm just following what you said. Lee Chong-hyun grabbed his head in frustration and thought, I knew it. Why did I even bother asking this idiot? The scene shifted to the filming set. The host excitedly shouted, Thank you for waiting, the next generation of hunters. Thank you to our audience for being here to witness this. The elimination mission. Who will be the first to leave? Right now, the elimination mission will officially begin. Lee Chong-hyun walked in coldly. He slowly closed his eyes. Then, the system teleported him. The screen displayed the map of Urban Area A. The scene shifted to occupied territory. The system had transported Lee Chong-hyun here. He looked around and thought to himself, This is just a normal city map. Kim Do-jun arrived right after. Running quickly beside him, he asked, Chong-hyun, what's the plan? You must have already thought ahead, right? Lee Chong-hyun pointed to the tallest building and said, The target is the center. What we need to do is seize the center. Not waste time on other key locations along the way. Right after the match begins, we must rush there and take control. Kim Do-jun was stunned and shouted, Seriously? Our opponents are Jun Han Jeol and Iu Heju. And they're a team. They will definitely prevent others from taking that area. Are we really walking into the lion's den? Lee Chong-hyun waved his hand dismissively and said, If you think you can't do it, then quit right now. Kim Do-jun quickly backtracked. No, I mean, let's think it through one more time. Lee Chong-hyun stopped and replied, Okay, the waiting time is almost over. The moment it ends, we need to act immediately. Prepare. 10 seconds remaining. He shouted, Run. Then, an air anchor shot forward. Lee Chong-hyun grabbed it and launched himself into the air. Kim Do-jun, flustered and sweating, yelled, Wait, take me with you. While running, Lee Chong-hyun thought to himself, No contestant is as proficient with air blocks and air anchors as I am. First, I'll get close to the capture point and strike first. Meanwhile, on Jun Han Jeol and Iu Heju's side, they were walking at a steady pace. Iu Heju silently thought, Lee Chong-hyun, if that bastard weren't there, I wouldn't have to deal with 3 other people alone. And we wouldn't have to participate in this ridiculous elimination mission. Jun Han Jeol curiously asked, Heju, what are you thinking about? She held her head and replied with an utterly exasperated voice. What else, other than the fact that you were defeated by Chong-hyun? Jun Han Jeol's face darkened. He lowered his head in shame. Iu Heju stepped closer, staring at him sternly and reminding him, Don't look so down, stay focused. This time, you must not make any mistakes. He took a deep breath, straightened up, and ran after her, saying, Got it, but he's not as simple as you think. Iu Heju coldly responded, Who doesn't know that? I've already considered everything. She thought to herself. In the last match, if I hadn't deliberately hidden some of my skills, I could have survived after taking down 3 people. This time, I will use everything I had to crush them. I won't be eliminated just because of carelessness. Then, she slightly turned her head and said, It seems like he belongs to the mid-tier group. From now on, we'll use close-range attacks to take them down. In one hit. Just like our basic strategy. Jun Han Jial looked up at her with admiration. But just a second later, he lowered his head again and sighed wearily. The two of them then continued walking together. Meanwhile, Lee Chong Hyeon was spinning his gun and asked, "Still not there yet?" He was sitting inside a building, watching outside. Kim Do-jun responded through the earpiece. "That's because you ran too fast." Lee Chong Hyeon moved closer, opened the window, and said, "I found a good position. Once you get here, we'll block them. Then, we'll move straight to the capture point." Kim Do-jun anxiously asked, "But the other teams will notice us. Are you sure this is okay?" Lee Chong Hyeon smirked and replied, "I have an idea." Then, he let out a mocking laugh. "Either way, it's already too late. Now, just walk there normally. When you use air blocks and air anchors, make a strong movement to attract the other team's attention." Then, he decisively pulled the trigger. A bullet shot forward at high speed, heading straight for Lee Han-jin, who was walking on the street. Her teammate turned around in shock. System notification. Team F eliminated. Lee Han-jin was taken out during action. Lee Chong Hyeon looked at the gun in his hand and thought to himself, "A headshot at this level. This is equivalent to Arthur's level. The one I obtained from the hidden vault in the survival game. It's just like Ethan. Am I stronger than the past me? The one who surpassed Ethan?" Below, Lee Han-jin's teammate hurriedly fled. Lee Chong Hyeon's eyes burned red. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger again. System notification. Team Lee Han-jin eliminated, taken out during action. Kim Do-jun, curious, asked, "I just heard a loud noise ahead. Did you hear that? Is someone fighting over there? Are we even going in the right direction?" Lee Chong Hyeon responded, "That was my gunfire." Kim Do-jun was shocked. "Huh? You were just fighting?" Lee Chong Hyeon calmly instructed, "Turn right from your current direction. At 9 o'clock, go past 3 blocks. I'm on the second floor of the blue glass building right there. Get over here." His face darkened, his eyes glowing red. He sneered and thought to himself, "Whose elimination points will I sweep through next?" Inside the judge's room, Amazon clenched her fists in rage, slamming them hard on the table. She could hardly believe what was unfolding before her eyes. Impossible. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sok stroked his chin with amusement and said, "What did I say? I heard he really has some exceptional talent with guns. Right?" Amazon hesitated before replying, "Maybe, but in my opinion, this is more likely a newly developed ability." Lee Min-sok questioned further. "But from the very first session, he already handled firearms extremely well, didn't he?" Amazon frowned, resting her chin on her hand. "But, if that were true, why would he need to search for a hidden vault? In the survival game? Even in training, his shooting was only for defensive purposes. He never took it this seriously before." She then came to a conclusion. "Which means, the pinnacle level can be enhanced. Under certain conditions." Min Suyuk, surprised, interjected, "Mr. Chairman?" Amazon turned to him, puzzled. "Why are you here?" Just as the three of them were about to stand up, Lee United spoke up. "Stay seated. I came here because I heard there was someone interesting to watch." Lee Min-sok smirked. "Even the association president is here? Are you after him as well?" Lee United leaned in slightly and replied, "No, not at all. I was already rejected once." He's very confident. "If I had known today would happen, I would have made a higher offer back then." Lee Min-sok chuckled. "So, do you regret it?" Lee United shook his head. "No, I never regret the past. I only look for ways to move forward. I just hope that in his future plans, he'll find a place for me." The three of them were stunned, their eyes wide open and mouths agape upon hearing that. Lee YouTube stroked his beard and laughed heartily, saying, "This might sound a bit abrupt, but I'm serious." Lee Min-sok nodded and replied, "I'll consider it in a positive light." Then, he glanced at Lee Dutek's retreating figure and wondered to himself, what exactly is that cunning old man plotting? Scene shifts to the competition arena. Kim Do-jun looked around and said, "I'm here. Where are you?" Lee Chong Hyeon replied, "Room 1.701 on the second floor." Kim Do-jun slowly made his way into the building. Meanwhile, Lee Chong Hyeon was hiding behind a wall, observing the area below. As Kim Do-jun entered, he curiously asked, "You've been here this whole time? Is it just as I thought?" He assumed that only the two of them were in the building. with no AI present. With a squinting smile, Kim Do-jun thought to himself, there must be a lot of people waiting outside. If I go back now, it'll be incredibly dangerous. After pondering for a while, he finally asked, so, what's the plan? Aren't you going to tell me? Lee Chong-hyeon nonchalantly replied, forget about the others. Then, he asked, Jun-han Jian Yuhiju AI. Which one is easier? Kim Do-jun looked at him in confusion, then suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, don't tell me, you want me to block them? Lee Chong-hyeon quickly reassured him, don't worry, it's just for a short while. Kim Do-jun was puzzled. And what about you? Lee Chong-hyeon grinned and replied, while you hold them off, I'll go capture the point. Kim Do-jun sighed. Ah, I see. He clutched his head as if struck by lightning. Lee Chong-hyeon stood up and said, let's go. Kim Do-jun panicked. No way. Are you serious? Lee Chong-hyeon turned back and flashed a bright smile. Reluctantly, Kim Do-jun followed him, sighing internally. Dear heavens, this is no different from walking straight to my doom. Each step he took felt heavy, as if he were carrying a boulder on his back. Lee Chong-hyeon firmly grasped the door handle and pushed it open. Kim Do-jun, standing behind him, widened his eyes in shock. In front of them was the capture point, with only 2 people inside. Confidently, they stepped in. The system announcement echoed. Point captured. Lee Chong-hyeon and Kim Do-jun. The duo has successfully taken control of the point. If another player enters or you leave the area, the capture timer will reset. Iu Hiju furrowed her brows upon hearing that. Jun-han Jian was also listening intently. 1 minute remained until the capture was complete. Lee Chong-hyeon grinned widely, thinking to himself, the real battle is just about to begin. Jun-han Jian and Iu Hiju looked up at the announcement. Team Lee Chong-hyeon and Kim Do-jun have captured the control point. Yuhizu clenched her teeth in frustration, thinking, what does that guy want? First, hiding and ambushing wasn't enough for him. Now he's taken over the control point too? Jun-han Jian hesitated. Could there be a hidden passage here? Like a secret underground tunnel? Iu Hiju immediately dismissed the idea. No way, she explained. This survival map isn't based on a dungeon tower. It's just an ordinary urban area. There are no secret sections here. Curious, she turned to Hanion and asked, based on your combat experience, what do you think? Charging into the control zone now would be like walking straight into a trap. Jun Hanion rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. In a survival game, if there are no secret passages, we should be able to overpower him easily. I get the feeling, his focus is on mobility rather than brute force. But Yuhizu was skeptical. Last time, we lost track of him because of his agility. Otherwise, he would have already fallen into our trap. Yet, by entering the control point, he's giving up that mobility. She narrowed her eyes. Or maybe, his real intention isn't to hold the point at all. Maybe he's just drawing attention to himself and plans to slip away midway. Yuhizu's eyes widened as if she had just made a realization. She quickly turned to her teammate. Hanion, listen carefully. I figured out Chong-hyeon's goal. She explained. He's not strong in direct combat. If the fight happens inside the control room, he won't be able to make use of his agility. In other words, once others arrive and start fighting over the capture point, he'll use the chaos to his advantage. Jun-han Jian asked, so what should we do? Yuhizu smirked. The control point was never our goal anyway. We just need to disrupt his plan and turn his own chaos against him. With that, the two of them bolted toward the capture point as fast as they could. Yuhizu thought to herself, if this works, victory will be ours. Suddenly, a massive, eliminated, sign flashed across the screen, leaving both of them stunned. The system announced, Team A, Kim Aran-jun has been eliminated in combat. Team Seli Hung-P has been eliminated in combat. Team CBAE Han-Soo has been eliminated in combat. Iu Hiju's eyes widened in shock. What? Everyone who went in, got wiped out? She thought, if he really wanted to use the chaos to escape, then instead of holding the capture point, others should have been chasing after him. It should have turned into a never-ending battle. Jun-han Jian gasped. Yuhizu, look at that. The screen now displayed the remaining countdown, 20 seconds. Yuhizu broke into a cold sweat, internally exclaiming, what the hell are you doing? Lee Chong-hyeon? Underneath the table, Lee Chong-hyeon was lying in wait, fully prepared to strike. Kim Do-jun glanced at him nervously. dreading the thought of having to face everyone until the bitter end. Can I even do this? Their plan was simple. As soon as someone entered, Chong Hyeon would shoot. If they dodged, Do Jun would charge in for a surprise attack. Kim Do Jun let out an exasperated sigh. Is this really going to work? Just then, the door was kicked open. Kim Young Jun stormed in, yelling, "Get out here and fight me fair and square." Without wasting a second, Lee Chong Hyeon popped up and fired a direct shot, not missing a single bullet. Kim Do Jun frowned and glanced at the system announcement. Team A, Kim Aron Jun has been eliminated in combat. At that moment, a strange noise came from the wall, drawing both of their attention. A sharp spear shot out like a missile straight toward them. Lee Chong Hyeon instinctively dual-wielded his guns and fired at the incoming projectile. Meanwhile, Lee Hung-tae hastily took cover behind a rock. Lee Chong Hyeon gritted his teeth. "I can't see through walls." Lee Hung-tae, watching him with amusement, smirked. Lee Chong Hyeon curled his lips into a grin. "Well then, this is exactly why Kim Do Jun is here." Kim Do Jun's sword gleamed as he dashed forward at full speed. He leapt high into the air and brought his blade crashing down on Lee Hung-tae. But at the last moment, Hung-tae blocked with his spear. From behind, Bae Han-soo rushed forward, aiming to ambush Do Jun. Lee Chong Hyeon sprinted to intercept. But Han-soo had already detected him. Now, the real fight had begun. Lee Chong Hyeon's eyes burned red. Activating his supervision, he precisely calculated his shot. In the very next second, he pulled both triggers simultaneously, aiming in two different directions. The system announcement flashed. Team Seli Hung-tae has been eliminated in combat. Team Syria E Han-soo has been eliminated in combat. Curious, Lee Chong Hyeon glanced at the timer. The screen displayed 32 seconds remaining. He sighed. Half the time is still left. Looking at the current score, he thought, at this rate, we'll win the elimination mission outright. But that's not what I want. The goal isn't just to hold out, it's to eliminate everyone. Right then, Jun Hanjin and Iu Heju arrived. Iu Heju's eyes widened in shock at the devastation before her. Through the thick dust and debris, Lee Chong Hyeon and Kim Do Jun's figures were barely visible. Iu Heju shouted, "Jun Han Jeon." He responded immediately. "Got it." Lee Chong Hyeon aimed his gun at them and fired without hesitation. A bullet shot forward at incredible speed. Jun Han Jeon and Iu Heju leapt at him. Suddenly, a massive crack formed in the ceiling, and it began to collapse. Kim Do Jun's eyes widened in terror. At that moment, Lee Chong Hyeon smirked. Large chunks of stone rained down from above. The entire building was collapsing. Iu Heju's mind raced. The control point is falling apart? What will happen now? The screen displayed 17 seconds remaining. Iu Heju screamed. The countdown is still running. We're out of time. Jun Han Jeon, let's go. Through the thick dust, 3 bullets suddenly shot forward. A piercing scream rang out. Iu Heju turned back in shock. The system announced, Team Belina Ra has been eliminated in combat. Team Belahian Ju has been eliminated in combat. Team Daeyeon Yun has been eliminated in combat. Yuhizu's heart pounded. It's over. How am I supposed to respond to this? Where did that attack even come from? Meanwhile, Lee Chong Hyeon's gun was still firing. The system continued. Team Delhin Ull has been eliminated in combat. Through the wreckage, Iu Heju squinted, her vision blurred by the dust. She thought to herself, in this ruined battlefield, where the hell is Lee Chong Hyeon? Before him lay a landscape of destruction and ruins. Thick dust swirled chaotically through the air, reducing visibility to near zero. Lee Chong Hyeon summoned his gun, gripping it tightly. His muscles tensed as he raised his weapon, his sharp eyes scanning every inch of his surroundings with extreme caution. He adjusted his stance, poised, ready for combat at any moment. A thought raced through his mind. No matter how skilled I am, I can't take on this many people at once. With that, Lee Chong Hyeon activated supervision. His eyes turned crimson, flashing with an eerie glow. With a ruthless gaze, he locked onto something in the distance. Then, in a single explosive leap, he darted sideways, his movements fluid, precise. Even while on the move, he fired off a perfect shot, striking down a nearby opponent. The enemy let out a piercing scream, collapsing instantly. Stunned, they could barely process what had happened. Who is this guy? How does someone have such insane skills? Lee Chong-hyeon's cold, predatory smirk sent chills down their spine. With both guns in hand, he moved faster than any normal human could, his sheer speed alone making him an unpredictable force. His sinister grin widened. Just like that time, his mind drifted to that moment of crisis. The time when the entire team was on the brink of collapse. News reports had flooded in. Limited faces unprecedented hardships. Can they recover? Rhode Island 10 bolsters their roster. A comeback performance expected in the next match. Lee Chong-hyeon clenched his teeth. Someone had to step up, or they'd fall to 9th place. Gunfire ripped through walls, sending debris cascading everywhere. Dust and smoke filled the battlefield. Then, there, a sniper lurking in the distance, unloading heavy rounds without restraint. The commentator's voice boomed through the arena. Meanwhile, Chris's team still has all their members intact. Limited's remaining 2 players are being hunted down, picked off one by one. Only Lee Chong-hyeon is left. Behind a door, Lee Chong-hyeon hid, his body coiled like a spring. His sharp eyes flicked from shadow to shadow, tracking every movement. Nearby, the air was thick with heat and tension. Sweat dripped from his forehead. Breathing heavily, he gripped his gun tightly. Frustration etched onto his face. I have to win. There's no other option. I refuse to drop to 9th place. Lee Chong-hyeon assumed his stance, ready to fire at any moment. With a swift motion, he darted to his left. Bang! He fired a shot, blasting through the wall, reducing it to rubble. Just like before, when he brought down an entire building. The commentator's voice rang out. What's happening? Is this a suicide mission? A mission like this is nothing short of a reckless, last-ditch assault. Is he about to give up? Now, Lee Chong-hyeon stood motionless amidst the shattered ruins, silent, unmoving. But inside, his determination burned fiercely. He raised his gun once more. No, he hasn't given up. And then, bang! Lee Chong-hyeon took down another opponent. The commentator gasped in shock. No, this is the real twist. Even in a collapsed building, in zero visibility, where he couldn't even see an inch ahead, Lee Chong-hyeon still landed a perfect sniper shot. He unleashed a barrage of bullets. His concentration razor sharp. His hands remained steady, his aim never wavering. The commentator screamed into the mic. To 1 kill, could this be the impossible comeback? Through the dense smoke and dust, Lee Chong-hyeon marched forward, each step steady, merciless. The crowd held their breath. The commentator gasped. This is an unbelievable sight. Could this be a one-on-one final showdown? If he wins this, he will make history. Lee Chong-hyeon gritted his teeth, holding on with sheer willpower. He pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Panic flashed across his face. Damn it, I'm out of mana? And then, the final victory screen flashed. The commentators erupted. Unbelievable. But in the end, the dream of making history ends here. Lee Chong-hyeon has fallen to Lee Yuhan's blade. The match ended. With that loss, Limited dropped to 9th place. Meanwhile, Kim Do-jun and Rich held their rankings. Back in the waiting room, Lee Chong-hyeon sat in silence, disappointment weighing heavily on him. One step, just one step, that one step, led to this outcome. Returning to the present, Lee Chong-hyeon had his gun pressed against Yuhizu's back. She froze in disbelief. I lost? Her mind reeled in shock. Lee Chong-hyeon narrowed his eyes. Now, in this moment, I will not lose again. Suddenly, Yuhizu spun around and leapt backward, cursing internally. Damn it. But when he turned around, he was shocked. Because in front of Juhi-do, there wasn't a single person, no one at all. Only ruins remained. Lee Chong-hyeon fired his gun and took down Yuhizu. He was pleased. I don't lack mana anymore. A notification suddenly appeared. Team Ezin Hang Jian has been eliminated in battle. Team E Jun Han Jian has been eliminated in battle. The scene transitioned to another office. The people there were utterly astonished by what was unfolding before their eyes. On the screen, Ayazo was in shock. Eliminate all Sao. That was the mission. To incite war through control points. But he succeeded, capturing the area while simultaneously eliminating all the others. Ayazo let out a sigh. I have to admit, at the very least, that kid's skill level is professional. Jun Hangul looked somewhat helpless. He chuckled dryly, crossed his arms, and then addressed everyone in the room. Well, juniors, didn't I tell you? He can use Sao firearms. Look at him. There's no way he's someone who can't use guns. I knew from the very first round. I saw the potential in him. Misahio nodded. Yes, I understand. As you said, he can use firearms. But what I don't get is, how did he hit his target so precisely through all that dust and smoke? Jun Hangul replied. COUK. When deciding to take a shot at such a young age, what skills do you need upon awakening? Accuracy is just as important as mana capacity. Maybe Lee Chong-hyun possesses a skill that enhances his aiming precision. He pointed at the screen. Confidence in hitting the target, no matter the circumstances. That's what he has. Meanwhile, in the audience, everyone was watching intently. Among them were Lee Chong-hyun, Kim Do-jun, and other team members. Lee Chong-hyun was scrolling through his phone, reading the latest discussions. The community was buzzing with excitement. Comments flashed across the screen. This game is completely different from the usual. This is actually pretty fun to watch, wow. Finally, South Korea has a real long-range warrior. Another comment read, if next year's BA tier tournament is like this, it'll definitely be worth the wait. Lee Chong-hyun thought to himself. If I were just a spectator, I'd be thrilled too. That was a total clean sweep. Then, he switched off his phone. HMPH, that's just the audience's perspective. It wasn't entirely overwhelming. Having used a similar strategy in the past was already a major advantage. If it were a direct confrontation, we wouldn't have been able to wipe them all out. Not even half. A notification appeared on the screen. Achievement unlocked. Total elimination in the extermination and capture mission. Peak tier upgraded from D+ to C. With the increase in skill tier levels, growth acceleration will be enhanced. Peak awakening. Legendary sharpshooter. Long-range sniping accuracy has significantly increased. Weak guided shot. You can now use a weak version of the guided shot ability. Lee Chong-hyun sighed in admiration. This achievement is actually pretty huge. The peak tier ranking got upgraded instantly. Kido Run, sitting next to him, suddenly nudged his shoulder and said, "Hey, you've been hiding your skills this whole time. Huh? Wow, those last few shots were insane. Can I touch your gun for a bit?" Lee Chong-hyun let out another deep sigh. Seeing his reaction, Kim Do-jun chimed in. Come on now. If you had that much mana to just wipe out everything with a gun, you should have told me sooner. And besides, how the hell did you aim so precisely? Through all that dust and debris? Lee Chong-hyun gave a short reply. Instinct. Kim Do-jun pouted. Hey, is that how you treat your only friend? He crossed his arms in mock anger. I never thought you were this kind of person. Lee Chong-hyun replied indifferently. Then what do you think of me now? Kim Do-jun smirked. A stingy, miserly bastard. Lee Chong-hyun suddenly paused, realizing something. Wait, did he just say only friend? He stared at Kim Do-run. Thinking back, ever since his regression, aside from this guy, there wasn't really anyone he could call a friend. With that thought, he let out another sigh. Is my social circle really this small? On stage, the hosts were starting to gather. Ayazo picked up the microphone and spoke. Not just anyone can become a hunter. Whether you have talent or not determines everything. It's safe to say, it's incredibly difficult. The next generation of hunters. We are looking for those with the potential to rise to the top of the tournament. And because of that, this competition is only getting tougher. So, to those who have survived and earned the right to move forward, congratulations. Ayazo then asked with a smirk. Should we set off some celebratory fireworks? Then, his voice dropped coldly. No, you're only at the starting line. Welcome to the Hunter Tournament. Jun Hangul spoke briefly but with intensity. We select the best. And here stands the next generation of hunters. It hasn't been long, but the judges have already chosen the candidates who qualify as the best. Lee Chong-hyun and Kim Do-jun, excited, continued listening. That's why this evaluation will be the final match. In other words, this will be the last battle assessment. Of course, it will be a standard 7 versus 7 hunter match. The teams will be formed today, and the match will take place in a week. The MVP of the winning team will have the chance to become the champion. Meanwhile, the runner-up title will go to the most outstanding performer of the winning team. And for this final match, a special guest will be making an appearance. Stay tuned. Lee Chong-hyun was curious. A special guest? The scene shifted. Lee Chong-hyun and Kim Do-jun were walking side by side. When suddenly, someone called out, Chong-hyun, I'm Hahin. I represent the LHL club and am here to recruit members. Could you spare a few minutes? Before he could finish his sentence, another person barged in. Hey, you over there. Didn't you see that I was waiting here first? Chong Hyeon. I'm Lee Young-go. Recruiting members for Club B. Lee Chong Hyeon was taken aback. Recruitment? Finding a team that met his desired conditions. This could be a good opportunity. He smiled brightly. Let's talk inside. The scene transitioned to a meeting room. Lee Chong Hyeon sat down on a chair placed at the center. Seated before him were those hoping to recruit him into their clubs. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his hand. All right then, he said with a smirk. Since so many of you have come to see me, let's start with you presenting your offers. Then, we can talk. At that moment, a man introduced himself. I am Shin Un-chul, a coach at SMA Private Academy. I've been following your matches, and have taken note of your outstanding talent. You've probably heard of our academy before. We can help you debut in the second-tier league, or even the first tier. Not only that, but through our school's exchange programs, we can take you to the international stage. Shin Un-chul continued. If you join our academy, we will arrange an international exchange program for you, and assign a personal coach to train you overseas. But before he could continue, Lee Chong Hyeon interrupted. Sorry, but there are a lot of people here. Could you summarize just the most special terms of your offer? Shin Un-chul seemed momentarily flustered. After clearing his throat, he finally said, we will provide you with a signing bonus of 100 million won. And an annual salary of 200 million won. That's around $70. What do you think? Before Lee Chong Hyeon could respond, Lee Young-ji jumped in. 300 million won signing bonus, one-time payment. This doesn't even include your salary. We can't disclose the exact salary, but I assure you, you won't be disappointed. Lee Chong Hyeon thought to himself. 300 million won just for signing? That's a pretty good deal. But what I really want is to choose my own teammates. He glanced at the recruiters, all desperately trying to win him over. Then, a smirk formed on his lips. Maybe it's best if I don't join any of them. Not willing to back down, another recruiter stood up and declared, we can also offer you a 300 million won signing bonus. As for salary, we can negotiate. Additionally, I am willing to accommodate any special conditions you request. Lee Chong Hyeon leaned back and said, how about this? I want to form a team with members of my own choosing. Can anyone here offer me that? Silence fell over the room. The recruiter who had just spoken stiffened. Seeing their expressions, Lee Chong Hyeon thought, I guess that's a no. A while later, after all negotiations had wrapped up, Lee Chong Hyeon stood up and said, let's end it here for today. The recruiters hurriedly handed him their business cards. This is my card. Please contact me anytime if you change your mind. I'll check with my director to see if we can adjust the offer and get back to you. After everyone had left, Lee Chong Hyeon sat back in his chair. For a rookie, these offers were actually impressive. But then, suddenly, he noticed one recruiter who had yet to leave. Curious, he raised an eyebrow and thought. Huh? He asked. Do you have something else you want to discuss? The man calmly slid his business card forward and said, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lee Young-ji, a recruitment specialist from Team Beer. And we can meet the condition you just mentioned. Holding the business card, Lee Chong Hyeon was curious. He thought to himself. If they've competed in the first or second tier leagues, I should at least have heard of them before. If not, then they must be a BA tier team. And probably just an average one. Lee Young-ji spoke. We don't have a high budget, so we can't offer you a huge signing bonus like the others. But I can assure you, we can build a team centered around you. Lee Chong Hyeon raised an eyebrow. You can? What about your current players? Lee Young-ji replied. Most of our players' contracts will expire after this season. I'm not sure if they will renew or not. Then, he added, that's why we're willing to consider your input when recruiting new players. Lee Chong Hyeon thought to himself. I see, they don't have much funding, but they're offering me a certain level of control. He then asked, considering my input, that sounds a bit vague. It's not exactly a promise, is it? And besides, does that mean I can only recruit rookies? That would make the entire team full of newbies. Lee Young-ji's face turned slightly pale. Why don't you discuss this directly with our director? It seems like he's really interested in you. He specifically ordered me to secure your recruitment at all costs. Hearing that, Lee Chon-hyeon fell into deep thought. HMPH. Lee Young-ji stood up and said, "We would be truly grateful if you considered our offer. If possible, we'd like you to at least meet with our director in person." Lee Chon-hyeon replied, "Sure, I'll think about it." The sound of the door closing echoed through the room, leaving Lee Chon-hyeon alone in contemplation. He glanced at the stack of business cards on the table. Asterisk, I can choose from well-established BA-tier teams with huge signing bonuses, and the chance to select 1 or 2 teammates of my own. Or, I can join Team Beer, a low-tier BA team. That will let me build my own squad of rookies. In the end, it all depends on how well I perform. As soon as he stepped out of the room, Kim Do-jun rushed over and asked, "So, how did it go?" Excited, he grinned and added, "Did you get any offers?" Seeing how fast Kim Do-jun arrived, Lee Chon-hyeon asked, "Wait, were you waiting for me this whole time?" Kim Do-jun beamed. "Of course, I do go to Seoul Private Academy. After all, I was waiting right outside." Kido-jun followed closely behind Lee Chon-hyeon, asking, "So, have you picked a team yet? What kind of offer did you get?" Lee Chon-hyeon replied casually, "Well, 300 million won as a signing bonus. Excluding salary, that's about the average." Kido-jun was so shocked that he broke into a cold sweat. Oh my god? Lee Chon-hyeon figured it must be far higher than what Kim Do-jun was getting from the academy. But then again, an academy's role was to nurture talent, whereas his offer was for competing in the BA League. Kim Do-jun asked, "So, which team are you going with?" Lee Chon-hyeon shrugged. "I'm not sure yet." Kido-jun's eyes widened. "What? But the offer is amazing." Lee Chon-hyeon simply replied, "I told them, I want to choose my own teammates." Kido-jun was completely stunned. "Wait, seriously? I mean, you're really strong, but you're still just a rookie." Lee Chon-hyeon continued walking, replying calmly, "Yeah, I admit, that request is kinda tough." Kim Do-jun shook his head. "You're being way too demanding." Hearing that, Lee Chon-hyeon thought to himself, Asterisk, am I though? Maybe, given my current standing, but what if I prove myself even more? Then the teams would have no choice but to accept my conditions. Turning to Kim Do-jun, he said, "Maybe you're right." Kim Do-jun's face lit up. "So you'll reconsider, then?" Lee Chon-hyeon smirked. "Of course not." His eyes gleamed mischievously as he looked up. "If I'm demanding too much for my current position, then all I have to do is rise even higher. Right? Somewhere else." Jun Hangul stepped out of a room, letting out a long sigh. He recalled the chaos from earlier, getting completely swarmed by club recruiters. "Hangul, what do you think? I guarantee, no other team can offer you a deal as generous as this." Jun Hangul stammered, Wait, I'm still a student at Seoul Private Academy." But the recruiter immediately shot back. "Besides the signing bonus, we'll also cover your contract termination fees. Please, just give us a chance." Back to the present, Jun Hangul looked defeated. "They didn't even listen to a word I said." Suddenly, a message notification popped up. Jun Hangul wondered who had messaged him. It was He-yu. The message read, "See, you shouldn't have even given them a chance to talk to you." Jun Hangul was slightly surprised. What perfect timing. He looked off into the distance, deep in thought. Where is he heading now? His mind drifted to Lee Chon-hyeon. He really is the first true sharpshooter in the history of Korea's Hunter tournament. Jun Hangul recalled the insane moments Lee Chon-hyeon had during his matches. "I still can't believe he pulled that off. Under such high-pressure conditions. After finishing the tournament, when we meet again on the BA tier battlefield, or maybe even higher, that's gonna be interesting." Jun Hangul imagined himself standing side by side with Lee Chon-hyeon in battle. Excitement surged through his chest. "I'll be waiting for that day." Scene transition. A bustling marketplace where people traded and sold goods. Kim Do-jun looked around in confusion and asked, "A maintenance shop? Wait, did you come here because you need to repair something?" Lee Chon-hyeon turned around and asked, "Huh?" Then he replied, "We're about to compete, aren't we?" "Of course, I need to stock up on mana cartridges." Kim Do-jun was puzzled. "Huh? But we already have air anchors and air blocks, don't we?" Hearing that ridiculously naive response, Lee Chon-hyeon facepalmed. He sighed and asked, "Do you even watch professional matches these days? There are many different types of mana equipment. Choosing the right gear, for the opponent and the situation, is an essential skill too. They stepped into the store. A sales clerk greeted them with a warm smile. Welcome. Is this your first time here? She asked. How can I help you today? Do you need maintenance, weapon repairs, or? The clerk led them further inside. If it's your first time here, maybe you'd like to check out some new gear? Kim Do-jun's eyes sparkled as he laid eyes on the equipment. Like a kid in a candy store. His entire face lit up. Not only that, his cheeks flushed red from sheer excitement. Whoa! Amazed, he inwardly gasped at the sight of the gear he had always dreamed of owning. The sales clerk stood next to Lee Chong-hyeon, just behind Kim Do-jun. While Lee Chong-hyeon and the clerk were having a conversation, Kim Do-jun was completely absorbed in the display case. He leaned in so close, his face nearly pressed against the glass, just like a child seeing candy for the first time. It was adorable. The sales clerk asked, "Would you like me to guide you on how to choose mana equipment?" Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon turned his gaze from Kim Do-jun and answered, "Oh, yes, please." Then, he pointed at Kim Do-jun, who was still fixated on the display case, and said, "This guy here? Yeah, he's completely clueless about mana gear." At those words, Kim Do-jun snapped his head up and glared at him. His eyes were filled with indignation and silent protest at being called out like that. The sales clerk continued, "You probably know about air anchors and air blocks, right? But besides those, there are many other types of mana equipment. Mana gear is generally divided into 4 main categories. Offensive equipment, used for attacking. Defensive gear, used for protection. Mobility tools, like air anchors." Kim Do-jun tilted his head. "Wait, isn't that just 3 types?" The sales clerk smiled and explained. "The 4th category isn't exactly a separate type. It's more like a miscellaneous category, for items that don't fit into the other 3. These are called specialized mana equipment." She continued. "Their effectiveness varies greatly, and since they are usually custom designed, it's hard to explain them in detail." Kim Do-jun's eyes widened. "Oh, so we're here to pick some specialized mana gear, huh?" The sales clerk simply smiled in silence. But before she could answer, Lee Chong-hyeon cut in. "Of course not. Did you even listen? Specialized mana gear is custom made. There's no way we'd find one ready for you here. Obviously, we should pick the most common and versatile equipment." The sales clerk nodded. "Exactly. Specialized mana gear is typically prepared for specific strategies, or for countering certain opponents in matches. On the other hand, basic mana equipment, like air anchors, can be used effectively by anyone." Saying that, she pulled something from her pouch and said, "This is a mana shield, a type of mana equipment." In her hand was a brilliant blue gem. Its polished surface gleamed under the light, reflecting a dazzling glow. Just from its appearance, one could immediately tell that it contained immense power within. The sales clerk explained, "When activated, it generates a mana shield around the user." Kim Do-jun stared intently at the blue gem and asked, "With this, we won't take any damage from attacks, right?" Then, before anyone could respond, he muttered to himself, "Wait, no, that's not right. I haven't seen it used much in actual battles. That means, it probably doesn't work that way." The sales clerk lifted the gem to eye level, gazing at it as she continued. "Precisely. Once it breaks, it takes time to recover. This is something used only in emergencies." Seeing Kim Do-jun's curiosity and innocence, Lee Chong-hyeon, who had been silently observing him for a while, finally spoke up. "You really don't know anything about mana equipment, do you?" Hearing that, Kim Do-jun jumped in protest. "Hey, I never really had the chance to use it before." Lee Chong-hyeon pointed at the mana gem and said, "First off, this is mostly used by long-range fighters. Close-range fighters usually have their own defensive tools, but mid-range and long-range combatants don't. So, they need this to buy time, or create an opportunity to counterattack." His calm, composed face, a mix of 30% cold, 10% casual, and 60% thoughtful, made him appear incredibly captivating at that moment. It was as if he was patiently explaining to a loved one. "You need to understand the fundamentals. Which equipment suits which type of opponent? How can you maximize their effectiveness? How do they work together? Like gears in a machine?" Scene transition. A mana bomb aircraft shot through the air, its incredible speed making it nearly invisible. When it hit the ground, it detonated, creating a massive explosion, right in front of Lee Chong-hyun and Kim Do-jun. Holding another mana bomb in his hand, Lee Chong-hyun said, "This is an explosive mana device. Mana bomb aircraft. What do you think it's best used for?" Kim Do-jun furrowed his brows, thinking deeply. After a moment, he said, "It looks like it's meant to be attached to something. Maybe long-range fighters use it? Like attaching it to an arrow or something, then making it explode on impact. Like a missile?" Lee Chong-hyun picked up the bomb and said, "Well, at least I can't shoot it with a gun. How am I supposed to attach something this big to a bullet?" Kido Run, hearing that, responded, "Oh, you're right." After standing still for a moment, Lee Chong-hyun suddenly had an idea. He looked at the bomb in his hand. "Wait, it's impossible with bullets, but what if I use ether? It can transform into any shape." A bold thought crossed his mind. If that's the case, then maybe. Kido Run suddenly asked, "Wait, what about this? You said it can teleport, right? Isn't it meant for long-range fighters to maintain their distance?" In Kim Do-jun's hand was now a mana tool called Air Throw. Lee Chong-hyun glanced at it, then picked up the mana device and said, "Oh, this one's good." But then, in a flash, Lee Chong-hyun disappeared from Kim Do-jun's sight. Kim Do-jun, who had been talking, suddenly couldn't see Lee Chong-hyun in front of him anymore. He stood there, bewildered. Meanwhile, Kido Run suddenly sensed something cold and hard pressed against his head. He wasn't mistaken, it was Lee Chong-hyun's gun. Lee Chong-hyun had swiftly subdued Kim Do-jun from behind the moment he touched the mana tool. Smirking arrogantly, he said, "This one's even better." Kim Do-jun, still in shock, didn't dare to turn his head. Lee Chong-hyun continued, "You can use these to maneuver in close combat without needing a mana shield." Kim Do-jun turned to look at Lee Chong-hyun and chuckled. "Wow, they really have everything here. Can we just take all of it?" Lee Chong-hyun spun his gun skillfully and replied calmly, "There's a limit on the amount of mana you can use and the number of items you can carry in a match. So no, we can't. That's why we're usually only allowed to take 1 or 2 items." Kido-jun asked, "So what are you going to take?" Lee Chong-hyun hesitated for a moment before answering, "Air throw is enough. Now it's your turn to choose." Hearing that, Kido-jun seemed a bit flustered. He scratched his head and said, Right, I have a few ideas. But it's hard to choose. I don't use long-range weapons. So I don't need a mana shield or a mana bomb plane. And air throw feels a bit weird." While Kim Do-jun was still hesitating in his mind, which one should I choose? Lee Chong-hyun stood silently, seemingly fixated on something. It was as if a new idea had sparked in his mind. Then, he reached out, grabbed an item, and asked Kim Do-jun, "What about this?" Kim Do-jun looked at the object in Lee Chong-hyun's hand. His expression was one of shock and disbelief as he stammered. His face clearly showed astonishment, as if he had never expected such a thing. Scene transition, audience stand. At the venue where everyone was gathered, the Hunter tournament appeared on the big screen. Holding a microphone, Ayazo introduced, "Thank you to all our viewers for your patience. The final match will take place 6 days from now. Now, we will announce the team members and the map for the grand finals. The final battle would be set in a rugged forest with diverse terrain features. And, most importantly, it would be held at the legendary Battlefield of the Gods." Looking up at the screen, Lee Chong-hyun remarked, "This is going to be fun." It was a dungeon inspired by the Tower Dungeon. Lee Chong-hyun thought to himself, "I fought there a few times before, so I already know some of its characteristics." Meet Suyak continued, "Next, based on the results, we will now introduce the team members, who have been divided into 2 teams. First, Blue Team. The members of Blue Team appeared on the screen one by one. Lee Min-sok then followed up. Next, Red Team. The members of Red Team were displayed. After revealing both teams, Ayazo spoke, "We hope to see some excellent teamwork from each team." Lee Chong-hyun thought to himself, "Teamwork? With a team that was just formed a week ago?" At the same time, Lee Min-sok continued, "And now, for an unexpected announcement." Min-soo Hyok added, "The match will have a special rule. Joining as a monster in this battle will be none other than a first-generation hunter." The Hunter Association president, Lee General Tae. The entire audience erupted in shock at this revelation. Lee Chong-hyun was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe his own ears and blurted out, "Huh?" The spotlight slowly shifted to one direction, signaling the entrance of a legendary figure. Holding a microphone in his hand, Lee General Tae gradually stepped forward. His outfit was incredibly simple, but his name alone was one that no one could possibly forget. Lee General Tae warmly greeted everyone and said, "I have high expectations for the next generation of hunters. So this old man decided to participate and share some of my experience with you as a small gift. Don't be too tense, just give it your all in the finals." Everyone present was utterly shocked to meet this legendary figure in person. They gaped in astonishment. After saying his farewells, Lee General Tae added, "I'll see you next week on the stage prepared for you." Lee Chong-hyeon looked at him seriously and said, "I hope you'll be the one who shines the brightest." A while later, after everything had concluded, Lee General Tae was about to leave, when suddenly, a voice called out, "Wait." Curious, Lee General Tae turned around. What's the matter?" he asked. It was Lee Chong-hyeon who had called out to him. He approached and handed over a business card from Team P. Lee General Tae looked puzzled. "For me?" Lee Chong-hyeon nodded. "Mr. Lee Gongzi told me I should meet the team's owner." Deep in thought, Lee Chong-hyeon recalled, Team P had been at the bottom of the 3rd division for years. Even before his regression, he could barely remember them. But after thinking more carefully, he realized something. Much later, it was revealed that Lee General Tae himself was the one who founded the team. And it became a huge topic. He recalled an article that had reported the news. The owner of Team P is none other than Chairman Lee General Tae. Upon hearing those words, Lee General Tae stroked his chin and laughed heartily. But then, as if realizing something was amiss, his gaze suddenly turned sharp. Noticing this shift in his expression, Lee Chong-hyeon suddenly realized he had let too much slip. Lee General Tae narrowed his eyes and asked, "The official owner is listed as Hunter Lee Gongzi. How do you know the truth?" Lee Chong-hyeon replied, "Because I can see everything." After saying that, he smiled. This sentence had multiple meanings. My ability lets me see through you. It shows me detailed personal information about you. So technically, what he said wasn't a lie. At that moment, Lee General Tae's face was filled with utter shock. His eyes widened upon hearing such an answer. Lee Chong-hyeon wondered to himself, "So, what will you do now?" Lee General Tae's expression darkened for a moment. Then, after a short chuckle, he said, "Interesting. I didn't expect such a skill. Yet your face remains completely unreadable. No emotion at all." Looking at Lee Chong-hyeon, the man continued speaking. "Let me officially introduce myself, even though I'm not standing in front of you right now." Then, with a bright smile, Lee Yo-taek said, "I am Lee Yo-taek, the true owner of Team P, and the chairman of the Hunter Association. I thought my recruitment efforts and Lee Yeon-ju's offer had completely failed, but have you changed your mind?" Lee Yo-taek smirked, feeling pleased. "He's fallen into my trap." Pointing toward himself, he spoke candidly. "In exchange, I want Team P." Meanwhile, in another room, a rhythmic tapping sound echoed on the table. It turned out to be Lee Yo-taek. Beside him, Lee Young-ju asked, "Did you give my business card to the owner?" Lee Yo-taek immediately replied, "Yes." However, Lee Young-ju looked worried. "But with those conditions, isn't it a bit too difficult? Lee Chong-hyeon's current value might not be high enough for that." Lee Yo-taek fell into deep thought. I never expected him to demand full control over the team's operations and business rights, just to agree to join, even if he's Korea's top sniper. That condition is too much. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind. Lee Chong-hyeon, holding a gun and smiling. He performed well on the show, but he's still just an amateur. Thinking this, Lee Yo-taek stood up and said, "You're right. That's why he made a new offer." "A new offer?" Lee Young-ju asked curiously. Lee Yo-taek walked toward the window, hands clasped behind his back. "He's betting everything on defeating me in the finals. And not just winning the finals, but specifically defeating me." Lee Young-ju was stunned. "That's insane." Without any expression, Lee Yo-taek glanced at the shocked Lee Young-ju. Then, turning around, he said, "Of course, I won't go all out. But if he can actually pull it off, then perhaps bringing him in at that price won't be too much." Still somewhat hesitant, Lee Yo-taek muttered, "If that's even possible, Then fine. Pouring himself a glass of water. He chuckled and added, "The funniest part is when I firmly accepted his proposal. Do you know what he said?" Lee Young-ju, still in shock, looked at him expectantly. He said, "Are you certain? If that really happens, I won't be the one being recruited. You'll be the one recruiting me." Recalling the expression on Lee Chong-hyeon's face when he said those words, Lee Yo-taek couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lee Young-ju, still processing the situation, stammered, He really said that?" Lee Yo-taek burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. That's absolutely hilarious." Lee Yo-taek's expression grew serious as he said, "If that really happens, then he was right. But do you think it'll be that easy? Let's see what kind of trick he has up his sleeve." Meanwhile, on the other side, "So, no one objects to me becoming the team captain, right?" Lee Chong-hyeon stood at the whiteboard, while his 6 teammates sat below, listening attentively. Looking at them, he thought to himself, "I expected Jun Han-jeol to want to be captain." Jun Han-jeol gazed at Lee Chong-hyeon, his eyes filled with admiration, making Lee Chong-hyeon uneasy. Why is he looking at me so earnestly? This pressure is killing me. Feeling awkward, Lee Chong-hyeon scratched his head and turned away. "All right, let's start discussing our strategy." His teammates responded in unison. "Okay." He picked up the marker and started drawing stick figures on the board to illustrate his plan. "Everyone agrees that Jun Han-jeol and I are the strongest, right? So, I propose a strategy that revolves around us as the core." He continued sketching, drawing a circle in the center to represent the neutral exchange zone. At each end, he drew rectangles representing the blue and red teams. "First, just like our opponents, the best strategy in this battlefield, the land of the gods, is to focus on development first, and then engage in team fights. We'll structure our strategy around that principle. However, because Chairman Lee Yo-taek is also present on this battlefield, some of us, including myself, will be using a slightly different approach. At the start, everyone except for me, Jun Han-jeol, and Kim Do-jun, will focus on gathering items or hunting monsters to grow stronger. Like characters in an RPG, they'll be out grinding low-level mobs. As for the 3 of us, we'll go straight for the neutral monster territory. Our top priority? Finding Chairman Lee Yo-taek. The 3 of them would be like arrows, launched directly at Lee Yo-taek's location." Some teammates gasped in surprise. "Chairman Lee Yo-taek?" Lee Chong-hyeon nodded firmly. "Yes, I want to take him down." A teammate in a white hoodie frowned in disbelief. "Take down Chairman Lee Yo-taek? Are you insane? You 3 think you can do anything against him? Even if he says he won't go all out. Do you seriously believe that's enough? I get that you dominated elimination missions and performed well in survival challenges. But do you really think that makes you one of the best hunters in Korea?" Lee Chong-hyeon remained silent, listening without reacting. Then, in a mocking tone, the man added, "Stop trying to act tough in front of real professionals." Lee Chong-hyeon closed his eyes, deep in thought. "Looks like the elimination mission earned me quite a few enemies. There's not much time. Let's just ignore him and move on." Suddenly, Jun Han-jeol spoke up. "Everyone knows how powerful Chairman Lee Yo-taek is. Do you think Chong-hyeon doesn't? He led us through the elimination mission and everything else. I'm sure he has some kind of plan." Lee Chong-hyeon raised an eyebrow. "Wait a minute. This guy and I have been at each other's throats since day 1. And now he's suddenly backing me up? Weird." Finally, Lee Chong-hyeon spoke. "Of course, I don't plan on fighting Chairman Lee Yo-taek head-on." With a bright smile, he clapped his hands against the board. "Listen up, this isn't an impossible plan." His eyes burned with unwavering determination. The scene shifted to another room. A woman greeted the nationwide audience. "Welcome, everyone. I'm Judge Yora. Before the finals begin, I'll give a quick explanation." On the table in front of her, a model made of glowing blue lights appeared. Yora continued. "In hunter tournaments, matches are usually 7 versus 7. 7 pairs of figures emerged, standing opposite each other, symbolizing the 7-version-7 format. Depending on the map, there's a farming phase, where players hunt monsters, level up, and collect items. The figures mimicked slashing motions. After that comes the mission phase, where players must capture neutral monsters or secure points. The models then simulated a battle against a giant bear. And finally, we reach the team battle phase, where the real 7 version 7 showdown begins. The models pointed their weapons at each other. Yora gestured to the map simulation. Since missions vary based on the map's characteristics, each match plays out differently. A man beside her then spoke. And for this final match, we have a wildcard. Chairman Lee Yo-tek himself will be participating. We know the roles of the contestants. But what role will Chairman Lee Yo-tek play? The 3 commentators stared at the central screen, where an AI-generated image of Lee Yo-tek appeared. One of them smirked. Interesting. This time, he's chosen to act as a neutral monster. So essentially, he's playing the role of a boss-level creature. But compared to the rookie contestants, Chairman Lee Yo-tek is a first-generation professional hunter, one of the best of his era. Can they even stand a chance against him? That's why, the man continued, certain restrictions have been placed on Chairman Lee Yo-tek. The simulated image of Chairman Lee Yo-tek appeared on the screen. His eyes glowing red. First limit. All of his stats would be reduced by approximately 2 levels. Even though this seemed like a minor difference, at a professional level, even a small gap in rank could be significant. Because of this, despite his higher stats, he wouldn't be overwhelmingly superior to the other participants. Yora continued. Furthermore, there are 14 participants, but only one Chairman Lee Yo-tek. I'm eager to see how everything plays out. Lee Min-sok responded. Yes, the audience is incredibly excited for this week's finals. We've prepared extensively, with top-tier rookies and veteran hunters facing off against Lee Yo-tek. This promises to be an absolutely thrilling match. A while later, a voice echoed. Everyone's been working hard. A man was organizing documents. When Yora called out to him, Senior, what do you think about the finals? You've always been a huge supporter of Lee Chong-hyun, practically his biggest fan. So, are you betting on him to win this time too? Lee Min-sok sighed. I'm not in the mood to argue with you today. Then, with a serious tone, he answered, No, I don't think you'll win. Yora was surprised. You don't? Lee Min-sok continued. What do you think it means? That Chairman Lee Yo-tek chose the neutral monster territory as his starting point? An image of Lee Yo-tek's back appeared in Min-sok's mind. Yora thought for a moment, then replied, I believe he wants to face each opponent personally and evaluate the true winner himself. Lee Min-sok nodded. Exactly. And if that's the case, then there's no room for Lee Chong-hyun to shine. Yora frowned. Why not? Lee Chong-hyun's strengths are mobility and long-range sniping. But those won't mean anything against the chairman. Chairman Lee Yo-tek excels in close-quarters combat and has an insane pursuit ability. A long-range fighter has no chance against him, unless they can take him down with a single shot. Yora countered. But this time, Chairman Lee Yo-tek has imposed limits on himself to restrict his strength. The physical difference won't be as overwhelming. Isn't it worth the gamble? Min-sok smirked. The chairman's restrictions aren't the issue here. Even with those limits in place, he won't hold back. In the Hunter tournament, the words, never, and impossible, do not exist. You never know what might happen. Yora sighed, resting her chin on her hand as she listened. Beside her, Min Soo-hyuk spoke up. I completely agree with Senior. But I still think the chances in this match are incredibly slim. He glanced at the map and continued. This battlefield is known as the Land of the Gods. Suddenly, a colorful screen lit up, displaying a countdown timer. 9, 8, 7, beep. As the timer hit 0, a flashing message appeared. Hunter online. Ding ding ding. Instantly, countless comments flooded the chat. Ha ha ha. For real? The chairman is actually joining this match? He never even participated in exhibition matches before. Someone replied, what's an old man like him doing playing with a bunch of kids? Another comment popped up. Chairman Lee is definitely trying to show off. Then someone else said, come on, these kids are literally just high schoolers. Another message appeared. I wonder what kind of skills and weapons a first-generation hunter will use. I'm so curious. Amidst the comments, one particular message stood out. This is the first time Chairman Lee will be showing his skills as a hunter on a live broadcast. Another reply came in. For real? This is getting even more exciting. Honestly, this is way more interesting than watching the rookies. That comment even racked up 14 likes instantly. One last reply said, guaranteed. Even the AI is hyped for his performance. At the Hunter SLA stage, the arena was bathed in a mystical blue glow. as the massive battleground was illuminated at the center. The spectator stands were packed, with roaring fans eager for the match. At the judges' table, the three panelists, Yora, Min Soo-hyuk, and Min Sok, watched as the contestants made their entrance. Lee Chong-hyeon stepped onto the stage, followed by his teammates. He lifted his head, gazing at the arena map displayed above. Good. The battlefield is exactly as I remember it. That means we can stick to the original plan. At the center of the stage, Lee Min-sok stepped forward, microphone in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come for the grand finals. This battlefield is the land of the gods. The rules follow the standard 7 version 7 format of the Hunter tournament. The match will continue until one team is completely eliminated. Now then, let the battle begin. As Min-sok raised his hand toward the sky, the entire arena erupted in a deafening roar. The scene shifted to a gloomy castle, shrouded in a deep crimson mist. Long ago, dungeons, once known as towers, began appearing all over the world. This led to intense conflicts among hunters from different nations, each vying for the top rank, forming the very foundation of today's hunter tournament. These towers contained artifacts of immense power, swords, amulets, and enchanted relics, making battles over them inevitable. Hunters fought one another to claim the treasures hidden within these monster-infested battlefields, populated by creatures such as golems. This is the true origin of the Hunter tournament. That's why most of the tournament arenas are exact replicas of real towers. Naturally, this also means that first-generation hunters are far more familiar with these arenas than the newer ones. The screen flashed. Lee Yotek's eyes burned with intensity. At that moment, Chong-hyeon was transported into the battlefield. In front of him stretched a landscape of lush trees and rolling hills. Jun Han-jeol approached and asked, "Are we going with the plan?" Chong-hyeon nodded. Then, turning his head, he called out, "Han-jeon, Do-jun, let's go." His gaze was resolute. There's no turning back now. Hunter Tournament. Live commentary. On the large screen above the stage, the judges' panel began analyzing the players' movements. All right, let's observe the contestants closely. Team B was clearing monsters, with Iu Hiju leading the charge. She wielded a massive war hammer and was crushing enemies with ease. It looks like their strategy is to hunt monsters and power up before facing Chairman Lee. One of the judges nodded. Exactly. It's the most fundamental and effective strategy. Even with all of Chairman Lee's stats reduced by 2 levels, he still holds an advantage over our contestants. The screen switched to Team A, Chong-hyeon's team. Unlike Team B, they were employing a completely different approach. Only 4 members were farming monsters. The other 3 players, there they are. By now, they had already moved 100 meters away from their starting point. Lee Chong-hyeon, Jun Han-jeon, and Kim Do-jun had completely deviated from the standard path. Min Sok, watching intently, suddenly paused mid-sentence, his face filled with concern. They're heading straight toward Chairman Lee. Breaking the silence, Yora asked, "What do you think their next move is?" Min Sok took a deep breath. "It's clear. They're targeting Chairman Lee." Yora responded immediately. But considering their current stats, and the fact that they only have 3 members, defeating Chairman Lee is nearly impossible. Isn't it? Min Sok nodded. I agree, but let's wait and see what exactly they're planning. Hyeon was running at full speed. Before long, the 3 of them arrived at the neutral monster zone. Lee Zutek was standing right there, holding a spear and a shield. His eyes narrowed as he gazed into the forest, thinking to himself, someone's here? Taking a step forward, Lee Zutek flashed a bright smile, finding the situation amusing. What are you scheming? Do you really think I wouldn't notice? Hiding, are we? He looked ahead, seeing only a few stone statues. Suddenly, a bullet was fired. Clang! It struck Lee Zutek's shield and ricocheted off. Immediately, several more bullets followed, but Zutek blocked them all. Clang! 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 The bullets collided with the shield, producing a sharp metallic sound. Zutek smirked to himself. So that's all? That's what you planned, Hyeon? He pushed his shield aside and spoke, his grin widening. Is this all you've got, Hyeon? Bang! Bang! Gunfire rang out again, but every shot was blocked by Zutek's shield. Meanwhile, behind him, Dooyeon was closing in fast. Then, Dooyeon leapt into the air, shouting as 2 swords floated beside him, ready to strike. He swiftly approached Zutek's back. Zutek reacted immediately, raising his spear to block Du Jun's sword strike while using his shield to deflect the two airborne blades. Without missing a beat, he scoffed. Too slow. With a forceful push, Du Jun was sent flying backward. Zutek smirked. I had high expectations for you, Hyeon, but if this is all you can do, I'm rather disappointed. I was hoping you'd surprise me with something truly impressive. A trump card, perhaps? Not these dull, predictable moves. Du Jun remained silent, listening to Zutek's taunts, but then, his gaze shifted slightly, toward something else. Zutek's expression changed. Huh? A massive shadow loomed over him. His brows furrowed as he turned, only to find that the stone statues from earlier had come to life. Now, they stood tall before him, their hollow eye sockets glowing with an eerie light. The battlefield of the gods. The towering stone giants, remnants of an ancient civilization, had once fought within this tower. But for some unknown reason, they had turned to stone. Yet, despite being petrified, they were still alive. The Hunter Tournament finals were often held within a tower like this. Zutek smirked. I'm quite familiar with this arena. Which means, I know how to wake them up. A few moments earlier, Du Jun's eyes widened. Wait, you're trying to wake those statues? Han Jial furrowed his brows. Did you figure something out? Du Jun nodded. Just like in the survival game. Hyeon responded. I can feel it. It just spoke. The three of them continued running at full speed. One of them asked in confusion. Feel what? Hyeon pointed at the statues ahead. The cracks. If we break them precisely at the right spots, the statues will shatter, and the giants inside will awaken, like emerging from a shell. Du Jun hesitated. Are you serious? Or is this just a guess? Han Jial glanced at Du Jun, then turned to Hyeon with sparkling eyes. Of course not. This is probably one of his abilities. Right? Hearing that, and noticing Han Jial's expectant expression, Hyeon hesitated, looking a bit flustered. Yeah, I guess so. Du Jun frowned. So, those giants underneath the statues, will they help us? Hyeon shook his head. No, they've been petrified for so long that they've lost their sanity. They'll attack anything in sight. Du Jun voiced his concerns. You don't sound too confident. And isn't President Lee supposed to be a neutral monster? I get what you're thinking. But what if they don't go after him when they wake up? Hyeon replied. If I'm right, that won't happen. Du Jun exhaled. Alright, let's say you're right. Even then, won't we still be in danger? Hyeon smirked. That's why we brought our equipment. Hearing that, Du Jun's eyes widened in realization. He gaped before breaking into a grin. You're right. This might actually work. Back to the present. Lee Yotek's face was tense. His entire body now engulfed in the shadow of the enormous giant. The towering figure before him glared down, its glowing eyes filled with an eerie, terrifying light. C-26. A bullet struck the statue's arm. Bang! Another shot immediately followed. It was at that moment that Lee Yotek realized. From the very start, they weren't aiming at me. It was a trick. He muttered to himself. Their real target was the cracks. But then his eyes narrowed. Even if they figured out how to wake it up, they could have only realized it after stepping into this zone. Lee Yotek instinctively stepped back into a defensive stance. His mind raced. They rushed in like they had already prepared for this. How? Before he could think further, the statue's eyes flared with a blinding light. Then, a deafening roar erupted, echoing across the battlefield. The giant was fully awakened. With a thunderous step, the colossal figure lunged toward Lee Yotek, raising its massive blade high, and swung down, aiming to strike him. Lee Zutek raised his shield to protect himself. At that moment, Lee Yotek felt something was off. Dodging the attack was easy. But the real issue was, where did his opponents go? They had vanished. Where could they have hidden? Just moments ago, Kim Do-jun had been right in front of him, attacking head-on. Lee Yotek's eyes widened in shock. His pupils shrank. No way. Could it be? Maybe, just maybe, they had used invisibility cloaks to temporarily conceal themselves. But such cloaks weren't perfect. Given enough time, they could be detected. As these thoughts raced through his mind, the giant statue's blade swung down toward him. Clang! The heavy impact sent shockwaves through the battlefield. Lee Yotek barely managed to block the attack with his shield. But it was a struggle. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon was indeed wearing an invisibility cloak. Hiding behind cover, he raised his gun, aiming at the battlefield where the statue and Lee Yo-tek were clashing. "We won't give him time to find us." Bang! A bullet shot out like a gust of wind, one that Lee Yo-tek hadn't anticipated. Lee Zootek gritted his teeth. "Damn it, this time, I'm screwed. Surrounded. On one side, bullets. On the other, a giant statue." For a moment, it felt like time had slowed down. But Lee Yo-tek moved at an inhuman speed, deflecting the bullet midair, sending it flying in another direction. Then, raising his sword high, he bellowed, "You've cornered me to this extent, so don't blame me for not holding back." With a swift motion, he unsheathed his razor-sharp sword. Then, surprisingly, he chuckled. "I must admit, it's been a long time since I've been this impressed." Standing before the statue, he spoke loudly, addressing Lee Chong-hyeon, wherever he was hiding. "All right, you win this round." But then, shifting back into a defensive stance, he added, "Still, winning this round doesn't mean you've truly defeated me yet, does it?" With renewed vigor, Lee Yo-tek issued a bold challenge. "Now we're on equal footing. Let's settle this properly, with a real fight." At that moment, Lee Yo-tek's image was displayed on the giant screen above the stadium. Glowing under the bright blue lights, Lee Min-sok stood in the audience, mouth agape in disbelief at what had just transpired. The female commentator spoke up, her voice brimming with excitement. "Lee Chong-hyeon. At first, it seemed like he was firing randomly, but in reality, he was using a clever trick to awaken the statue." Chairman Lee Yo-tek dodged the bullets, but instead, they hit the statue, putting him in an even tougher situation. Kim Do-jun remained silent, piecing everything together in his mind. By shooting the cracks on the statues, they forced the chairman into a difficult situation. Then, by using invisibility cloaks, they completely vanished from sight, redirecting all of the statue's wrath toward Lee Yo-tek. Even Chairman Lee Min-sok wiped the sweat from his brow as he silently praised them. "That kid, he actually pulled it off." On the giant screen above the audience, the image of Lee Chong-hyeon, cloaked and hiding behind cover, was displayed. He gripped his gun tightly, muttering with a smirk, "So this is the strength of a first-generation hunter? That's not enough." Meanwhile, Lee Yo-tek was still locked in battle with the statue. From his hiding spot, Lee Chong-hyeon carefully observed. Then, he rushed out, gun aimed straight ahead. Bang! A perfectly aimed bullet flew straight toward the statue's forehead. But Lee Yo-tek reacted instantly, jumping up and using his shield to block the shot, protecting the statue. The moment the bullet deflected, he landed on top of the statue's head, steadying himself with ease. Then, the statue swung down a devastating slash. Lee Yo-tek leapt away, landing smoothly as he smirked at Lee Chong-hyeon. "That trick worked once, but not again. Do you have anything else?" Hidden behind a wall, Lee Chong-hyeon smirked to himself. "Oh, we'll see about that." This time, he activated supervision. His eyes flashed red. Meanwhile, Lee Yo-tek charged forward, shield and blade in hand, moving at blinding speed. But Lee Chong-hyeon's supervision locked onto the shield. From behind cover, he aimed and fired a single shot. How about this? A blue-colored bullet tore through the air. Lee Yo-tek instinctively raised his shield. Clang! The bullet ricocheted off. Smirking, Lee Yo-tek scoffed. "Told you, that won't work." But something was wrong. The bullet spun wildly in midair. Then, another bullet was fired, traveling horizontally from a different angle. Clang! The two bullets collided midair, ricocheting in opposite directions. Lee Yo-tek's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? One of the ricocheted bullets slammed into the shoulder of another statue. Then, both statues' eyes glowed bright. They were awakening. Lee Yo-tek gritted his teeth. "Tisk, this is getting annoying." Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon smirked to himself. A first-generation hunter like him, and he still can't handle these two? Looks like they're planning to finish him for good. Lee Chong-hyeon used his headset to communicate with his teammates. "Kim Do-jun, Jun Han-jeon, can you hear me?" The two of them, also wearing invisibility cloaks, were hiding behind a bush as they listened to Lee Chong-hyeon. "Kim Jin-sol will soon bring the others. You know what to do, right?" Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon exchanged glances, understanding each other, and responded softly. Kim Jin-sol's group of 4 stood in front of a pile of wolf corpses that had just been taken down. Kim Jin-sol let out a breath as he stared at the scene. Thinking, At this point, what's even the point of growing stronger anymore? Lee Chong-hyeon placed a hand on Kim Jin-sol's shoulder and spoke earnestly. Among the four of you, you're the one I trust the most. Kim Jin-sol. Kim Jin-sol closed his eyes briefly, as if surrendering, before replying, "You've said that much already. I guess I have no choice but to help you." He then handed them 3 instructions. Gather as many minions and resources as possible while ensuring minimal casualties. Be careful not to stray into IU Hyu's team's territory. If you encounter them, run immediately. Kim Jin-sol held the instruction sheet and read it carefully. He even mapped out an escape route for us. While Kim Jin-sol's group remained in hiding, a group of people led by a blonde-haired girl from the blue team arrived. Scanning the surroundings, they were just around here. Find them, she ordered. Kim Jin-sol furrowed his brows. My guess was right. The blonde leader of the blue team had an alluring figure and carried a bat over her shoulder. With a confident smirk, she declared, "This time, we won't lose." Kim Jin-sol turned to his team and commanded, "Retreat." As they made their escape, the blonde girl spotted them and immediately shouted, "There, after them." Kim Jin-sol recalled the instructions. If you encounter the blue team, lure them away while escaping. At that moment, anxiety crept in. The blue team's leader was closing in on him. Damn it, Lee Chong-hyeon. Will I really be able to lure them away? Kim Jin-sol ordered the others. Keep running to the rendezvous point. Got it, they responded, quickly following his command. As they sprinted, the blue team suddenly had to stop in their tracks. The blonde leader was stunned by the sight before her. Huh? These statues. The area where the blue team stood was suddenly struck by bullets from a distance, triggering an awakening. At that moment, the blonde girl shuddered as she realized. This is a neutral monster zone. A rock exploded and flew up from the awakened statue. Its 2 eyes glowed fiercely as it let out a deep growl. The blonde-haired girl was hit by the flying debris and stumbled in panic. Quickly dodging to the side, Kim Jin-sol, startled, turned back and exclaimed, "What the hell is that?" A thought flashed through his mind. You said you were going to attack Chairman Lee Yo-taek, didn't you? Meanwhile, on Lee Yo-taek's side, the chairman was desperately fighting against 2 statues that had just been awakened by Lee Chong-hyeon. Kim Jin-sol furrowed his brows in confusion. What the hell are you doing? Lee Chong-hyeon? Lee Chong-hyeon contacted Kim Jin-sol through his headset and asked, "How long can you keep this chaos going?" Kim Jin-sol quickly responded, "Not for long." Lee Chong-hyeon remained calm as he calculated and then replied, 3 minutes. That's all we need." Kim Jin-sol kept running from his hiding spot while shouting, "What the hell can you do in 3 minutes?" Lee Chong-hyeon didn't explain much. "You'll see soon enough." With that, he cut the connection and turned to Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon. "This is our best chance while the chaos is still ongoing. Do you understand?" The 2 of them quickly caught on and replied firmly, "Got it." Lee Chong-hyeon gave his orders calmly. "On my signal, we'll take down the Heju team first." Kim Do-jun gripped his sword tightly, ready for the countdown. Jun Han-jeon also took position, prepared to strike. Lee Chong-hyeon counted down. 3, 2, 1. All 3 of them threw off their invisibility cloaks. Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon charged forward together, attacking the blue team. Caught completely off guard, the enemy had no time to defend themselves. Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon's blades slashed through, injuring several members. The blonde-haired girl was in complete shock, unable to react in time. Cold sweat dripped down her face as she turned around, panic in her eyes. She quickly commanded her team, "Avoid clashing with the giants as much as possible. Stay close to the red team." Amidst the chaos, she suddenly slammed her hand against the ground. A glowing golden circle formed beneath her, a defensive spell. Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon immediately recognized it. A sanctuary, a healing zone. Lee Chong-hyeon muttered to himself, "I can't let that happen." Without hesitation, he pulled out his gun and took aim at the blonde-haired girl. The bullet swiftly flew straight toward her heart. However, just as it was about to hit, the ring on her hand suddenly glowed. The bullet was deflected in another direction. Smirking, she looked towards Lee Chong-hyeon and scoffed. "Did you really think I'd step onto the battlefield without a way to deal with guns?" Lee Chong-hyeon closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to stay calm and assess the situation. "I underestimated my opponent. Guess I have no choice but to switch strategies." He pulled out a mana bomb drone. Then, He began distributing the drones. Mana bomb drones were special devices that could store and release mana upon activation, causing a powerful explosion. Each pack contained 8 drones, and Lee Chong-hyeon started splitting them up. Next, he had to insert them into and modify their shape. He loaded one into his gun. It felt slightly heavier than usual. Lee Chong-hyeon pulled the trigger. In an instant, the gun fired 1,000 streaks of energy, crackling like electric sparks. The attack blasted straight into the blue team, sending them flying backward. The blonde-haired girl barely managed to hold her ground, gritting her teeth in frustration. "Damn it," she cursed angrily. At that moment, a voice came through Lee Chong-hyeon's headset from his teammates. "What the hell did you just fire? That was you, wasn't it? Holy crap, did you just shoot an entire mana bomb drone?" Lee Chong-hyeon smirked in satisfaction. "Looks like it worked." The blonde-haired girl stood frozen in place. Blood was now dripping steadily from her wounds, forming small puddles beneath her feet. Her face contorted with fury as she clenched her teeth, glaring at the deep gash on her arm. "Damn it, these wounds should heal quickly thanks to the sanctuary." But, before she could finish that thought, another blade slashed toward her. She barely managed to dodge in time. She reminded herself, "I'm not just fighting one enemy here." Still standing within the sanctuary, she relied on its protection while engaging Kim Do-jun and Jun Han-jeon head-on. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon reloaded his gun. He knew very well, there were 2 ways to progress in the Hunter tournament. First, farming monsters or minions from the edge dungeons. He aimed his gun directly at the blonde-haired girl. And the second, was to eliminate your opponents. A gunshot rang out. The bullet struck her, sending her staggering backward, hidden under his invisibility cloak. Lee Chong-hyeon smirked. The Heju team is almost done for. On the other side, Lee Yo-taek was still engaged in an intense battle with the statues. It seemed like things had wrapped up over there as well. Lee Yo-taek had successfully eliminated both statues. His face was covered in dust and grime, but he stood there grinning in satisfaction. "It's been a long time since I had a real fight like this." He glanced around before speaking. "Now, back to the main topic. Should we continue this conversation?" Lee Chong-hyeon tightened his cloak before replying. "Is there really anything left for us to talk about?" Lee Yo-taek chuckled deeply. "Don't be like that. I'm really impressed. You know, speaking of strategy, the Hunter tournament is turning into an all-out war." He stood firmly, his presence burning like a wildfire. But at the start, strategy was the key to conquering the towers. Suddenly, his entire body glowed brightly, and red flames erupted around him. Then, a precise attack was launched straight at Lee Chong-hyeon's location. Despite being cloaked in invisibility, Lee Chong-hyeon's cloak was blasted away. He was utterly shocked. Did he pinpoint my position, just from my voice? Reacting swiftly, Lee Chong-hyeon stepped onto a web thread he had created, propelling himself high into the air. He swung using the web line, avoiding the attack just in time. Looking down at Lee Yo-taek, he noticed the man standing still, not even attempting to chase him. He's not moving? Does that mean he's running low on stamina? If so, we might be able to overwhelm him. But then, Lee Yo-taek's expression shifted as Kim Jin-sol and Kim Do-jun closed in on him. Kim Do-jun struck swiftly, his blade slicing through the air with masterful precision. However, Lee Yo-taek was just as fast, effortlessly dodging each attack. And then, with a single devastating counterattack, he landed a critical blow on Kim Do-jun. Gunfire and frenzied sword strikes followed. But Lee Yo-taek quickly raised his shield, blocking every single assault. Jun Han-jeon watched in utter disbelief at his overwhelming power. No way. They didn't say it out loud, but in their hearts, they had to admit, this was the difference between a top-ranked hunter and newcomers in the 3rd division. And then, the next to fall was Kim Jin-sol. They had tried their best to hold him back. But, Lee Yo-taek's eyes glowed red, radiating a terrifying aura as he basked in his victory. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon stood frozen, still aiming his gun at Lee Yo-taek. His mind was rattled. Is it really just me and Jun Han-jeon left? Lee Yo-taek smirked arrogantly and asked. Surprised? Lee Chong-hyeon smiled calmly, answering without the slightest hint of hesitation. No, everything is going according to plan. Jun Han-jeon was shocked by his response. Lee Yo-taek raised an eyebrow and asked. Then I assume you have a way to deal with this situation as well? Lee Chon-hyeon remained unfazed. Of course. The very next moment, Lee Chon-hyeon's expression suddenly changed as he shouted, "Jun Han Jeon!" Jun Han Jeon's floating blades surged forward, aiming straight at Lee Yo-taek. However, once again, Lee Yo-taek raised his shield, effortlessly blocking the attack. Without wasting any time, Lee Yo-taek charged forward. Before Jun Han Jeon could react, before he could even grasp his weapon, Lee Yo-taek struck him down with a single slash. Now, Jun Han Jeon was eliminated as well. Lee Yo-taek calmly dusted himself off and said, "And now, there's only you left." Lee Chon-hyeon kept his gun trained on Lee Yo-taek, but deep down, his nerves were starting to fray. Lee Chon-hyeon locked his sights on Lee Yo-taek. The atmosphere was deathly silent. He stared at Lee Yo-taek, analyzing his opponent, a top-tier melee hunter. And above all, a perfect tank, a natural counter to a long-range fighter. This is bad. For the first time, a flicker of doubt shook his resolve. He was now the only survivor on his team. Lee Yo-taek stepped forward, shattering the silence. Then, with a powerful leap, he raised his sword and struck down at Lee Chon-hyeon, boldly declaring, "Victory is mine." His blade found its mark, piercing straight into Lee Chon-hyeon. But, at that moment, the corner of Lee Chon-hyeon's lips curled into a cryptic smile. From within his grasp, he pulled out a mana bomb once again. Still smiling, he looked at Lee Yo-taek and asked, "Are you sure about that?" And then, boom, a massive explosion erupted. The entire arena fell silent. The audience on the stands held their breath, eyes glued to the giant screen. The commentators hesitated, caught off guard by how quickly everything had unfolded. As the smoke and dust billowed across the battlefield, a massive crater remained where the explosion had gone off. And beside it, lay the bodies of both Lee Chon-hyeon and Lee Yo-taek. They were both dead. Lee Min-sok slammed his hands on the table and shot to his feet. The big screen displayed the final result. Red team wins. And then, a deafening roar erupted from the crowd, shaking the entire arena. Lee Min-sok was still in shock when thinking about Lee Chon-hyeon. That guy really wanted to win. For a moment, it seemed like Lee Chon-hyeon had lost to chairman Lee Yo-taek. But he used a mana bomb aircraft and attempted to even the score. Lee Min-sok was stunned, unable to believe it. That reckless move by Lee Chon-hyeon was beyond his expectations. Perhaps that boy was the real monster. After the fierce battle, Lee Chon-hyeon trudged up the stairs, breathing heavily. He was still frustrated and dissatisfied with the match's outcome. He blamed himself. "If I had dodged the spear and avoided the bomb, I could have won." Kim Do-jun and Jun Han Jeol approached. Kim Do-jun put an arm around Lee Chon-hyeon's shoulder and asked, "What are you thinking about? Shouldn't you be happy?" Lee Chon-hyeon sighed in frustration. "How could I be happy? I only tied with that chairman." Jun Han Jeol was surprised and asked, "Didn't you hear?" Lee Chon-hyeon looked confused. "Hear what?" Jun Han Jeol just chuckled and said, "Never mind." Back at the stands, after the match, it was time for the awards ceremony to honor the winner. Lee Yo-taek, dressed in a sharp suit, walked onto the stage. He smiled faintly and glanced at Lee Chon-hyeon. On the podium, Era Jo held a microphone and spoke. "Do you know how many awakened individuals emerge each year? About 100,000 people, regardless of age. And among them, each has dreamed at least once. I want to become a hunter. But being a hunter is a difficult job. Even if they are not first-generation hunters who directly attack the towers. Even if they are just athletes in the hunter tournament. A hunter must be brave, wise, and lucky. Only those who possess all these qualities can become true hunters. And this prestigious golden trophy right here belongs to that person." Amazon stepped toward the trophy, placing a hand on it, preparing for the announcement. Now, in the next generation of hunters, one more person has proven that they are a true hunter. Even though he had only tied with chairman Lee Yo-taek, Lee Chon-hyeon couldn't help but hope to hear his name called. And then, Era Jo shouted his name loud and clear. Lee Chon-hyeon. The spotlight shone directly on him. Amazon smiled and declared, "Congratulations, you are the finest hunter of the next generation." So, Lee Chon-hyeon had finally reached the trophy he had always longed for. Standing before it, he felt a wave of exhilaration and an overwhelming surge of emotions. Era Joe picked up the trophy and handed it directly to Lee Chong-hyun. As he took hold of the trophy that now belonged to him, he couldn't help but feel an indescribable sense of emotion. Lifting the trophy high above his head, he smiled in pure satisfaction. I've held countless trophies before, but this feeling, my God, it's been so long. After winning the Next Generation Hunter tournament, Lee Chong-hyun returned home to the joyous celebration of his parents. His mother, who had always doubted and opposed his path, had completely changed her attitude. His father beamed with pride and said, "Your mother watched the tournament with our relatives." And everyone was amazed. "Wow, our kid did great, didn't he?" His mother added with a chuckle. "Your father was actually the most excited one. But he just won't admit it. Every time you did something impressive, he'd shout, 'That's my son.' And he bragged about you to all his friends and family. It was crazy. They might not know much about hunters, but they sure know who you are now." In his past life, he had struggled in low-tier tournaments under poor conditions, making his parents constantly worry. But now, everything was completely different. There was only one issue left to resolve: his team. Lee Chong-hyun made his way to a certain place. 2 cups of tea were placed on the table. He sat down, picking up a cup. So, he had come to meet Lee Yo-taek. The chairman sat across from him, his expression stern. "Why are you here?" he asked. Lee Chong-hyun scoffed internally. This sly old fox. Of course, he wouldn't say that out loud. Instead, he simply responded, "I won, so I'm here to claim the bow team." Lee Yo-taek smirked and asked in a mocking tone, "Oh, is that so?" Lee United waved his hand theatrically and said, "Do you really think that win was completely fair? You used a giant, and we both know that match was just a show." Annoyed, Lee Chong-hyun slammed his hand on the table. "All right, I get it. I'm leaving then." As he turned to go, Lee Yo-taek quickly stopped him. Whoa, hold on." The chairman grabbed his wrist, holding him back. Then, with a laugh, he said, "Ha ha ha, relax, young man. I was just joking, don't be so tense. We're on the same boat now, aren't we?" Lee Chong-hyun pulled his hand back, crossed his arms, and asked, "So what does that mean?" Lee Yo-taek retracted his hand politely and replied, "I'll give you the per team. I was genuinely impressed by your performance in our match." Lee Chong-hyun frowned slightly. What scheme is this old man plotting now? Still, he had no choice but to play along. Forcing himself to be polite, he extended his hand for a handshake. "I look forward to working with you." Lee Yo-taek, too, seemed to be calculating something in his mind. A few seconds passed before he slowly reached out his hand. The two shook hands, as if sealing the deal with deep camaraderie. Lee Yo-taek said with a smile, "Likewise, I look forward to working with you." Scene transition. Lee Chong-hyun arrived at a large industrial facility, the Murad Workshop. This was a world-renowned enterprise in weapons manufacturing, catering to elite hunters, as well as providing comprehensive assessments for hunters. In his mind, he reviewed the purpose of his visit. "Today, I'm here to place an order for my reward." Before he could proceed, he spotted Kim Do-jun. Surprised, he asked, "What are you doing here?" Kim Do-jun grinned. "Oh, I'm competing in the B-class tournament soon. I figured I should have a custom-designed weapon too." Lee Chong-hyun responded coolly. "Smart move, Do-jun." From afar, Lee Min-sok approached, waving, "You're here early." As Lee Chong-hyun observed him, he had a realization. For some reason, Lee Min-sok will be guiding me throughout this process. While they walked together, Kim Do-jun turned to Lee Min-sok and asked, "Judge Lee, what's the difference between custom-designed weapons and standard ones?" Lee Min-sok chuckled. "Judge Lee? Just call me Min-sok. I'm not your judge anymore." As they continued walking, he explained to both Kim Do-jun and Lee Chong-hyun, "There's a huge difference between custom-designed weapons and standard ones. A custom weapon is like an extension of yourself. It represents your fighting style." Standing in front of the Murad Workshop, Lee Chong-hyun looked up at the towering building. "It's been so long since I've been here, how nostalgic." Without wasting time, they stepped inside. The grand lobby was eerily empty. A receptionist, taken aback by their sudden arrival, glanced at the three of them, Lee Chong-hyun, Lee Min-sok, and Kim Do-jun. Before speaking, "Hello, are you the one who made the reservation? Hunter Lee Min-sok?" The three of them smiled casually and walked toward her. Next, Lee Min-sok smiled and responded, confirming, "Yes, may we go in?" one of them asked. Hearing this, the receptionist immediately replied, "Please proceed straight to Workshop BBA." They glanced at the zoning map in front of them while Lee Chong-hyeon followed behind. The other two observed their surroundings, silently assessing the area. Miraz's workshop is divided into zones from A to D with weapon quality classified according to the alphabetical order. They noted in their minds. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sok and Kim Do-jun had already taken the lead. Finally, he withdrew his gaze, lowered his head slightly, and confirmed, "Grade B isn't bad." Soon after, they arrived at the research lab, where a group of people, all in white lab coats, were busy with their work. The room was filled with various equipment, and one person was continuously typing on a computer. Seeing this, Kim Do-jun grinned excitedly and let out an "oh." Meanwhile, he and Lee Min-sok continued walking forward. One researcher was intently focused on the data displayed on the computer screen. Noticing this, Lee Min-sok casually turned back and asked the two, "This is your first time setting foot in a workshop, isn't it?" Hearing that, Kim Do-jun clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes wide with enthusiasm, and laughed out loud before exclaiming, "Yes, it's my first time seeing one up close. This is so cool." As for the other person beside him, he remained silent, merely glancing elsewhere. Curious, he asked another question, "How much do these weapons cost? Are custom-designed ones more expensive?" After receiving an answer, Lee Min-sok grinned kindly and said, "Haha, you'll find out soon enough." He then added, "But first, let me explain the important things." Eventually, they arrived at a display area filled with weapons and suits of armor. Lee Min-sok confirmed, "Weapon crafting usually begins with a prototype. Then, he explained further, it's something that closely resembles the original model before any personal modifications are added." He suddenly paused and lifted his sharp sword before saying, "Take my Truhido as an example, like this." Next, Lee Min-sok smiled as he spoke, casually raising his sacred sword upright, parallel to his body. He looked toward the two and asked again, "A standard sword is essentially a basic model, isn't it?" His voice echoed as he continued, "And with a custom-designed weapon," he suddenly paused, then slowly resumed, "you add additional options based on your abilities and fighting style." Beside him, Kim Do-jun's eyes widened upon hearing that. He clenched his fists, looking at Lee Min-sok with both excitement and admiration. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon, standing next to them, also widened his eyes in astonishment. Right after that, he reached out and touched a nearby glass shelf before adding, "For me, he trailed off again. Finally, he grabbed a pen and paper, quickly sketching the outline of a weapon while continuously describing it aloud. He added 6 extra blades to the original sword and stated, "This is a rough draft of the first design." Behind him, Kim Do-jun watched Lee Min-sok's back as he sketched, his eyes widening in amazement. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon folded his arms and calmly observed, letting out a thoughtful "hmm." Up front, Lee Min-sok remained focused, diligently writing and making final confirmations. When he finished, he looked over the design and declared, "A total of 7 blades." On the paper, a clear note was written. The 7 blades must be designed in such a way that when thrust in and pulled out, the wound tears open due to the curved blade tips. Finally, he reaffirmed, the blade tips must curve so that when stabbed and withdrawn, the wound rips open. After completing the sketch, Lee Min-sok quickly picked up the paper and handed it to a female staff member in front of him, instructing, "Please follow this design." She smiled and nodded in response. Immediately after, the paper was inserted into a machine, and the equipment began operating. Soon, a sword with 6 sharp spikes was fully crafted on the display stand. Seeing this, Kim Do-jun bent forward, resting his hands on his knees, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed, "Whoa, you can create something like this from just a sketch?" Right after, Lee Min-sok also smiled, quickly lifting the finished sword. He squinted his eyes in satisfaction and confirmed, "Of course, that drawing was just a rough idea of what I wanted. They interpreted it and brought it to life." He then rested his hand on his hip and looked at the other two. They, in turn, stared intently at him. Finally, Lee Min-sok pointed his finger toward the sky and smiled innocently as he explained further. "The most important thing is knowing the type of weapon that suits you best and how you want to use it." Next, he spoke up and asked, "Have you ever thought about that?" Hearing this, Kim Do-jun also became serious. He raised his hand to his chin, rubbing it thoughtfully while letting out a "him" as he sank into deep contemplation. On the other side, Lee Chong-hyun furrowed his brows as he stared at Kim Do-jun, silently making a judgment in his mind. I'll use the weapon from my previous life. He crossed his arms, his expression cold and unreadable. Then, shifting his gaze back to Kim Do-jun, who was still lost in thought, he mused inwardly, I'm quite curious to see what kind of idea that guy, Kim Do-jun, will come up with. Suddenly, Kim Do-jun's eyes widened in excitement. Finally, he reached out toward a sword that was glowing right in front of him. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyun's eyes also widened as he followed his actions, internally exclaiming, that's a weapon specialized for thrusting. Kim Do-jun then stepped forward and began writing something on paper. At that moment, Lee Chong-hyun seemed to realize something and mentally shouted, wait a minute. Beside them, Lee Min-sok casually leaned against a crate of weapons while glancing over. As he focused on the words being written on the paper, his eyes widened, and his thoughts rang out loudly. Acceleration magic? Kim Do-jun continued writing non-stop. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sok had already widened his eyes in shock. He's requesting a mana acceleration spell? Above them, Kim Do-jun showed no signs of stopping his requests. Faced with this proposal, Lee Min-sok chuckled, his eyes squinting in amusement as he remarked, haha, adding some flair while showcasing your skills is also pretty important. Then, he casually added, there are quite a few players who use techniques like this in higher-ranked tournaments. Afterward, Lee Min-sok turned toward Lee Chong-hyun, who was standing with his arms crossed and a furrowed brow. He then asked, have you envisioned a specific weapon yet, Chong-hyun? The latter remained silent, merely staring at him. Finally, he shifted his gaze toward the pile of weapons before him, letting out a faint murmur. Oh. His eyes, however, remained calm and indifferent as he reflected inwardly. No one in Korea really uses guns anymore, so there aren't any gun prototypes here. Then, turning his attention to the system interface in front of him, he further analyzed, but with this magical weapon transformation technology, I can create anything I need. Displayed on the system screen was the framework labeled Magical Weapon Transformation Technology, A. Beneath it, additional features were listed. S. Superhuman vision, revealing the true nature of the target. C. A sealed lotus icon labeled Peak Tier, locked. Right after, he reached for a weapon from the rack and assessed in his mind. A basic model isn't really necessary. Returning to reality, Lee Chong-hyun grabbed a solid iron block. His expression was filled with determination as he smiled and asked, I can use this however I want, right? Seeing this, Lee Min-sok crossed his arms, smiled, and nodded at him in confirmation. Of course, that's the privilege of the victor. Beside them, Kim Do-jun was utterly stunned. His eyes widened in shock as he gaped at Lee Chong-hyun. At that moment, the iron block in his hand began to glow with a radiant blue light. Finally, he activated Magical Weapon Transformation Technology. You can transform a weapon into any shape you desire. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he grinned. The iron block in his hand swiftly morphed into a long, glowing rifle. Soon after, the light gradually dimmed. Lee Chong-hyun quickly lifted the gun in front of him, letting out a small hum as he evaluated its form. Seeing this, both the female staff member and Kim Do-jun gasped, their eyes widening in amazement. Meanwhile, Lee Min-sok remained calm, simply smiling as if he had anticipated this outcome. It was only at this moment that Kim Do-jun finally reacted, exclaiming in awe, this is insane, you can create a weapon that easily? The receptionist next to him also let out a surprised, wow. Noticing their reactions, Lee Chong-hyun glanced at the gun in his hand before shifting his gaze toward them. A slight blush crept onto his face as he inwardly admitted, I've seen people react like this many times in my past life, but it still feels a little embarrassing. His brows furrowed slightly. Across the world, towering skyscrapers stood tall, and vehicles moved along the bustling streets. Lee Chong-hyun reflected, wherever there is a hunter tournament, there is a Murad workshop branch. Because of this, fierce competition between branches was inevitable. Weapons clashed and slaughtered one another. Machines stained the battlefield red without end. And from this intense rivalry, two things emerged. In the end, a solemn oath was born. Whoever creates the highest quality weapon. A masked man raised the sword he had crafted high into the air. His entire body radiated a powerful blue aura as he took a step forward. The oath continued, and whoever is worthy to wield those weapons. Back in the present, inside a dimly lit room, a woman sat down in a chair. She wore a white lab coat and silently reflected. In reality, in this case, the Murad workshop branch in Korea. She clenched her teeth, her eyes sharp with frustration, and confirmed in her thoughts. Their performance really isn't that great. Next, she further confirmed that they had completely failed in the international tournament. After that, she recalled the endless comments on social media. A lousy hunter or a crappy weapon? A low-quality weapon for a low-tier tournament. Just take a look at the foreign competitions. Korea's tournament is beyond saving. From weapons to hunters, there's nothing worth showing off. Both sides suffered devastating losses. How ironic. Park Hyuna reaffirmed this in her heart. Instead of progressing, they were criticized for crafting weapons that only suited the mediocre skills of the players. Back in reality, she looked towards him, sitting there leisurely, arms resting on the chair, with a long gun placed beside him. Lee Chong-hyun had a calm and composed smile. As for her thoughts about him, Park Hyuna reaffirmed once more. With this boy, there might be a glimmer of hope. She recalled the moment when his arm held the metal rod, glowing brightly, and confirmed yet again, not only did he win the competition, but he also showed the potential for a new kind of weapon. Finally, narrowing her eyes slightly, he thought with determination, I can't let him slip away. In the silent room, Park Hyuna was the first to speak. Thank you for your time, Chong-hyun. She smiled professionally at him, rested her arm on the chair, and introduced herself. I'm Park Hyuna, the head of the Seoul branch of Murad Workshop. Then she got straight to the point. She pointed at a block of metal on the table and asked him, Are you satisfied with this weapon? I mean, something from Sector B. Hearing this, he casually glanced at her and replied, I heard the organizers only provided weapons of that tier. Are there any other options? Upon hearing his question, she quickly took out a box, holding it carefully with both hands as she answered him. What if, instead of a weapon, it was a mana stone? Lee Chong-hyun's eyes shifted towards it as Park Hyuna added, Our branch has something rather special. Right after that, she opened the box. Inside, a rectangular stone gleamed, releasing a surge of energy. His eyes lit up at the sight, fixated on the stone, and in his mind, he let out a silent, amazed "Oh." Seeing his interest, Park Hyuna spoke up and made an offer. I have a proposal for you. Chong-hyun. Hearing this, he placed his hand on his knee, sat up straight, and looked at her seriously before asking, What is it? She smiled innocently, raised the mana core towards him, and answered, I will provide you with something. Like renting a weapon, so that you can use this core to create your own weapon. Then she added, In return, you just need to use this core to craft a weapon, and wield it yourself. She confirmed again, and if you become famous after using it, that would be even better. Finally, she emphasized, from time to time, you will collaborate with us by using mana cores to create weapons with your skills. He remained silent, listening carefully. Seeing this, she quickly asked, It's simple and doesn't demand much, right? Immediately after, he voiced his opinion. The terms are quite appealing. But then, he interrupted himself, flashed a sharp grin, furrowed his brows, and leaned forward, resting his elbows on the chair, his fingers interlacing. Then, he made his own proposition. Would it be possible, if people knew that I was the one who created the weapon? His voice echoed through the room as he asked again. Would it be possible, if people knew I was the weapon's creator? Beside him, Park Hyuna, who was holding the mana core box, froze momentarily. He remained in his seat, leaning forward, his gaze locked onto her, the newly crafted gun resting beside him. Seeing his expression, she furrowed her brows, a cold sweat forming on her skin as she screamed internally. This guy. Then, after a brief hesitation, she forced a smile, closed the mana core box, and muttered to herself in doubt. He figured out my plan. Meanwhile, he remained calm, watching her. Park Hyuna wants him to use this core to forge a weapon. Then, she confirmed once again, if the public believes that our branch can refine the highest grade mana cores. In her mind, she pictured his hands wielding a weapon fused with the mana core, the brilliant light radiating from it. Next, she envisioned even greater benefits. I'll make him forge even more weapons. Finally, she confirmed her ultimate goal. to create an entire collection made from A+ mana cores. A series of weapons, each with a unique form. Crafted by Lee Chong-hyun. Right after that, Park Hyuna snapped out of her thoughts. She extended her hand towards him and spoke seriously. Sorry, I forgot to mention. Unfortunately, you'll have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. Hearing this, he leaned back, crossed his arms behind his head, grinning mischievously as he replied. Oh, is that so? Well then, maybe I should take my skills directly to the Murad Workshop's main branch instead. At this playful threat, Park Hyuna gritted her teeth, her face darkening instantly. She immediately narrowed her eyes at him, brows furrowing as she spoke through clenched teeth. What do you want? On the other hand, he remained completely calm, staring at her with an unreadable expression as he screamed internally. Got her. Without hesitation, he finally spoke up. A sponsorship. Hearing this, she blinked in slight confusion, raising her hand in question before asking. A sponsorship? Haven't we already sponsored you? By providing a weapon? She hesitated, but then nodded in confirmation. Fine. Our branch can arrange for a personal sponsorship for you. Before she could even finish speaking, he closed his eyes, shook his head, and firmly refused. No, not for me. Immediately, he elaborated. I meant, for the team I'm about to join. Temper. The team with the 4-pointed star insignia. Then, he added with certainty. I want you to be a sponsor for them. Upon hearing this, Park Hyuna's face darkened again. She clenched her teeth, eyes widening in disbelief, her brows knitting together as she internally screamed. Huh? Shocked, she couldn't help but confirm to herself. He wants us to sponsor a third-tier team? At the end of every season. To her, those two were nothing but failures. But then, she turned to him and asked. Can I ask? Why temper? If you joined another team? She trailed off before continuing. We might actually consider a sponsorship. Hearing this, he narrowed his eyes at her without responding. Then, with a wide grin, he confirmed his stance with unwavering certainty. No, that won't happen, because I've already signed a contract with them. Hearing this, she froze, her eyes widening as she stared at him, her face a mixture of speechlessness and shock. Right after, Park Hyuna had no choice but to quickly respond. A sponsorship compromise. Temper won't be able to promote or build much brand recognition for us. She placed the mana core box on the table. Meanwhile, he simply confirmed. That's true, but I believe that's exactly what makes things more challenging. Then, he raised his hand slightly and asked. Park Hyuna, I am offering my weapon forging skills exclusively to your branch. Am I not? Hearing this, she glanced at the box on the table, momentarily speechless, a flicker of astonishment flashing in her eyes. Then, she furrowed her brows, narrowed her eyes at him, and finally relented. Fine, we will send a representative to Temper. At that time, we will discuss the sponsorship details further. At this, he quickly responded. Good. They shook hands. An agreement was reached. The sound of footsteps echoed through a narrow tunnel. Lee Chong-hyun stood on the spectator stands, looking down at the arena below, a dazzling display of lights and digital screens. As he observed the audience around him, he commented to himself, so this is the expected crowd size for a third-tier tournament. Then, he slowly made his way down the steps, glanced toward the center stage, and muttered, and the match is. He paused for a moment, then lifted his head, his eyes locking onto the giant screen displaying the match lineup. A red versus blue showdown. Internally, he confirmed, BUR versus ESP. A faint smirk curled on his lips, laced with a hint of irony. As he thought, the last place team versus the 9th rank. Let's see what they can do. Finally, he found an empty seat, reached out, and sat down. Leaning back, he looked up at the screen, then murmured, no matter how much they've struggled before, they can still make a comeback. BUR has a good chance against especially. They should win this match. At that moment, the overhead flashlights dimmed into darkness. Lee Chong-hyun crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the screen, and reflected. Unlike first-tier tournaments, second-tier and third-tier matches are held in virtual reality. Then, his eyes shifted toward the tower displayed on the screen. As he added in his mind, first-tier tournaments take place inside real dungeons, so the risk of injury is a major concern. Cutting his thoughts short, he finally sharpened his gaze in anticipation and confirmed. But second-tier and third-tier tournaments are different. On the screen, the players were running non-stop, the sounds of their movements echoing clearly. Watching them flee, Lee Chong-hyeon frowned in confusion and muttered to himself. What exactly are they afraid of? The pounding footsteps and explosions continued to resonate. Back in reality, he saw them running without even turning back. His brows furrowed as he questioned again in his thoughts. Are you serious? The stage lights flared back to life. His eyes widened in shock as he screamed internally. They call this a match? His jaw dropped slightly. Shifting in his seat, he sighed and thought, I came here to see if BUR had any hidden talent. Just then, the announcer's voice boomed through the arena. Team BUR has lost the match and is forced to retreat. Fight back, come on. But no, they couldn't. Disappointed, he quickly stood up, turned on his heel, and walked away. Above him, the commentators wrapped up their analysis. It's over. A truly tragic ending for Timper. One of them added, at this rate, they might just end the season with a single win, if they're lucky. Hearing this, his eyes widened in disbelief. Once again, he screamed internally. What? Spinning back toward the screen. His eyes bulged as his mind roared. One win? That's it? Only now did he finally glance at the tournament rankings. The stats confirmed it. BUR had 0 victories. His mouth hung open in shock. Regret bubbled inside him. Did I make a mistake choosing this team? The tournament leaderboard flickered before him. His thoughts raced. Wouldn't it have been smarter to pick players with potential and work my way up to the first tier in the future? With that realization, his face darkened. He dropped his head in frustration. Then, lifting it again, he clenched his jaw and shouted internally. No. Without hesitation, he marched up the steps. His mind resolute. I won't back down. His expression turned grim, lips pressed into a firm line. As he left the arena, his thoughts crystallized into a plan. I will remove every weak link I can. Then, he reaffirmed his hope. At the very least, there has to be one good player in this team. But right after that thought, he stopped dead in his tracks. Eyes widened, jaw slackened. A stunned voice echoed in his head. You've got to be kidding me. Right now, Lee Chong-hyeon was standing in front of a building. At the entrance, he stared in disbelief. His mind reeled as he confirmed. The team's base is just a regular house? Then, he recalled an image of himself sleeping in a cramped little room. A realization struck him. Only now do I think about it. My first team never had proper sponsorship, so we had no choice but to live in a regular house. Returning to the present, Lee Chong-hyeon calmly reached for the door, acknowledging to himself, maybe it's not so bad after all. They had already given him the passcode. Without hesitation, he quickly entered the code on the digital lock. With a neutral expression, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Immediately, a flurry of angry voices filled the air. You bastard. If you hadn't lost your composure back there, we wouldn't have lost so miserably. Inside, a black-haired guy and a blonde with a bowl cut were arguing. Between them, a man stood helplessly, trying to keep them apart. Hearing the blonde's accusation, the black-haired man flared up in anger, snapping back. And what about you? All you did was run away until you got taken out. Real impressive. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Behind them, the rest of the team sat and watched. Standing at the side, Lee Gon-ju looked extremely uncomfortable. He awkwardly raised a hand, forcing a strained smile as he attempted to mediate. Calm down, guys. We can talk this out. Lee Chong-hyeon watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening slightly as he frowned. His thoughts were blunt. With a team this bad, it's no surprise there's tension between the members. Meanwhile, someone else raised their voice in frustration. I'm asking you, when do I get to do physical training? Huh? When, coach? Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon strode toward them. Noticing him, Lee Gon-ju turned in his direction and let out an "Oh." Immediately, he walked over, throwing an arm around Lee Chong-hyeon's shoulder, the other hand gesturing as he introduced him with effort. We've got a new member. Everyone, this is Chong-hyeon, this year's winner of the Next Generation Hunter tournament. Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon's brow twitched in irritation. Nearby, Lee Ioju's eyes went round, his mouth slightly open in shock. On the other hand, Lee Jinhan clenched his teeth, his eyes glaring daggers at him, his brows furrowed deeply in frustration. Sensing their reactions, Lee Chong-hyeon bared his teeth in a sharp grin, narrowing his eyes as he turned to face them. Then, he casually remarked, I watched your match. You're all very talented. He paused, Then, with a smirk, he cut himself off, only to mock them for being utterly useless. Hearing that, the team members turned to him with clear dissatisfaction. Some even startled. Lee Jinhan, having just been mocked, gritted his teeth and glared at him in rage, clenching his fists. His face twisted in anger as he stepped closer, spitting out each word with hostility. Who the hell do you think you are? You think you're someone special? Just because you can talk down to professional players? You better take that back. The others tensed up at the rising tension, a few looking uneasy. But Lee Chong-hyeon remained calm. He simply pointed at himself, tilting his head mockingly as he replied, "Did I hurt your feelings?" Then, he let out a scoffing laugh, leaned back slightly, and provoked him further. "How about we settle this with a match?" Then, he added, "If I lose, I'll leave the team, but if I win, you leave." Lee Jinhan shoved his face closer, gritting his teeth as his glare intensified. In response, Lee Chong-hyeon turned his gaze to him once again, his expression openly taunting. Scared? Without hesitation, they moved to the combat room, suited up in protective gear. With the rest of the team watching, stretching his arms, Lee Chong-hyeon mentally assessed the situation. A rookie walks in, mocks them, and says they're useless. On the other side, 3 team members, including Lee Jinhan, were glaring at him with hostility. Lee Chong-hyeon smirked internally. "Looks like you 3 fell right into my trap." Finally, he closed his eyes briefly, centering himself, before confirming in his thoughts. If you could just let an insult slide without doing anything, then that means you have no competitive spirit. Exhaling, he smirked and leaned forward, resting his hands on his hips as he spoke first. "Oh, I did say I wanted to beat you. So I assume you won't be turning off the pain sensors, right?" Then, he added, "I hope you've set them to maximum." Hearing that, one of the other members let out a scoffing laugh. Lee Jinhan, on the other hand, gritted his teeth in fury, his glare sharpening as he hissed, "You better give it your all, or you're going to lose." Lee Chong-hyeon looked at him with a relaxed expression, one hand resting on his hip. Then, he casually remarked, "Oh, now that I think about it, aren't you the one who charged in alone and got taken out last match?" Right after that, the system displayed Lee Jinhan's stats. Player: Lee Jinhan. Attack skill: Destructive Strike, B+. Launches a forward attack, creating a strong shockwave upon impact. Physical abilities: Strength, 9. Reaction speed, 7.3. Agility, 6. Endurance, 5. Regeneration, 6. Lee Jinhan stood there, arms crossed, glaring at him with unwelcoming hostility. Lee Chong-hyeon's gaze grew still, his mind calmly analyzing the situation. His stats are lower than those who participated in the program. Then, he confirmed again, looks like his training has been lacking. Finally, he looked at Lee Jinhan once more, silently assessing him. His skill is surprisingly good, but he doesn't even know how to use it properly. Lee Jinhan stepped closer, his brows furrowing, his glare sharp with irritation. Lee Chong-hyeon reaffirmed his thoughts about them all. "I seriously don't get it. How did any of these guys even make it onto a professional team?" With that, he sighed, resting a hand on his hip as he turned away. The system began initializing the simulation. Lee Chong-hyeon took his position, equipped with a firearm. As the simulated battlefield formed around them, he scanned his surroundings, his eyes darting back and forth. Then, a loud noise suddenly echoed from behind a building. The sound immediately caught his attention. Turning toward it, he calmly thought, "Just as I expected." The system's voice rang out. Destructive Strike activated. Gritting his teeth, Lee Jinhan lunged at him. Lee Chong-hyeon, already predicting this, mentally confirmed, "I knew Jinhan would attack first." The blade came slashing toward him. But before it could land, Lee Chong-hyeon swiftly twisted his body, dodging the attack. Lee Jinhan sneered, then swung his sword down, this time, striking the wall of a massive building behind them. Lee Chong-hyeon glanced back, puzzled by the action, but then, the ground beneath him cracked and collapsed. His eyes widened slightly in surprise. As he looked down, reacting instantly, he propelled himself upward, twisting in midair while keeping his gaze locked on Lee Jinhan. Meanwhile, below him, Jinhan hoisted his sword, chasing after him. The entire area was already crumbling into debris. Watching this unfold, Lee Chong-hyeon evaluated the situation in his mind. The shockwave's radius is wider than I expected. This skill is actually pretty useful. Below, Lee Jinhan looked up at him. His teeth clenched. His brows furrowed as he shouted. "Ha, what's wrong?" Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyeon smirked slightly and thought, "So, he really thinks that move was enough to make me panic?" Right after, Lee Jinhan stomped down hard on the ground, then launched himself into the air. His sword aimed straight at Lee Chong-hyeon. Above, Lee Chong-hyeon hovered in midair, gripping his gun as he glanced at his opponent. A crimson energy radiated from Jinhan's body. Confident in his victory. "Huh?" Lee Chong-hyeon mused. "He's going to attack me without hesitation." A smirk tugged at his lips. Everything was going according to plan. Without wasting a second, he swiftly extended his hand, firing something midair. At the same time, he twisted his body, suddenly reversing his trajectory toward Lee Jinhan. Jinhan, still charging straight at him, realized too late. His eyes widened in shock. His teeth clenched as he let out a startled, "Huh?" Above him, Lee Chong-hyeon remained eerily calm. His gun barrel pointed directly at his opponent. From below, two teammates, one blonde, one with neatly parted black hair, rushed toward them, their faces filled with panic and disbelief. Lee Chong-hyeon, standing firm with his gun resting against his leg, casually glanced at them before asking, "So, who wants to go next?" Jinhan was already restrained, bound and unable to move. The two others simply stared at him, too stunned to react. Then, Lee Chong-hyeon chuckled mockingly, adjusting his gun as he issued a warning. "This is going to hurt." The blonde player's eyes twitched in frustration, cursing under his breath. And then, the battle was over. The black-haired player with the center part collapsed onto the ground, groaning in pain. Beside him, the blonde was kneeling, his breath ragged as he let out a bitter laugh. The atmosphere turned heavy, a dark silence settling over them. Lee Chong-hyeon stood before them, one hand on his hip, the other gesturing toward them as he coldly reminded, "We had a deal, didn't we? The losers leave the team." The two on the ground looked up at him, their expressions dark. Before they could speak, he added with a sharp gaze, "Or do you need me to remind you?" Hearing this, both of them were left speechless, mouths slightly open in disbelief. Then, "Damn it," one of them spat in frustration. Another scoffed bitterly. "Let's see, what are you even going to do without me?" And with that, they turned and left. Lee Chong-hyeon watched them go, clicking his tongue. Jinhan, his face dark with shame, gritted his teeth in silence. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyeon stepped toward him, shaking his head before narrowing his eyes. Then, he asked in a low, sharp voice, "What, didn't you hear me?" But Jinhan remained still, his fists clenched, his face twisted in frustration. Lee Chong-hyeon placed a hand on Jinhan's shoulder and asked, "Why are you still here?" Lee Jinhan bit his lip so hard that blood started trickling down. Frustration and humiliation burned through him, his entire body trembling, eyes wide with shame. He mumbled under his breath, "I'm sorry." Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyeon remained calm, but inwardly, he smirked. "Ha!" Feigning ignorance, he tilted his head and asked mockingly, "What was that? I didn't quite hear you." At his ridicule, Jinhan's face darkened further, shaking even more. He clenched his fists, his voice growing louder. "I said, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Everything was my fault." Then, he swallowed his pride and pleaded, "So please, just let me stay on the team this once. Can't you do that?" Seeing his desperate expression, Lee Chong-hyeon furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself, "Despair, huh?" But outwardly, he folded his arms and questioned coldly, "If you couldn't even beat a rookie, who just became a hunter, why should you be allowed to stay?" Jinhan's hands shook violently as he gritted out a response. I have good skills. Even if you countered me so easily." He cut himself off, lowering his gaze as he clenched his jaw. Then, he muttered in a firm voice, "I believe in my abilities." Lifting his head, he challenged back, "Isn't that enough?" Lee Chong-hyeon considered this for a moment, internally confirming, "Of course." His mind drifted back to their fight. When Jinhan had lunged at him, there had been a moment. Just a brief hesitation. Calmly, he analyzed, "His skill is definitely good." Then, with a shrug, he shook his head and stated, "But what's the point if you can't even use it properly?" Hearing this, Jinhan blinked in confusion. His expression was completely lost. Seeing his reaction, Lee Chong-hyeon added, "Looks like you won't listen to me, Jinhan." At this, Jinhan's eyes widened in frustration. His brows furrowed as he yelled back, "I will listen to you. Isn't that enough?" Even as he shouted, Lee Chong-hyeon's gaze remained cold and unreadable. Then, he spoke in a low voice. "No." His tone was firm. "You won't just listen to me. You will obey only me." Then, he stared straight at him and asked, "Do you think you can do that?" At those words, Jinhan suddenly clenched his fists tightly. His body filled with nervous excitement. Without hesitation, he nodded furiously, his eyes blazing with determination. "Yes, I will listen only to you." Lee Chong-hyeon watched him for a moment. Then, he muttered under his breath, "I'm not sure if this is the right decision." But regardless, he hadn't kicked Jinhan out. Jinhan, realizing this, closed his eyes and pressed a hand to his chest, letting out a deep breath of relief. Lee Chong-hyeon commented further, "But in a team full of useless players and lacking the budget to recruit new ones." Right after that, he smiled to himself, confirming inwardly that he could become the team's first pillar. His eyes were filled with calculation. That night, Lee Chong-hyeon lay in his room, resting his hands behind his head while staring at his phone screen. Then, he looked at the contacts in his directory and made a remark. "So out of 7 people, 2 got kicked out." Finally, he calmly confirmed once more, "We still need to fill the last 2 spots." Without delay, he sent a message to Hajuyu. "Hey, Ju Y, it's Lee Chong-hyeon. We're recruiting members. Wanna join? Reply to me, hey." Upon seeing the message, she responded with an angry emoji and a clenched fist, questioning him. "You think I'm crazy enough to join that? I'm still sore from the beating you gave me during the competition. No matter how good the perks are, I have zero interest. Just try convincing me, and you'll see what happens. Good luck finding someone else." Slightly smiling face. Seeing her response, Lee Chong-hyeon felt troubled. He thought, then admitted to himself, "Jui's potential is something that will explode in the future. I really wish I could pull her into the team. What a shame." He pressed his lips together, furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes carrying a hint of regret. Suddenly, a notification sound rang out. The new message left him puzzled. Right after, he sat up abruptly and spoke in surprise. "Who is this?" It was a message from Jun Han Jian. "I heard from Yu Haizu that you're recruiting?" Seeing that, he was even more surprised and wondered to himself, "No way, did she help me get in touch?" Then, his eyes widened as he processed the situation. "She's the ace of Team 1 at the Seoul Academy. I thought for sure she would stay there." Lee Chong-hyeon recalled the moment when he had aimed a gun at her head from behind. At that time, she had been too shocked to react, only managing to register the situation. "She has a playstyle I can't help but admire," he thought. Immediately, he replied to the message. "Are you interested in joining the team?" She responded, A little." Without hesitation, Lee Chong-hyeon followed up. "What about Seoul Academy and LHL?" She confirmed with him, "I'll figure something out." Hearing this, Lee Chong-hyeon was overjoyed. He frantically tapped on his phone while mumbling to himself. The kid then widened his eyes in excitement and wondered in his heart, "Is this karma from the program?" Next, he confirmed to himself, "If it's someone like Jun Han Jian, then this is a huge victory for me." Lee Chong-hyeon looked at the phone screen. As he stared at the conversation, a notification sound suddenly rang out, "Ding." His eyes widened again as he looked at the message, letting out a surprised, "Huh?" Finally, he was so shocked that he shouted, "What? No way." Still confused, he double-checked. This person also reached out? On the screen, a new message appeared. It was a familiar profile picture. Then, on his desk, several files suddenly piled up, along with individual stat sheets for each person. As he flipped through them, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What do I do now?" he mumbled. He sat at his desk, his computer in front of him. Just then, memories of the 3 key roles, tank, DPS, and support, flashed through his mind. He made an assessment. The most important thing when building a team is the synergy between skills. Then, picking up a piece of paper from the pile, he added, "Unfortunately, that doesn't exist in this team." He glanced at the documents again to confirm. Everyone's stats are at the bare minimum, and their skill synergy is far from ideal. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a particular name, Lee Iazuma. "Huh?" he muttered, eyes widening in shock. He stared at the face on the profile and made another assessment. Lee Anju's skill is positional awareness. Seeing this, he mentally confirmed, seems promising. Then, he added another thought. Han Jian is even more capable than that. He pictured Jun Han Jian wielding a sword and reaffirmed his conclusion. With the two who contacted me yesterday, and finally, Li Gaihan. He propped his chin up with one hand, his eyes round with contemplation. Finally, he let out a long breath and dropped Lee Iazuma's file onto the desk. His thoughts solidified. We can take over the BA League spectacularly. The next morning, a few steaming cups of coffee were placed near the window. A voice rang out. So, what do you think about the new team? It was Lee Yo-tek. Lifting a cup of coffee to his lips, he looked at Lee Chong-hyeon with a calm expression and asked again. Think it'll work? Seeing that, Lee Chong-hyeon also raised his own cup. He clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and let out a strained smile. There was a hint of frustration in his face as he admitted. Yeah? He took a sip, then added. Everyone is unique, each and every one of them. Finally, he confirmed, and it's all thanks to you, Master Lee. Hearing this, he placed his coffee cup down and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, forgive me, he said, confirming with amusement. I didn't have time to organize the team. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon also calmly placed his coffee cup down and looked at him with an unreadable expression. Seeing this, the older man stopped laughing, widened his eyes slightly, and spoke again. I noticed that you've been recruiting members for your team. Then, with a tone of surprise, he added, but I never expected you to make Murad Workshop a sponsor. Lee Chong-hyeon remained composed as he responded. I'll do whatever it takes to save the team. Hearing that, the older man furrowed his brows slightly and asked, have you decided on a direction for team building? Without hesitation, Lee Chong-hyeon lifted his coffee to his lips, took a sip, and closed his eyes as he answered calmly. I have two ideas for now. Then, he elaborated. The first is a one-man army approach. I'm sure you can already guess. At that moment, he pictured himself holding a gun, dressed in military gear, wearing protective goggles. Lee Yo-tek immediately nodded and commented. That's too obvious. Then, he asked another question. Do you realize how easily a team can fail if it only relies on the hunter tournament strategy? Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon swiftly placed his cup down and confirmed. Of course, that's why I have a second idea. He continued in a composed manner. It's still in development. Then, crossing his arms, he gave a calm smile and added. But you can think of it as a bomber plane strategy. At those words, Lee Yo-tek widened his eyes in shock. A bomber plane? He repeated. He rubbed his chin, closed his eyes in thought, and admitted, I have no idea what that is, but I'll leave it all to you. With that, he pushed a stack of documents toward Lee Chong-hyeon and announced. Now, let's move on to this matter. Then, he added, this document confirms that the entire team's authority is being transferred to you. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyeon furrowed his brows slightly as he picked up the papers and skimmed through them. A moment later, he shut his eyes, set the papers back down calmly, and confirmed, good. Then, I'll be going. Before he could leave, Lee Yo-tek added one last thing. Oh, by the way? He glanced at Lee Chong-hyeon and informed him. Paul's match the other day was the last one of the season. And tomorrow, there's a scheduled press conference for the BA League. Lee Yo-tek looked at him with anticipation and said, you're now officially recognized as the acting president of the team, so I hope you'll attend at least once. Lee Chong-hyeon returned his gaze, calm as ever. Then, he subtly shifted his eyes and internally confirmed. A press conference, huh? After a brief pause, he looked back at Lee Yo-tek and spoke. All right, I'll be there. Lee Yo-tek remained leaning on the table, smiling as he watched him. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon reassured himself in his thoughts. Fine, I have things to take care of anyway. The next day, at the press conference between the teams, the host spoke endlessly, waving the microphone toward the various team managers. He went on and on. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon stood on one of the podiums, leaning against it with a bored expression as he watched them all. This is so dull, he thought to himself. Then, it was his turn to introduce himself. With a steady voice, he picked up the mic and spoke clearly. I'm Lee Chong-hyeon. As of yesterday, I have become the acting president of Team Burr. I will also be participating as a player. It's a pleasure to meet everyone. He then added, any questions? The host glanced at his cue card before speaking. Next question. The Team Limited secured first place this season, receiving praise for their exceptional teamwork and dominance over other teams. However, there are concerns that many players may advance to Division 2 next season. What are your thoughts on this? On the other side, a large screen displayed an image of Lee Hyung-gon. He furrowed his brows slightly, picked up the mic, and answered, "Oh, yes, that's a reasonable concern." Then, he added, "However, if anyone leaves the team, we will ensure that the gaps are filled with players of equal caliber." At that moment, the reflection in his glasses glinted as he smiled, revealing, "In fact, we plan to recruit some well-known hunters, rising stars in the field. So, we hope you'll look forward to it." Hearing this, Lee Chong-hyeon lowered his gaze, rested his chin on his hand, and wondered internally, "Rising stars? Let's see, who could he be talking about?" Just then, as if realizing something, his eyes widened in shock, and he screamed internally, "Wait a second?" Meanwhile, Lee Hyung-gon continued speaking confidently. Lee Chong-hyeon stared at him and confirmed to himself, "That coach, he looks familiar." Then, as if realizing something, he screamed internally, "Wait, that's Director Lee?" Suddenly, memories from his past life resurfaced. He recalled the man's mocking smirk and sharp glare. "In my previous life, he was the one who caused me problems. Back then, he had been both the coach and the director of Limited, a Division 1 team. Now, in the present, he was the head coach of Limited in the BA League." Returning to reality, Lee Hyung-gon calmly lowered his head after finishing his answer. The host then confirmed, "Thank you for your response." Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon observed him carefully, noting that Lee Hyung-gon still carried the same demeanor as before. Next, the host continued with another question. "There have also been rumors about a new hunter that LHL is training. Could we possibly see Jun in the next BA League season?" At that moment, Jun Han-jian's image appeared on the large screen. On the other side, she looked slightly flustered but forced a smile before answering, "Unfortunately, we can't give a definite answer right now." She then clarified, "We're doing our best, but this is a constantly shifting market, so nothing is set in stone yet. That's all we can say for now." Upon hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon narrowed his eyes and assessed, "That's the team Han Jiol was supposed to join, right?" Meanwhile, the host, glancing at his cue card, read the next question. "And now, we have some surprising news from Team Per. We've heard that Lee Chong-hyeon has taken over the team." Before he could finish, Lee Chong-hyeon cut him off. He remained composed and firmly responded, "Yes, that's correct." Then, flashing a confident grin, he raised the microphone and introduced himself. "I'm Lee Chong-hyeon. I'm the new acting president of Team Burr." The host, sensing an opportunity, pressed further, "This is unprecedented. Someone as young as you joining a team as both a player and an acting president? Can we expect a major shift in the team?" In response, Lee Chong-hyeon remained completely unfazed. He then smiled at them and affirmed, "Of course." Then, he added, "Paul finished this season without scoring a single point." Finally, he stated with absolute certainty, "But I can guarantee, a significant transformation is coming." Hearing this, the host probed further, "You say a significant change? Can you give us a little hint?" Without hesitation, Lee Chong-hyeon revealed, Well, for starters, we've already made some adjustments to our lineup." Images of Lee Go-han and Jun Han-jian flashed through Lee Chong-hyeon's mind. Then, he thought about those who had left and reaffirmed, "I will be both a player and a coach." Finally, gripping the mic firmly, he closed his eyes and declared, "Additionally, we've changed our strategy. We've also secured a new investor." Before he could finish speaking, the host quickly took back the mic, smirking mockingly as he responded, "I see, seems like a lot of changes. Well, thank you for sharing," he added before attempting to move on. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyeon immediately interrupted, "Oh, excuse me, but there's still something I'd like to say." The host looked momentarily uncomfortable, but after hesitating for a second, he nodded, "All right, go ahead." Once again, Lee Chong-hyeon raised the mic and stated, "I've been keeping a close eye on the BA League matches." Then, narrowing his eyes with a composed intensity, he declared, "And frankly, no team has truly stood out." The entire venue fell silent. Hearing this, Lee Hyung-gon clenched his teeth in anger, his voice sharp as he demanded, "What did you just say?" But Lee Chong-hyeon remained unfazed. With a relaxed smile, He glanced at Li Hyonggan and added, "So, stay on guard, because we're going to bring you all down." Sensing the tension, the host eagerly jumped in to stir the excitement further. "Oh, especially limited." Then, as if pouring fuel on the fire, he added with a sly grin, "It'd be pretty embarrassing for a top-ranked team to lose to a lower tier one. Wouldn't it?" Hearing this blatant jab, Li Hyonggan clenched his jaw even tighter, his fury barely contained. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon casually lowered his mic, glanced away with smug satisfaction, and thought to himself, "That's more like it." Finally, he turned to look at Lee Hyonggan, who was now seething with rage. His glare locked onto Lee Chong-hyeon. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyeon smirked internally. Gotta make a lasting impression. And yet, outwardly, he simply closed his eyes and smiled as if he hadn't noticed a thing. Then, with a shrug, he gave an ambiguous nod, more than enough to leave an impact. Later, at Lee Chong-hyeon's house, he swung the door open with excitement, his eyes landing on the group that had just arrived. "You're here," he confirmed. Then, with a nostalgic smile, he added, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Standing at the entrance were three people: Kim Do-jun, Jun Han-jeol, and Han Jisoo. With no time to waste, he urged them, "Come on in." They stepped inside, and as Kim Do-jun glanced around, his eyes widened in astonishment. Is this where your team is staying?" he asked, clearly surprised. "It's just an ordinary house." Lee Chong-hyeon was the first to walk ahead. Jun Han-jeon also seemed confused, looking around curiously. Seeing his curiosity, he spoke up to confirm, "A small team?" "That's correct." Hearing that, the expressions of Kim Do-jun and Han Jisoo turned extremely disappointed. Kim Do-jun complained, "Are you serious?" He then made a mental note. "Actually, I expected Do-jun to contact me." Next, he turned his gaze toward Han Jisoo, who was quietly observing the surroundings, and thought, "But I didn't expect Jisoo to be here too." Suddenly, he turned around to look at them, and they looked back at him. Han Jisoo frowned at Lee Chong-hyeon in confusion and asked, "What is it?" He simply smiled calmly and replied, "Nothing." Then, he reaffirmed in his thoughts, "But I have no complaints." Right after that, the group quickly entered the team's house, their eyes filled with curiosity. Lee Chong-hyeon led the way. At that moment, Jun Han-jeon awkwardly chuckled, glancing around and muttering, "You said this was a rookie team, but it's worse than I imagined." Meanwhile, Han Jisoo, who was walking ahead, crossed his arms, glanced at him, and stated firmly, "I only signed up because you were in this team. I hope you have a plan." Kim Do-jun, upon hearing that, also glanced over. He and Jun Han-jeon were still in shock, not yet accustomed to the environment. Han Jisoo continued, "To be clear, the only reason I joined was because you said you'd help boost my profile so I could transfer to another team." Seeing his urgency, he closed his eyes and reassured him, "Relax, if I didn't have a plan, why would I call you all here? Of course, this team didn't win a single match last season, but that's not the point." Then, he added, "For everyone, we've already revised nearly half the roster." At that moment, he opened his eyes, smirked, and confidently declared, "So go ahead and set your expectations high." Hearing this, Jun Han-jeon was speechless and glanced at Han Jisoo, who, in turn, looked back at Jun Han-jeon in frustration. Only Kim Do-jun was scratching his face, eyes wide in shock, as he glanced at Han Jisoo. At the management office, a loud sound rang out. It was Choi Hanggu. He was resting his arms on the desk, eyes closed, trying to regain his composure. This was the manager of team especially. Then, he opened his eyes calmly and remarked, "Our players don't lack skill." He added, "But it seems they've forgotten how to win." Finally, he asked himself, "How should I handle this?" Suddenly, the phone rang, a notification from the coach. "Mr. Choi, we've received a scrim request from Per. Should we accept?" Hearing this, he furrowed his brows, picked up the phone with a mocking tone, and scoffed. "Oh?" He read the message again. "We've received a scrim request from Per. Should we accept? It's the off-season, and our players need rest. There might be complaints if we refuse." Upon hearing that, he made his decision, schedule the scrim with Per. Then, as if realizing something, he thought to himself, the only way to regain the rhythm of victory is to start winning again. Once more, he recalled his team members, once standing at the peak of glory. and determined to defeat Lee Chong-hyeon's team. Right after, he stood up, called the coach, and confirmed, "Yes, Coach Kim, it's me, about the scrim with Paul." Then, narrowing his eyes, he said, "Just set it up." A smirk formed on his lips as he added, "I think this is going to be interesting." At the ESP training grounds, a player was tying his shoelaces when he asked in confusion, "Why are we doing a scrim?" Beside him, his teammate stretched his arms, furrowing his brows, and added, "Yeah, we don't usually scrim during the off-season." A blue-haired player wearing a cap quickly raised his head and informed them, "Have you heard what Per's manager said? That guy just debuted and is already badmouthing the entire league." Hearing that, the other player frowned and confirmed, "He's been talking a lot about limited. There's no way they can beat us." Then, he declared, "Let's show them reality." Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon's team quickly put on their uniforms and headed to the field. Behind him, Lee Gon-ju looked at his back and asked, "Are you sure about this?" He anxiously added, "You've only just met each other, and the new members need time to integrate." But Lee Chong-hyeon kept walking forward and stated, "Either way, we don't even have enough players for an internal match. 7 versus 7. Hearing that, Lee Gon-ju also agreed, "That's true." But then, Lee Chong-hyeon turned back confidently, looking at him as he firmly declared, "Look, coach, there's no hope for this team if we keep going like this." Hearing that, Lee Gon-ju was slightly startled and let out a gasp. At that moment, an image flashed through his mind. His team collapsed on the ground. Defeated, he clenched his fists and admitted, "We'll lose again." Then, another image surfaced. Lee Gohan sitting helplessly in the last chair. He gritted his teeth and confirmed, "Our team will be dead last again." Finally, he concluded, 7 consecutive losses have left us feeling powerless, making us play even more passively. But then, he abruptly cut himself off. However, Lee Gon-ju was now staring at him in shock, mouth slightly open. Lee Chong-hyeon continued, "When there's even the slightest chance to win." Then, he paused. Finally, he thought of Lee Gohan, gripping his sword tightly, fighting stiffly. And then, he recalled his past self, mindlessly slashing through enemies in madness. He reaffirmed, "People find hope." Closing his eyes, furrowing his brows, Lee Chong-hyeon added, "And I'll show them. This may be my first time stepping in, but my presence alone can change the entire team." Then, a smirk formed on his lips as he declared, "I'll make them see. They don't have to be losers anymore." Lee Chong-hyeon swiftly turned and stepped onto the battlefield. Team ESP was already waiting for them. One of their players walked up and asked him, "Oh, so are you the new chairman? Or the manager?" Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon glanced over. It was Choi Hanggu. The man extended his hand towards him, smiling as he said, "I'm not sure what to call you. But whatever. It's a pleasure to meet you." Then, he introduced himself. "I'm Choi Hanggu, manager of Team ESP." Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon reached out and shook his hand, replying, "Ah, I see." But in his mind, he noted, he speaks as if he doesn't care. And his eyes, they're filled with mockery. His expression remained calm, with a smirk, as if he was about to enjoy a good show. He confirmed, "It's safe to say he looks down on us." Finally, he made a blunt remark. Right after that, the announcement rang out. The match was about to begin. On the other side, Lee Ioju, Lee Ji-Han, and their teammates were already preparing for battle. Though with visible anxiety, Lee Chong-hyeon quickly approached his team and asked, "Is everyone ready?" They all looked at him. Then, he placed his hands on his hips seriously and reminded them, "I'm the one giving orders. That means you listen to me. And only me." Their eyes were filled with doubt, fear, and a lack of confidence as they looked at him. Seeing this, Lee Chong-hyeon made a mental note. "Even though I expected this, I'm sure they'll be able to keep up just fine." He narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips together, thinking to himself, "There will be 5 original PO members, plus me and a new recruit." Finally, as he stepped forward, he reaffirmed, "I'll show them. We can win even with this lineup." Then, he called out, "Jinhan." After that, he gave his instructions. "You'll take the vanguard, just like in the previous match. But never, and I mean never, rush in alone unless I say so." Bending slightly forward, he locked eyes with the other player and added, "If I don't say anything, hold your ground, even if mana bombs come flying at you." Feeling singled out, Lee Gohan broke into a nervous sweat and quickly replied, "Got it." Next, Lee Chong-hyeon pointed toward Lee Ioju and gave her firm instructions. Eonju, stay with me. Make sure to always keep pace with me. Lee Gohan glanced over, while Eonju flinched before responding clearly. Understood. Suddenly, Kim Do-jun raised his hand, eyes wide, questioning him. Hey, Chong-hung, what about me? Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon casually waved his hand, signaling, you'll stand in front of me. Hold off anyone who gets close. Kim Do-jun pointed at himself in confusion and asked, you don't want me to fight the enemies? Hearing that, Lee Chong-hyeon smirked and confirmed, you'll find out soon enough. Right then, the system announcement rang out. The match had begun. Both teams were transported to a bridge. On either side were empty pine forests. And beneath them, a deep canyon. Outside, Choi Hang-gu narrowed his eyes as he watched the screen and muttered, the Imperial Bridge. Then, he added, since the match is taking place on this massive bridge, there's very little room for creative maneuvers. On the screen, the areas of both teams were displayed. Choi Hang-gu remained silent, carefully observing them. Then, a smirk formed on his lips as he crafted a scenario in his mind. It all depends on how well each team maintains their formation. And that is exactly why I picked this side. Beside him, the coach also observed Lee Chong-hyeon's team and commented, for a team that was just formed a few minutes ago, their formation looks pretty solid. Don't you think? Hearing that, Choi Han-woo chuckled mockingly and replied, maybe that's just on the surface. They barely had any time since their last match. If anything, they're probably only maintaining that structure because they're still standing. Then, he glanced back at the screen, his expression darkening as he muttered. Or maybe, at that moment, his eyes locked onto Lee Gohan, who was gripping his shield tightly. Brows furrowed with determination, Choi Hang-gu noted, he looks quite resilient. The ESP coach, hands in his pockets, glanced at Choi Hang-gu and asked, what do you think of that acting chairman? Do you think he actually trained them? Choi Hang-gu folded his arms dismissively, a scornful smirk on his face as he replied, we'll have to wait and see. Inside the battlefield, a sudden noise erupted. The captain called for an attack. Meanwhile, the two men outside stared at the screen, their eyes widening in shock. Lee Chong-hyeon was holding a rope in one hand, and a gun in the other. Charging forward, Choi Hang-gu analyzed the situation in his mind. Their long-range fighter is completely exposed. Then, gripping his fists tightly, he stared at the screen in excitement, his thoughts racing. Looks like he's lost track of his own positioning, while setting up everyone else's. His lips curled into a smirk, his eyes glinting with exhilaration. Inside the battlefield, ESP's team quickly rushed in. A bespectacled player struggled as he called out, get him out of there. Roger, the other player responded, thinking to himself, I can't miss this opportunity. Then, he swung the staff in his hands, and decisively hurled a spear straight toward Lee Chong-hyeon. Lee Chong-hyeon noticed the attack, tilted his head up, his grip still firm on the glowing rope. At the last moment, he swiftly conjured a barrier, leaping away just in time to evade the incoming spear. The bespectacled player, still panting, stared in confusion, his mind racing. Wait, what just happened? On the other side, the two ESP coaches and their manager were frozen in place. Their faces darkened, their eyes widened in shock. They all screamed internally, this can't be real. Inside the battlefield, agonized screams echoed. It was Kim Do-jun. He had just knocked the bespectacled spear-wielding player flying. Meanwhile, Choi Hang-gu processed the situation in his mind. That was a calculated move, a trap to lure us in. Outside, his mouth fell open, his eyes bulging in disbelief. Internally, he roared, are you kidding me? Inside the battlefield, Kim Do-jun, Lee Chong-hyeon, and the team members were still fighting fiercely. Choi Hang-gu confirmed once more. They used a long-range warrior, their team's key player, as bait. Within the battlefield, Lee Chong-hyeon swiftly raised his gun, retreating while taking aim at the other side. A shield-bearing player suddenly charged forward, shouting, gunfire incoming. Everyone, get behind me. Panicked thoughts erupted in the minds of the opposing team. Oh no. Lee Chong-hyeon smirked. Finally, he declared, that kid is dropping mana bombers. The shield in front of them cracked instantly, shattering under the explosion. The ESP shield bearer screamed, "Ack!" Then, a massive explosion erupted in the center of the bridge. The scoreboard updated immediately, 7 players remaining for Team PO. 0 players left for Team Especially. Outside, the Especially coach and manager were completely stunned. Their eyes wide, mouths agape. Choi Hanggu murmured in shock. No way. At that moment, the system screen lit up. Winning team. Temper. The 2 men stood frozen, staring at the results. The system announced. Match over. Temper wins. Inside the battlefield, Lee Jin-han, having just witnessed his team's incredible victory, stood there in disbelief. Smoke billowed in the aftermath of the intense battle. Lee Jian clutched his shield tightly, unable to believe his own eyes. What? He stared at Lee Chong-hyeon, who stood proudly, victorious. Shock overwhelmed him. How is this possible? I thought long-range players couldn't. Did he just perform magic? This has to be an illusion. Off in the distance, 2 of Team Paul's veteran members were celebrating their impossible victory. One of them turned to the other and exclaimed, "Can you believe it? I don't even remember the last time we won. I thought we were done for. I was so scared I couldn't even stand properly." After that victory, Lee Chong-hyeon stood with his arms crossed, smiling contentedly. He could feel it, the joy of winning, the determination to rise again. It was beginning to return. To the old members of Team Per. Suddenly, Lee Gohan stepped forward and asked, "How did you do that?" Lee Chong-hyeon turned his head toward him, confused. Lee Gien-han walked closer, his expression serious. "I'm talking about the match just now. What did you do to turn the tide?" Realizing what Lee Gohan was asking, Lee Chong-hyeon casually crossed his arms and asked back, "What do you think is the most important thing in a match?" Lee Gohan quickly answered, "Obviously, making sure our formation doesn't break." Hearing his confident response, Lee Chong-hyeon asked again, "Then, what do you do to break the opponent's formation?" That question made Lee Gohan pause. For a moment, he wasn't sure how to answer. But before he could come up with a response, Lee Chong-hyeon spoke up. "Either you make them break it themselves, or you break it with your own ability. That's it." Lee Ji-han, who had been listening, froze in shock. Internally, he thought, that's so true. Why didn't I think of that? Lee Chong-hyeon continued, "What I chose was to make them break it themselves. I lured them into switching from a defensive formation to an offensive one, then exploited their weakness." Lee Gien-han pieced everything together, replaying the match in his mind. Finally, it clicked. "I see now." Lee Chong-hyeon stepped out of the formation and revealed himself. On purpose, Lee Chong-hyeon watched as Lee Gohan stood frozen in place, digesting everything. A long silence followed. Then, with a smile, he asked, "What's wrong?" Surprised the answer was so simple, Jun-han Jial slowly approached. He had overheard the conversation between Lee Chong-hyeon and Lee Gien-han, and he agreed. It was an answer that anyone who heard it would naturally accept. But what surprised him most was the level of teamwork. Before joining the team, he had one pressing question. "Did you guys already train together before I got here?" Lee Chong-hyeon turned back and said, "Not exactly. That's why I chose a very basic formation." Hearing that, Jun-han Jial immediately realized something. Resting his chin on his hand, he mused, "So, everything was part of your plan. Then, I guess we'll keep using that strategy. Right? With Du-jun and Jisoo here, we'll have even more firepower. The Division B League should be a breeze." Lee Chong-hyeon leaned against the wall, deep in thought. I wish it were that simple. But then, his mind drifted to the tournament. A large-scale competition, filled with experienced hunters. His team, however, was full of rookies. Even in Division B, it wouldn't be that easy. He turned serious, analyzing the current situation for everyone. Unfortunately, it won't be that simple. Sure, ESP has a lot of wins under their belt. But at the end of the day, they're just a 9th-ranked team. Against lower-tier teams, we might win using this method. But against higher-ranked teams? Not a chance. And if we keep using the same strategy, its effectiveness will keep dropping. Hearing Lee Chong-hyeon lay out the harsh reality, Han Jisoo couldn't hold back his frustration and shouted, "Then what do you plan to do? I came here because I trusted you. You'd better think of something." Lee Chong-hyeon thought to himself, "He's different from the others." Han Jisoo only joined because he had promised to elevate the team's ranking, so that when Jisoo left, he could receive better offers and have a more promising career. But Lee Chong-hyun had already prepared another plan. Without hesitation, he spoke firmly. That's exactly why we need a different strategy. Han Jisoo, still hot-tempered, cut him off. A different strategy? No one in this team has exceptional skills. What other strategy could we even use? Lee Chong-hyun smirked triumphantly. Skills aren't the only tool we have. His words left everyone stunned, glancing at each other in confusion. Then, Lee Chong-hyun pulled out a mana bomber drone. Han Jisoo, still not understanding, frowned and asked, "A mana bomber drone?" Without a word, Lee Chong-hyun tossed the drone to Han Jisoo. Then, with absolute confidence, he declared, "Instead, we'll use this. Remember my words. Our team will become the specialists in bomber drones." At the per office, Lee Chong-hyun and Jun Han-jeon were discussing their upcoming training plans. When Jun Han-jeon heard about the special training plan for him, he was so shocked he could hardly believe it. In a panic, he asked, "Wait, what? You want me to train in controlling multiple swords at once?" Lee Chong-hyun, still focused on reviewing the training schedule, looked up and asked, "What's wrong? You don't like my training plan?" Jun Han-jeon hesitated before responding. "It's not that, but if I have to control multiple swords at once, I won't be able to control them precisely." Lee Chong-hyun thought to himself. He's right. To effectively apply pressure on enemies using sword manipulation, controlling multiple swords at once isn't necessarily a good idea, since it divides focus. But I know, in my past life, Han Jeon was capable of controlling at least 7 swords at once, and could masterfully wield up to 3 swords at a high level. If I want him to improve quickly, I can't let him stay like this. Lee Chong-hyun then pretended to be serious, standing up as if he was about to leave. "I'm not saying this for no reason. But if you don't want to do it, then forget it." Seeing that Lee Chong-hyun wasn't pushing the matter any further, Jun Han-jeon started sweating nervously. He hesitated, unsure of what to say. Lee Chong-hyun noticed the conflicted expression on Jun Han-jeon's face. "He's hesitating. That means he respects me enough to consider it. That's enough for now." Jun Han-jeon finally made up his mind, clenching his fists as if making a difficult decision. "Fine. I knew I'd have to do this sooner or later. How many swords do you want?" Lee Chong-hyun grinned and held up 7 fingers. 7. Jun Han-jeon's face went pale at the number. "Huh? You monster. No wonder cruel people like you live so carefree." And as if that wasn't enough, Lee Chong-hyun added another heartbreaking remark. 7 swords should be enough. That night, outside the city, Lee Chong-hyun and Han Jisoo stood in a park, enjoying the cool evening breeze, while having a relaxed conversation. Suddenly, Han Jisoo raised his voice in shock. "What? You want me to train in accurately dropping objects from long distances?" Lee Chong-hyun leaned comfortably against the railing and casually said, "Yeah, the more precise, the better." Han Jisoo frowned. He wasn't very satisfied with Lee Chong-hyun's plan. "I don't understand. Using my skills in such a weak way, it won't be effective in attacking the enemy. Come on, at least tell me what you're thinking. Only then can I decide whether I want to do it or not." Lee Chong-hyun thought for a moment. Alright, I think I can explain it to Jisoo." He then explained the upcoming plan to Jisoo. "I'll have you drop bombs using that skill." Jisoo was momentarily taken aback when he heard this. "Bombs? What do you mean, bombs?" Lee Chong-hyun smiled confidently, feeling certain of victory. "Mana bombs. Here's my plan. First, I'll attach mana bombs to Jun Han-jeon's sword. Then, using your gravity skill, you'll drop the bomb-attached swords while they're in midair. The two of you will become the artillery of the battlefield." Han Jisoo was shocked upon hearing the plan. "Wait, is this the new strategy you were talking about?" Lee Chong-hyun was completely confident in the strategy he had devised. He believed it would be a game-changing tactic that could defeat even professional teams. "Yes, this is what we'll be using from now on. I call it the bombing strategy." As Lee Chong-hyun finalized his plan, he thought to himself, "The bombing strategy? First, Han Jeol will control multiple swords, each carrying fragments of the mana bomber. Then, with Jisoo's gravity control, we'll precisely drop the bombs onto the enemy." However, there was still one key piece missing. Without knowing the enemy's position, they wouldn't be able to deal significant damage from long range. And that was her role. At the office, Lee Eonju sat there nervously, She had no idea why she had been called in today. Her face showed clear signs of anxiety. Her skill was spatial awareness, the ability to pinpoint enemy locations at close range. Lee Chong-hyeon got straight to the point. I need you to use your ability to provide detailed information on the enemy's position. Can you do it? Leon was nervous, and her hands trembled slightly. She quickly clenched her fists, trying to calm herself. I don't think it'll be that difficult, she murmured. Lee Chong-hyeon placed his hand gently over her trembling ones, comforting her with a warm reassurance. You are the key to making this strategy work. He looked at her sincerely, and his confidence made Leon feel a little more at ease. Looking straight into her eyes, he said, without you, we wouldn't be able to do anything with these bombs. Can I count on you? Leon looked into Lee Chong-hyeon's eyes. Seeing how much he trusted her, she found it impossible to refuse. She quickly turned away, flustered, her face flushing red from embarrassment. Lee Chong-hyeon noticed her unusual reaction and thought to himself, why is she blushing all of a sudden? I don't get it. The next day, the whole team gathered for their official photo shoot for the new season. Alright, the director called out. Next up is Team B. Please get ready. Lee Chong-hyeon sat on a chair, watching his teammates get their photos taken. He thought to himself, a season opening photo shoot, huh? I made quite a bold statement at the press conference. So maybe I should stay quiet this time. He was about to take a more humble approach, when suddenly, he overheard a voice dripping with sarcasm and disdain. Ha, do you see that? A manager needs age, knowledge, experience, and wisdom. But their manager? That kid is just some spoiled brat born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Their whole team looks like a house of cards, ready to collapse under pressure. The reporter listening to the insult seemed a bit awkward. She forced a smile to ease the tension. Haha, I understand. I suppose that's one way to look at it. But I'm sure their team has a lot to prove. They didn't win a single game last season. So maybe they're trying a different approach this time. Hearing the other team's coach trying to belittle his team, Lee Chong-hyeon felt his competitive spirit flare up. So much for staying humble. They really think they can just walk all over us? Without hesitation, he stepped forward, interrupting their conversation. I admit, I'm young, he said, but coach you, if we defeat you, the only thing you'll have left is your age. And that's not much to brag about, is it? The opposing coach, who had been so arrogant earlier, immediately flew into a rage upon hearing Lee Chong-hyeon's words. He spun around, glaring at him furiously. How dare you? The female reporter quickly realized. The tension in the air was about to explode. Trying to defuse the situation, she stepped in between them. Aha, what a bold provocation from Per. As bold as their complete team overhaul this season. The fierce competition between teams is definitely something to look forward to. She secretly wiped away a cold sweat, trying to ease the tension between both sides while swiftly changing the topic. The embarrassed coach clenched his jaw, barely restraining his anger as he turned away. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon thought to himself, of course, they'd praise a team that finished 8th last season. Barely above us, but I'll show him what we're capable of in our first match. With that silent determination, he quickly left and returned to the waiting room. In the waiting room, in his hands, Lee Chong-hyeon held a mana grappling hook, gazing at it with deep meaning. Jun Han-jeol noticed and asked with concern, are you sure about this? Lee Chong-hyeon studied the grappling hook carefully before replying. A strategy isn't something you keep hidden forever. Even if it gets revealed early, it won't be that easy for them to counter. Jun Han-jeon was still quite worried, but something in his gut told him he should trust Lee Chong-hyeon. You have a point, he admitted, but deep down, Jun Han-jeon had his own thoughts. Does he really think we need some special strategy to beat an 8th-ranked team? Wouldn't a straightforward fight be enough? However, he kept those thoughts to himself, crossed his arms, and let out a sigh. Lee Chong-hyeon sat there, absent-mindedly playing with his gun, his face full of confidence. If this is the plan, then I'll have to do the heavy lifting. But that's not what this team needs right now. He stood up, tucked the gun into his pocket, then looked at Jun Han-jeon with unwavering trust. You are the key to this strategy. Don't forget that. Jun Han-jeon remained silent for a moment, then nodded. Yeah, I'll do my best. With victory firmly in his grasp, Lee Chong-hyeon grinned and shouted with excitement. Alright, let's go. The opening match had begun. Lee Chong-hyeon and his teammates confidently stepped onto the stage. Before the match started, he rallied his team one last time. Let's show them what we've got. Hunter Tournament. Match begins. In the Hunter Tournament, lower-ranked teams are given the advantage of choosing the battleground. Since we were ranked lower, the choice was ours, and we went with the simplest option. City Arena A. Entering the battleground. The moment they stepped into the arena, Lee Chong-hyeon immediately contacted his teammates. Ionju, Jisoo, Han Ji-all. Once all three of you are in position, we'll execute the strategy. The rest of you, find your groups and eliminate the enemy if possible. If not, just focus on survival. Through the comms, his teammates responded, Roger that. Meanwhile, Leonju had already reached her ambush point. She hid behind a wall and quickly reported. Target spotted. 23rd floor of Electronics Building 7. On the eastern edge of the map. I'll be waiting in the outer left office. Without hesitation, she activated her skill, Enemy Awareness. The entire surrounding area unfolded before her like a tactical map. Red circles indicated enemy positions. Enemy coordinates. 244, 165, 266, 152, 125, 25, 24, 161, 66, 5, 165, 53. Leonju quickly relayed the coordinates to the team. Be careful, these are their positions. Executing the plan, Lee Chong-hyeon received the report. Without wasting a second, he dashed toward the marked location, ready to put their strategy into action. Her ability truly shines in large battlegrounds like this. Then, Leonju provided another crucial update. I've identified their strongest players. Coordinates. 145, 255, 5. While moving, Lee Chong-hyeon pulled up the tactical map. He confirmed the enemy's locations by marking them with red circles. At that moment, both Jun Han Ji-all and Jisoo reported in. I'm in position. Me too. With everyone ready, Lee Chong-hyeon rushed to the marked point and shouted over comms. Let's begin. The attack begins. We'll start by bombing the battlefield and bringing down the building. I'll cover the exits, taking out any AI trying to escape. If they dodge the gunfire, we attack head-on using our formation. Sniper's position. Attack commences. After reaching a perfect sniping position, Lee Chong-hyeon gripped his rifle tightly, his excitement evident as he asked, Ready? A confident response came through the comms. Of course. Give the order, and we'll drop them. Lee Chong-hyeon smirked. Good, let's begin. Bombing the enemy. Jun Han Ji-all swiftly controlled 3 swords, each armed with mana bombs, sending them flying toward the enemy's position at incredible speed. At the same time, Lee Chong-hyeon aimed his sniper rifle, closely tracking the situation. Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion echoed through the battlefield. Enemy team's reaction. The enemy squad had been gathered inside a building, preparing for an ambush on Per's team. Their captain peeked out from the window to observe the battlefield. Our coach warned us to be careful in this match. He recalled his coach's words. That kid might look like some rich brat born with a silver spoon. But don't underestimate him. Yet, despite the warning, the captain remained skeptical. Do we really need such elaborate strategies just to deal with a rookie? No matter. Once the enemy shows themselves, I'll use my ability before they even realize what's happening. His skill, Devastating Footsteps, unleashes a powerful shockwave upon movement, shaking the ground and destabilizing enemies. The captain anxiously waited for his chance. Come on, show yourselves. I'll crush them all in one move. But before he could react, SHHHWOOOOSH, boom. Fragments of mana bombs rained down, shaking the building's rooftop violently. The enemy team, completely caught off guard, stared at each other in confusion. What the hell is going on? Destruction begins. The entire building trembled, seeing the ceiling beginning to crack. The captain immediately issued a command. Deploy aerial shields, now. But the shockwaves from the explosions continued. Massive chunks of concrete began crumbling. Dust filled the air, and the mana shockwaves made it nearly impossible to stand steadily. The enemy captain cursed under his breath. Asterisk, damn it, last time he destroyed a building, I should have expected him to pull the same trick again. That must be his strategy. Blowing up structures using R rounds. He's probably burned through almost all of his mana for this. But before he could act, another explosion detonated. The building was about to collapse. Because of that thought, the captain confidently stepped outside to observe the situation. The moment he did, he saw 3 swords hurtling toward him at incredible speed. One of the team members immediately shouted, "Incoming attack." It looks like Han Jiol's sword control. They're assessing us from a distance before making a move. Those damn brats. The captain shouted angrily. An eye for an eye. Grab those swords. However, as the swords got closer, the captain finally noticed something. Attached to them were numerous mana explosive shards. As soon as the swords neared their target, they suddenly dropped like nuclear bombs. In a panic, the captain screamed at the top of his lungs. Boom! The mana explosion erupted instantly. The sheer force of the blast sent the captain flying backward. The entire ceiling was on the verge of collapse. Dust and rubble filled the surroundings, making it impossible to see clearly. The captain was now pinned under the fallen debris. Unable to get up, furious, he roared in anger. Exploding swords. Huh? Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon was calmly observing the scene through his scope. Through his sight, he spotted an enemy team member escaping the explosion. Without hesitation, he took the shot. Bang! The enemy instantly collapsed, lifeless. And just like that, he was sent to collect his meal ticket. After eliminating the last target, Lee Chong-hyeon smirked to himself. Looks like I don't even need to step in. They can't maintain control of their swords at close range, so they're trying to attack from a distance. But that won't be easy. Not while Han Jion is controlling the swords. The protagonist casually stepped down, thinking, it's over. At that moment, the match results appeared on the screen. It displayed the battle between Per and TGD, with a final score of 7-0. Team Per had claimed victory. Meanwhile, in the observation room, the manager of Limited was visibly shocked by BA's flawless win. A strategy like this, in a BA ranked match? Unbelievable. That man was none other than Limited's top-ranked manager, Lee Jin-han. He seemed quite intrigued by Lee Chong-hyeon. Turning to his assistant, he asked, "Isn't that the troublemaker from the BA League?" His assistant scratched his head, deep in thought. Looks like he's not just all talk after all. Lee Jin-han narrowed his eyes. He's not on our recruitment list? The assistant quickly replied, of course he is, but it seems he already has ties with Po. We offered him the best deals in the industry, yet he didn't even consider them. Lee Jin-han thought for a moment before speaking. There's no point dwelling on it right now. Tell our second-tier recruitment team to approach him. His assistant quickly carried out the order. At the arena, fireworks burst high into the sky, spelling out the word Peel. Lee Gohan looked up, unable to believe his eyes. We did it, we won. Leonju was just as overjoyed. She lifted her head, staring blankly at the glowing victory message. Tears welled up in her eyes. While Leonju was still lost in the moment, basking in their triumph, Lee Chong-hyeon walked up behind her. He reminded her, this is just our first win. Don't get too excited yet. Save the celebration for later, we have an interview to attend. Leonju was abruptly pulled back to reality and reacted a bit sluggishly. Oh, right. Lee Chong-hyeon then casually predicted. I'm guessing the MVP will be Han Jiol. And just as he expected, on the interview stage, the MC was interviewing Han Jiol. Welcome, viewers across the country. We're here with the MVP of the winning team, Jun Han Jion. It's a pleasure to meet you. Han Jion humbly replied. Thank you for having me. The MC jumped right into the first question. Unfortunately, Po ended the season with just a single win. Could you share how your team prepared for today's match to bring about this turnaround? Han Jiol answered honestly. I just did what Chong-hyeon told me to do. The MC was slightly surprised and quickly followed up. Sorry, did you mean Lee Chong-hyeon? Han Jiol nodded seriously. Yes, I just followed his instructions. The MC finally caught on and laughed. Ha ha ha, I see now. He then continued. Your team's strategy has caused quite a stir online. Many are comparing it to guided artillery and missile strikes. What are your thoughts on this? Hearing that, Han Jiol was clearly proud and eagerly explained. Yes, that's exactly how Chong-hyeon described it when he explained the strategy. His plan was flawless from start to finish. I have immense respect for him. Let me tell you, he predicted everything down to the smallest detail. Meanwhile, Lee Chong-hyeon was listening to the interview. He was speechless. Seriously? What am I even supposed to say to this guy? Why was his interview all about me? At that moment, Han Jian was still mentioning his name repeatedly in the interview. Seeing this, Kim Do-jun walked over to Chong Hyeon and commented, "Wow, he's talking like you're some kind of cult leader or something." Suddenly, from a distance, Lee Jin-han spoke up. "That actually suits you quite well." Chong Hyeon, hearing Jin-han call him that made Chong Hyeon think to himself, "Now what's up with this guy?" He quickly responded, "Please, just call me by my name like usual. I mean, you're older than me, so I have no idea why you're addressing me like that." Lee Gohan turned red, scratching his head awkwardly before laughing. "Ha ha, my bad." Leon-ju glanced around at everyone and thought to herself, "I guess they're just overly excited because we finally broke our losing streak. But this team is only going to get stronger from here. The BA championship will be ours." In the dining hall, Do-jun sat comfortably, slurping his noodles with satisfaction. Just then, the door to the room creaked open. Do-jun turned his head to see who had entered. It was none other than Chong Hyeon. Lowering his noodle cup, Do-jun, still chewing, asked, "Where are you headed?" "It's our day off, you know." Chong Hyeon replied nonchalantly, "Just meeting someone." Before leaving, he made sure to remind Do-jun, "Don't just sit around all day just because it's the weekend. We're still in the middle of the season." With that, Chong Hyeon turned on his heels and walked straight out. Without looking back, he casually waved, "See you later." Do-jun didn't pay much attention and lazily responded, Yeah. Then, picking up his noodle cup again, he tilted it back, slurping up every last bit. By the time he placed the empty cup back on the table, there wasn't a single drop of broth left inside. Satisfied, he reached for the remote control beside him. "Time to catch up on my shows." At the Hunter Tournament Stadium, the venue was bustling with people coming and going. A hand was raised slightly, signaling, "Over here." Min Sok stood there, waving. Chong Hyeon quickly noticed him. He greeted politely, "Ah, hello, you're right on time." Min Sok raised his hand, waving 2 tickets back and forth with a grin. As Chong Hyeon approached, he asked, "Are they letting us in yet?" Min Sok replied, "Yeah, let's head inside." Inside the Hunter Tournament Stadium, the atmosphere was electric, buzzing with excitement and packed with people. Beams of green lights and massive screens illuminated the stage at the center. Surrounded by grandstands already filled to capacity, Chong Hyeon quietly took his seat next to Min Sok. Once both of them had settled in, Min Sok turned to him and asked, "You've been in a lot of matches before, haven't you?" Then, as if realizing something, he added, "I mean, you seem pretty familiar with this place." Chong Hyeon thought to himself, "Well, that makes sense. In my past life, I basically lived here." But outwardly, he responded modestly, "I may be in the BA League, but I'm still a professional player." "Right." Min Sok nodded. "Anyway, I'm glad you came. It's the weekend, but I was worried you had other plans. Especially since you're in the middle of the season." Chong Hyeon replied, "Thanks for inviting me." Suddenly, the massive screen above them changed. 2 national flags appeared, representing the teams about to compete. A match between South Korea and Japan. Min Sok commented, "We always get crushed by Japan." Chong Hyeon, unfazed, asked, "Is it really worth coming all the way here to watch?" Min Sok sighed at his bluntness. "Wow, that's harsh. I mean, it's still our country, you know?" The big screen gradually displayed the faces of the competing players. Meanwhile, Chong Hyeon and Min Sok continued their discussion. "Sure, Japan might have the upper hand right now," Min Sok admitted, "but South Korea's national team has some of the best talent from the first division." Chong Hyeon crossed his arms, deep in thought. "I don't like it either. But this is the reality of South Korea right now." He spoke up, "Korean players don't lack skill or essential stats." Then, turning to Chong Hyeon, he continued, "The reason I wanted you to watch this match is because I know that one day you'll be standing on this stage. And when that day comes, I want you to take revenge for us." Chong Hyeon's face showed a hint of surprise. But before he could respond, Min Sok pointed toward the stage and added, "Not only that, I have a friend on the Japanese national team. Let's go meet him after the match." Chong Hyeon closed his eyes in contemplation. "I see, looks like he has high expectations for me." Beside him, Min Sok's face was filled with unwavering trust. Chong Hyeon turned his gaze toward the stage below, his expression growing serious. "I need to pay closer attention to where we stand right now." Not long after, the stadium erupted once again. The match had ended, It's over. Let's go, Min Sok said with a smile. Turning toward Chong Hyeon. On the massive screen, a striking message appeared. Hunter Tournament, Asian Sports Championship. The final score was displayed clearly, South Korea, 2 Japan, 7. Japan had claimed victory. We lost, Chong Hyeon muttered. Min Sok simply responded with a short, Then, rising from his seat, he said, let's go meet my Japanese friend. Chong Hyeon glanced at him, thinking to himself, he's acting like he's unaffected, but I bet he's seething inside. Next to him, Min Sok stood tall, his eyes fixed on the stage below. His fists clenched tightly, his body trembling slightly with frustration. Yeah, let's go, Chong Hyeon agreed. Scene transition, player lounge. The setting shifted to a hallway that served as a rest area for tournament participants. Min Sok leaned against the wall, arms crossed, standing in silence beside Chong Hyeon. Then, suddenly, he glanced to the side and let out a soft, oh. Raising his hand, he called out, over here. Across from them stood a man with long, violet hair. He raised his hand in greeting. It was Takumi Minaman, a national hunter of Japan. The moment their eyes met, Min Sok and Takumi rushed toward each other, embracing like old friends reuniting after years apart. How have you been? Min Sok asked. Takumi simply replied, still the same. Standing beside them, Chong Hyeon observed silently, his expression unreadable. Takumi raised an eyebrow in mild curiosity. Aren't you supposed to be checking in with your own country's players first? Hearing that, Min Sok could only shake his head in exasperation. Forget it. My generation is beyond saving. I'm pinning my hopes on the next one. Then, turning to Chong Hyeon, he introduced him. This is Takumi. He's a hunter from Japan's national team, currently the most impressive and aggressive long-range warrior in the country. Min Sok gestured toward him. Chong Hyeon's face radiated confidence. This is Chong Hyeon. He just debuted in the BA League in South Korea. He's a rising talent that I have very high expectations for. Chong Hyeon and Takumi shook hands. Takumi was the first to speak. Hey, so this is the kid Min Sok keeps talking about? Chong Hyeon responded politely. Pleasure to meet you. After the handshake, Takumi took a moment to size him up. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then, turning to Min Sok, he pointed at Chong Hyeon, eyes gleaming with excitement. Hey, Min Sok, let me test this kid out. Min Sok was momentarily taken aback. Huh? He chuckled. Shouldn't you be asking him instead? Chong Hyeon, what do you think? Receiving the challenge, Chong Hyeon took it seriously. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, Takumi Minaman, never heard of him. Which means that in my time, he was no longer on the national team. His stats must be pretty high. With that thought, he immediately activated supervision on Takumi. In an instant, a stream of data appeared before his eyes. Takumi Minaman, skill data. Skill. Rapid fire, A. Significantly reduces delay between shots. Allows nearly 2 bullets to be fired per shot. Skill. Critical focus, S. Hitting the same point twice guarantees destruction of the targeted area. Skill. Acceleration, A. Triples agility and movement acceleration speed. Attributes. Strength. 8.3. Reflexes. 9.3. Agility. 9.6. Endurance. 9.76. Recovery. 6.6. Mana. 8.3. After reading through everything, a sly grin formed on Chong Hyeon's lips. So this is Japan's most aggressive and impressive long-range warrior. Huh? Didn't expect to run into this kind of opportunity. Without hesitation, he quickly accepted Takumi's challenge. Test me? Sure, let's do it. Takumi's face lit up with excitement. Not bad, you've got some guts. But Chong Hyeon smirked. That's not all I have. His eyes held the same unwavering determination as Takumi's. Between the two, an intense energy crackled in the air. A fierce clash of wills. Min Sok, who had been silently watching from the sidelines, groaned and clutched his head in exasperation. Scene transition. The TV screen displayed the results of the recent match between South Korea and Japan. Hunter Tournament, Asian Sports Championship. Final score. South Korea 2 Japan 7. Inside a dimly lit room, a middle-aged man sat in his chair, offering his analysis. Beside him stood another man, listening in silence. We thought we had closed the gap, the man murmured. But we haven't. Is this what they call a major improvement? We barely managed to secure 3 eliminations. Just a little more, and we could have turned the tide. A young man sitting across from them finally spoke, attempting to ease the tense atmosphere. Let's not get too heated over this. But the middle-aged man shot him a sharp look, suspicion and frustration laced in his voice. Do you have any idea how hard it is to close that small gap? His voice grew louder. We gave you our best player, Kang Jun-hyuk, and all he got in return was humiliation. If this continues, none of our players will be sent to represent the national team anymore. Mark my words. With that, he stood up, storming out of the room with a disgruntled huff. The remaining 2 men exchanged silent glances, unsure of what to say next. The young man was the first to break the silence, his face filled with concern. Director Lee, I heard you've been scouting the 2nd division in BA League. Have you found any promising talents from Limited's lower-ranked teams? Jin Han slowly leaned back in his chair. Promising talents? Huh? A thoughtful hum escaped him. In his mind, an image surfaced. Jun Han Jial, standing tall, surrounded by a golden aura. He was controlling multiple floating swords with ease. Jin Han thought to himself. There are some, but they're not from Limited's team. Another memory flashed through his mind. A vision of Han Jian during his training. One hand stretched forward, enveloped in a swirling mass of violet energy. Jun Han Jial. Huh, if we could get him, along with that gravity-controlling kid. That would be a formidable pair. We could deploy them as wildcards. Not just in the 1st division, but even in the Hunter Tournament's championship. Then, another name crossed his thoughts. Lee Chong-hyun. Scene transition. On top of a towering skyscraper. Its neon sign reading AOR Hospital. A shadowy figure stood alone. With a mere gesture, they effortlessly manipulated a small stone on the ground. Jin Han looked at the final match score again, deep in thought. Maybe what this country needs right now is someone like Lee Chong-hyun. But then, he let out a sigh. What am I even thinking? They're just kids from the BA League. I'm expecting too much. His face showed a hint of frustration. In the pre-match waiting room, Chong-hyun, Takumi, and Min Sok stood together in the preparation area. Takumi was stretching, warming up for the fight ahead. Min Sok, standing behind him, crossed his arms and sighed. Here we go again. Watching Takumi, he was reminded of their past. A time when they stood side by side on the international team, cheering together from the stands. He hasn't changed one bit since then. That thought lingered in Min Sok's mind. He gets a little too excited. He calls this a test. But really, he just loves fighting. Meanwhile, Takumi's excitement was obvious. A confident grin spread across his face. Min Sok stepped forward, patting Takumi's shoulder as a warning. Go easy on him, alright? Takumi waved his hand dismissively. Yeah, I know. He's just a BA League player from Korea. Then, turning to look at Chong-hyun, he smiled and added, I won't go too far. Don't worry. Min Sok and Takumi shared a light-hearted laugh. A scene that didn't go unnoticed by Chong-hyun. Seeing them, he smirked knowingly. Takumi caught the expression and immediately quipped. What's so funny? Min Sok could only chuckle awkwardly at the brewing tension between the two. These two are going to be a handful. At the battle arena, the setting was vast and open, with twisting, winding pathways. Tall walls and deep pits were scattered throughout the battlefield. At the entrance gate, Takumi stepped forward, gripping his weapon in hand. Slowly, he emerged from one of the deep pits. As he walked forward, he held 2 arrows at the ready. Scanning the battlefield, he thought to himself, a wide, open plaza? His eyes darted around the arena. Puzzled, why would he choose this battlefield? His mind quickly analyzed the arena's mechanics. This is one of the more unique battlefields, featuring the deep pit mechanism. Because of its unpredictability, it's rarely used in Hunter tournament matches. What is he planning? A second later, he also stepped forward. Takumi still couldn't understand him. He was trying to eliminate him by choosing an uncommon edge. Moments later, another spatial gate gradually appeared. The silhouette of Chong-hyun emerged. He stepped out, his expression serious as he analyzed his opponent. It was rare for 2 long-range warriors to face each other in a one-on-one duel. He recalled the reason. Long-range warriors usually stayed behind, focusing on the enemy's front line. Chong-hyun loaded his gun, thinking to himself, but even so, he smiled confidently, his face full of certainty. I have never lost to another long-range warrior. The next second, Chong Hyeon activated his supervision skill. His eyes quickly turned red. Instantly, he detected Takumi's position. Chong Hyeon confidently thought to himself, I remember every wormhole on this edge, where they are, and where they lead. That meant as long as he knew where his opponent was. He raised his gun high. Quickly, he aligned his sight and pulled the trigger. I can shoot them from anywhere. A bullet was fired. It slipped into one of the wormholes. Moments later, it emerged from another wormhole. Then immediately dived into yet another one. In an instant, the bullet had traveled through the network of wormholes, appearing right behind Takumi. At that moment, he sensed something. Turning his head, Takumi caught sight of the bullet and was utterly shocked. Immediately, he used his acceleration skill to dodge. He stepped back swiftly, but in the process, he dropped to one knee, clenching his teeth in frustration. The bullet struck the wall behind him, piercing through it. Takumi glanced at the hole in the wall and thought, he shot at me through the wormhole? The bullet had grazed his left arm, leaving a small wound. Takumi thought, if I had been just a bit slower. Chong Hyeon gazed through the wormhole, his expression pensive. He noticed the bullet had missed Takumi. Feeling a hint of regret, it seems the bullet's trajectory shifted slightly due to the wormhole's vibrations. Takumi quickly took cover behind the wall. He studied the wormhole and speculated, how the hell did he find my position? But one thing was certain. He knew my exact location when he fired that shot. Takumi smirked and thought to himself, shooting at me through a wormhole? For a kid in Division B, that's pretty impressive. Immediately, he grabbed his weapon, ready to fire. Takumi smirked in amusement, thinking, interesting. Then, he unleashed rapid shot, focusing on weak points. He raised his bow, aimed at a wall, and fired. A second later, the wall shattered. He grinned mischievously, thinking, once all the walls collapse and it's just the two of us left. Game over. Without hesitation, he continued shooting, destroying the remaining walls. The entire arena was soon engulfed in thick smoke. Chong Hyeon quickly moved toward the nearest walls. Suddenly, he realized the wall in front of him was different. He immediately activated supervision to scan the area. In his mind, he thought, he's breaking down the walls from a position the wormholes can't reach. Chong Hyeon took a combat stance, his expression serious as he started calculating. The stat gap between us is pretty significant. Maybe he thinks breaking the walls will give him the advantage. A confident smile spread across his face. So, he plans to crush me in a direct confrontation? How cute. In the spectators area, Min Sok watched the entire battle on the screen, unable to hide his surprise. Standing in front of the monitor, he crossed his arms and thought, I didn't expect Chong Hyeon to strike first. Recalling the earlier move, he questioned, using a wormhole to shoot his opponent? Just then, someone pushed the door open and walked in. The newcomer took a deep breath before greeting him. Min Sok, long time no see. It was Jin Gyeong Tae, a national hunter from South Korea. Hearing this, Min Sok turned and smiled. Oh, Gyeong Tae. Yeah, today's match is intense. Gyeong Tae scratched his head, replying, man, I almost made it in time. His eyes shifted to the screen as he asked, is Takumi fighting today? Min Sok, still focused on the screen, answered, yeah. Gyeong Tae pointed at the screen and asked, who's his opponent? Min Sok's expression turned serious. A rising star I've been keeping an eye on. He's doing even better than I expected. Gyeong Tae frowned in confusion. A rising star? On the screen, Chong Hyeon's face appeared. Gyeong Tae raised an eyebrow. You mean that kid? How come I've never heard of him before? Min Sok replied bluntly. No, he's a professional hunter. Just made his debut this season in Division B. Hearing that, Gyeong Tae was taken aback and exclaimed in surprise. What, Division B? Then, he started analyzing the situation. Well, I guess it does look pretty intense. But a one-on-one fight against Takumi? The result is obvious. He quickly lost interest in the match and turned to scold Min Sok. Forget about that for a second. Why haven't you come to see us? A lot of people want to meet you. You know. Gyeong Tae kept talking while Min Sok remained focused on the battle. He reached out his hand and continued. If you showed up before the match, the team's morale would have been way higher. Hearing this, Min Sok stayed silent, still fixated on the screen. Seeing his lack of response, Gyeong Tae furrowed his brows in frustration. He stepped forward, blocking Min Sok's view. Min Sok. Min Sok glanced at him. His voice firm. Move. A hint of irritation flashed in his eyes as he gritted his teeth and added, "This match is more important than your nonsense." Gyun Tae was stunned. "Come on, you're serious?" He turned back toward the screen and scoffed. "It's over anyway." Before he could finish his sentence, the scene on the monitor made him gasp. Huh? Takumi's weapon lay abandoned on the ground, and Takumi himself was face down, completely defeated. Standing over him, Chong Hyeon flashed a confident, victorious smile. Inside the room, both Min Sok and Gyung Tae stared at the screen, unable to believe their eyes. Back to the battle in Division B. The 4 surrounding walls had all been shattered. The ceiling had collapsed, and the one responsible was Takumi. He watched as chunks of debris fell, his expression serious as he thought to himself, "All the walls have crumbled." Takumi lifted his weapon, contemplating his next move, but despite everything, he stood firm, unwavering. He raised his bow once again. Then suddenly, he leaned backward, dual-wielding his weapons, aiming straight at the remaining wall. He was confident this was the end for Chong Hyeon. A pair of glowing arrows materialized. Instantly, they shot off in 2 different directions, yet both converged toward Chong Hyeon. Seeing them approach, Chong Hyeon looked up and smirked. Then, with swift and effortless movements, he easily dodged both arrows. Seeing this, Takumi was stunned. He dodged? Was that just luck? He quickly took cover behind a nearby rock, realizing that his ambush had failed. But time is still on my side. He fixed his gaze on the wormholes, formulating his next plan. I'll destroy the nearest wormhole. Then, I'll launch my next attack. However, before he could finish calculating, Chong Hyeon had already fired his gun. The bullets shot straight into a wormhole, only to emerge from different ones. One after another, they weaved through the sky, traveling in unpredictable directions. Takumi looked up in shock. A barrage of bullets? Suddenly, their trajectories shifted. He realized, the wormholes are altering the bullets' paths. But before he could react, the bullets were already right in front of him. His face went pale. "I can't." A second later, even more bullets converged on his position. Takumi immediately jumped to his feet, barely dodging. Then, he quickly raised his shield. The sheer force of the bullets cracked it instantly. Moments later, the shield shattered. Takumi gasped in disbelief. "My shield." Before he could regain his composure, 3 more bullets tore through the air toward him. From behind, Takumi's eyes widened as he glanced back. Damn! He spun around just in time to realize. A delayed attack? The bullets were too close. He clenched his teeth. This is bad. The 3 bullets struck him. A loud impact echoed through the arena. Victory! Chong Hyeon took slow, steady steps toward Takumi. As he walked, memories of his past resurfaced. In his previous life, he had been asked this question countless times. A reporter once held a microphone close to him. "Chong Hyeon, in your opinion, what is the key to becoming a great player?" He had answered calmly, "Experience." Now, he stood in front of Takumi, who lay defeated on the ground. He smirked. In the past, he had chuckled at that same question, and had added, more specifically, experience in winning. He raised his gun triumphantly. On the screen, an announcement flashed. Chong Hyeon Lee, winner. Aftermath. Moments later, Min Sok burst through the door, his face slightly tense. What the hell happened here? Inside the room, Takumi sat on a chair, calmly rewatching the match. He focused on the moment Chong Hyeon took the shot, then smirked, an excited gleam in his eyes. "You've just unleashed a monster." That's what happened. Hearing that, Min Sok's eyes widened in shock. He thought to himself, so he really defeated Takumi with skill, not luck. Takumi turned back, chuckling as he spoke to Min Sok. "I don't know when he'll step onto the international stage, but when he does, he might have a fanbase as big as Ethan's." Min Sok was speechless, taken aback by Takumi's words. Elsewhere, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. The faucet ran full blast. Chong Hyeon had just finished his shower, exhausted from the long day. His damp hair dripped with water. As he stepped out of the bathroom, he murmured to himself, "Yesterday's match was really something." He recalled the moment Takumi destroyed the walls. A long-range fighter with enough firepower to break walls. Chong Hyeon picked up a towel, running it through his hair. A smile formed on his lips. "But I never doubted my own victory." Memories of his past life resurfaced. After everything he had been through. Back then, when things got tough, I was the one who fought the most ranked matches every year. Even after losing, Takumi had still smiled and offered a handshake. And his defeated opponents, they always looked satisfied, even in loss. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Chong Hyeon." On the sofa, two people sat, staring at him in shock. Kim Do-jun pointed at the TV. "Dude, what the hell did you do yesterday? Why are you all over the news?" The television played a breaking interview. Japan's top-ranked long-range warrior, Minamino Takumi, was making headlines, expressing huge expectations for a South Korean player. Chong Hyeon turned to look. On the screen, his own image appeared. The South Korean player in question is Lee Chong Hyeon, currently competing in Division B. Do-jun turned back, confused. "Wait, what? You just went to watch a match with Min Sok?" He raised an eyebrow. "Since when were you two so close?" Han Jian also chimed in. "Wait, so you really fought Takumi yesterday?" Do-jun grinned, excited for details. "Did you at least get his autograph?" Chong Hyeon crossed his arms, glancing at the screen. "I soloed him and won." Hearing that, Do-jun nearly jumped out of his seat. "What?" Chong Hyeon smirked, thinking to himself, "Ah, that reaction, how entertaining." He recalled the match, analyzing every moment. To me, this was nothing unusual. On paper, Takumi's physical stats and skills were far superior to his own. But Chong Hyeon thought confidently. Yet in reality, I had the upper hand. I've been in this game long enough to remember every edge, every tiny detail. How could I possibly lose? Still, he reflected, if I had reacted even a fraction of a second slower, the outcome could have been different. Just then, Han Jian suddenly stood up, breaking his train of thought. I knew it from the very beginning." His eyes sparkled with admiration as he stared at Chong Hyeon. "We just need to follow Chong Hyeon's lead." Meanwhile, Chong Hyeon thought to himself, why are his eyes always shining like that? Do-jun threw up his hands dramatically, complaining, "You should have taken me with you if you were going to meet Takumi." He waved his arms animatedly, adding, "I would have gone boom boom with my sword and helped you take him down." Seeing this, Chong Hyeon flicked Do-jun on the forehead. "Cut it out, idiot." Do-jun clutched his head and yelped. "Ah." Chong Hyeon casually leaned back into his chair, thinking to himself, that might have been possible during Do-jun's prime. But right now? No chance. He turned his gaze toward the system interface. A notification was displayed. His supervision skill had been upgraded. He blinked in surprise. "Looks like I pushed it to its limit during the fight with Takumi." The system continued displaying new details about the skill. Target analysis. Identifies the true nature of the target. Determines their innate abilities. Reveals the hunter's maximum potential stats. Trajectory prediction. Allows the user to track enemy bullet paths. Chong Hyeon's eyes lit up with excitement. This is exactly what I need. A bright grin spread across his face. The perfect ability to train my team. Time to get to work. The next day, inside a meeting room, Po Gon-ju raised an eyebrow and asked, "Ranked matches?" Standing before him, Chong Hyeon responded without hesitation. "Yes, that's the plan I've set for the team." He continued, "Coach, what do you think about the current state of the team?" The coach looked slightly taken aback. After a moment, Gon-ju hesitantly replied, "We were eliminated from the season with just one win. But at least that gave us some motivation. I think we'll be fine if we keep moving forward as we always have. We might not have had the most refined strategies, but we established a solid foundation for victory." He added, "And honestly, the team's energy seems stronger than last season." Before he could finish, Chong Hyeon crossed his arms, shaking his head and interrupting him. "Wrong, completely wrong." His gaze was sharp and unwavering as he declared, "That's nowhere near enough.